She needs love, and girls need love too. Girls can't never say they want it. Girls can't never say yeah. Girls can't never say they need it. Girls can't never say nah. Girls can't never say they want it. Girls can't never say yeah. Girls can't never say they need it. Girls can't never say nah. Oh nah. Give it to me like you need it, baby. Want you to hear me screaming, happy breathing. I don't need a reason, baby. I want it till you can't buy. I can get it to you right, baby. I wanna be in LA. I can be real good. Please don't get any feelings. Hey, I need some love.
Look, I don't know why you here, Sir Tulsa.
Sir Tulsa.
You know you're not a weapon. You don't change your name because you know you're blocked.
I blocked the Perry.
Uh-oh, she been talking shit. She been talking shit.
My boo on the my boo on the road.
Okay, what more can you expect from a male prostitute with a broke neck?
Damn.
Tulsa, you scum. You ain't shit.
Hold on, Perry, let her talk, because everybody knows that she been talking shit. So let her come up and explain herself. Why not?
That's true.
Hey,
because she wants the attention. Why are you gonna get somebody attention who's just disturbing the peace?
Okay, everybody be quiet for a second. Let me give her the attention she wants. Or, well, I'm sorry. Not her. Him.
It.
Guy with penis.
Yeah, we get do.
Oh, hold on, bro. Let me address this person before they out of here, right? Guy with penis, dirt road, farm having ass. So how you gonna come with my wife and my wife gave you all this respect when nobody else wants your little fluent ass, lying ass?
Okay, Perry, calm down.
Wait, hold up. I have to put everybody on mute because now I got to address this person because this person will be no longer around. You troll ass motherfucker. And I can say that because that's what you are. You a guy with balls. Just want to look like a
okay, Perry, but you know, we living in a different world right now.
You ain't gonna put you on mute now. Hold on. Let the man talk.
No. I bring you back up. I just had to drop you. I know what kind of world we living in. We live in a world where we get these male prostitutes that want to, with faking their neck braces and shit because they don't get caught for soliciting, go after my wife. Nobody else gave you a chance, dude. Nobody gave you a chance. And you want to goddamn screw my wife over? And I know we didn't go and make no special damn video for your antics, right? Because you're worthless. Nobody wants your content. You sitting out there picking corn and sticking half it up your ass. Look, Sir Tulsa, you ain't shit. Go back. And the only reason you and these other content creators now because you need another place to go. And you over there on their balls. But then again, that's what the fuck you do. Okay? This time, you just doing it for free. So you're not really soliciting it, I guess. Okay? Sir Tulsa? But I just want you to know how that shit you try to pull on my wife. After she supported you when everybody kicked your ass off when you walking from set to set with a foam neck brace on with your sad ass story. I don't know what they did to me. I'm like, dude, speak up. You know what the fuck they did to you? You walked your male prostituting ass through that damn parking lot to try to go in there and get something, and they kicked your ass out. And then you try to just film it for publicity. But you ain't shit, just for the record. Because nobody gonna make no special video. Nobody gives a damn about farmer boy, male prostitute. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
And if you flirt with me one more damn time, I'm gonna come find you and cut your fucking head off and shit down your neck.
Right, exactly. And that's why she got to do it. Because, like, you know what? One thing about this stuff, like, and I understand what the young lady said. I'll bring it back up in a minute. This ain't about your sexuality. It ain't about none of that shit for me, to be honest with you, right? Do what you want to do. But the problem people have, nobody want to date nobody against their will. Like, if you're talking to a guy and you a guy, just make it transparent. If that guy got interested, that's fine. If he don't, you don't. That's why I blocked it from my shit. And now she coming back with a different name because he, former boy, is so fucking thirsty. Thanks, Juan Blonde, for the super sticker. Truly appreciate it. That is funny. But no, I mean, that's the deal. I can bring people back up now.
Hello and welcome.
Can I get him now?
Thank you all for coming by. I really appreciate you. Oh, absolutely. Please like, share, and subscribe. The Goddess Tulsa Show. Welcome. Please like, share, and subscribe. Now is the time to go ahead and get ready for the show. We have some great news for you. Okay? We're going to have a great time. So I really, really, really appreciate you and your dedication to showing up. Gratitude. Don't be afraid to hit that Cash App. And don't forget to smash that like button. All right. So you guys heard it first, That's how he feels, honey. He said, let me give you your moment. I was like, you gonna give me my moment? Okay. Yeah, but girl, I mean, he's been on that type of time. And that's why I wanted, it's like if you just let people talk long enough, they will let you know what they're about. Hey, Dion. Hey, Amina. Hey, Deborah. If you let people talk long enough, they will tell you who they are. This is commentary, We are all co-workers, We're all co-workers, right? But the hate is real. The hate is real, baby. The hate is real. But I mean, if they're not hating, then I'm not working, okay? And actually, we need a few more haters, okay? We don't have enough. We're in February? We don't have enough. Because my thing is, you're sitting over there covering and, shielding for the predator. For heaven's sakes. It's a predator out. He says, well, I'm gonna give her the attention that she needs. He says, I'm gonna give her the attention that she needs. He came on camera for that one. He said, I'm gonna give her the attention that she needs. No, it's not me that needs the attention. It's Cheryl. Maybe you should go give Cheryl some attention. Give it to Cheryl. So I guess I'm being cut off. I guess Perry dropped me tonight, Like Larry says, he was just dropping those guys. I guess I got dropped, I guess I got dropped, But I'm going to drop some content on Monday. Yes, I am. Oh, yeah. I'm going to drop some content on Monday. Uh-huh. Absolutely. And I know he watches my content. I know he watches my content. Yeah. He says, well, we haven't made a video about you because you don't want to give me the attention that I deserve. You know what I mean? You don't want to give me the attention that I deserve, Sherry. Now listen here. Okay? Because it's giving Will and Jada. It's definitely giving Will and Jada. Like, what? Jada is definitely calling the shots. Okay? Y'all are mad because y'all can't be friends with Jaguar. And, that Goomba. Whew. Goomba just does something to me. Oh, yes, he does. And I know if he does something to me. Yes. Absolutely. Hi, Kevin. How are you? Oh my gosh, Kevin, we have a problem. Oh my gosh, we have a problem. I need you to save me. Kevin, can you save me? Kevin, I need you. Kevin, I need you. Yes, I need Kevin. Kevin, scam you alls. I need you right now. Hi. Yeah. Let's get into it. I got dropped tonight. Perry dropped me. He dropped me like a hot pocket. I got dropped like a hot pocket. He said I'll be no longer around. Did he drop me? Did he drop me? Did Perry drop me? Very disgusting. And listen, this is only the tip of the iceberg. Oh yeah. This is repetitive behavior. Repetitive behavior. Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah, he's here. He's always here. Listen, anytime that I go live, Perry, he's watching. That's why Sherelle wakes up in the middle of the night, in anger and rage. Because he's catching up on the latest hot topics, the real hot topics, Because we have traffic over here. And we're relevant. Absolutely. See, what they won't tell you is, I've been in spaces that they, wish they could have been in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm definitely that girl when it comes to content. Mm-hmm. It's very evil. It's disgusting. But this is the person that he is. And see, a lot of people had their blinders on, but some people they think the same way. Hmm. It'll be people in the crowd that sit up and will agree with that. It's one thing to give commentary, but then it's one thing to be salacious. And in my opinion, Perry and I were, having a great time on his live that night, when Cheryl wasn't present. And it's always you know, a good time, you know, when he's not on that shady mask. And yes, I've been on his channel, you know, because I felt sorry for him. His wife over there, she's she don't know left from right in a story. Oh yeah. She has her notes, but she's always confused, you know? And that's why I started talking a little slow. So, because different people, they learn different. I was doing charity. Yes, I was over there, but I was doing charity. Okay. What is charity? Giving back, right? I'm for community service. Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. I love giving back. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But it's interesting that they go right into they like start undressing me. I ain't said nothing about undressing you and your man parts, you know? But it just lets me know where their mindset is, you know? These so-called gentlemen are not what they seem. Absolutely, they are not. I see why him and his wife can come on and carry on like that. Hmm. No shade, to each his own. But I want to gossip with my homegirls. I want to gossip with my girlfriends, not my man. Hmm. Oh yeah. So I'm a country, whatever, you know. Hmm. I want him to remember that. I want you to remember that. Absolutely. Hmm. Absolutely. I just pray for them folks because at the end of the day, it's not what they call you, it's what you answer to. You know. And my thing is, it's no pressure. It's definitely no pressure. But I think it was like cowardly to not drop the link. And we could have had an engagement because I'm easy to talk to. I think you're just so rowdy, you're used to that rowdy woman over there in your house, but I don't give that. I'm soft and easy, you know. easy to talk to, easy to be with, you know. And I could have taught Cheryl some of those, you know, my assets, attributes, you know. Teach her how to, settle down, you know, because you guys are always trying to run up on me. And listen here, Perry. I think that was inappropriate. The language that you used, that was very inappropriate. Well, Kevin says he's probably mad because you look better and act more feminine than his so-called wife. Now, that's a statement that I can relate to. Absolutely. I mean, you are not going to come over here to the Queen Tulsa show and see me like rolling my neck, clapping my hands, screaming and yelling, It's just not going to happen. You won't see my husband, clapping his hands, calling women out of their names, or even giving his commentary, on women. Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? People, they see that I'm a celebrity. I'm a celebrity, and they are mad about it. And they don't want to give me my flowers. But guess what? I'm not asking for them. I'm taking them, baby. Oakland Barbie says, hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. How you doing? Absolutely. So you know what? I think that, Perry really has some things that, that are just up in the air. The only thing I wanted to do was just be a woman to him, while I'm on this panel. Just be a woman, and engage and speak when I'm spoken to. Yeah. I mean, if Cheryl thinks that I want her man, someone please let her know. I don't want your man because I got it like that. And it don't even have to be like that. Yo, man, he be calling me back and saying, fine, and a matter of fact, Yes, how I do that there. Oh, okay, so that's what it's given. I can't help it that I'm more entertaining. I mean, he really set aside some time for me. He says, no, I'm going to give her the attention that she wants. He had to give me his goodbye speech. And no, it wasn't what I wanted to hear. It was hurtful. It was very hurtful. Yes. But I'm not going to let his words dictate my happiness because I'm in charge. And Perry, one day you're going to eat your words. Yes, you are. With a cherry on top. And I know it's late night. Yes, it's late night. And I'm so excited that you guys had come by and, keeping me company because I just got dropped, I got dropped. hmm But you know what? As soon as I'm done with my content, I've got somebody to love on me. hmm hmm Oh, he's gonna love on me. Yes, he is. You want to know why? Because I'm a good woman. Oh, yeah, I'm a good woman to him. I make sure I cook his food. hmm Oh, yeah. I give that man a massage. hmm Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's what I do. And cook him a delicious meal. Make sure he's fed. You know, I submit to my man. You will not catch me out here going off on my man. Oh no, I would be out of place. I would be really out of pocket. Hunter says, what's that text about? Hunter, send me a Cash App, love. Y'all be wanting the tea, y'all be wanting the content. Girl, send the girl a Cash App. It's Saturday, I'm not out partying. I'm in here giving you guys content. Oh, Kevin says, don't worry, Queen Tulsa. I'm going to send you a package next week through Cash App. Oh, that's really going to make me feel good. That's really going to make me feel good. That's going to be amazing because I do want to get some more stuff for the show. Yes. But my thing is, y'all already know I love to have a good time. I do. I love to have a good time. And if you want to know what that's about, you got to tune in to the Monday night show. You read it right. You started it. Now I'm going to finish it. Uh-huh. Absolutely. But you know what? It's like, I really feel like Jaguar really made Sherelle look very, very, very important by addressing her. Absolutely. So I wondered, did Cheryl tell him that he had to drop me? I didn't even get an eviction notice. How rude. I didn't even get an eviction notice, guys. Perry says, I'm dropping you. You had to let me go. He said, well, he wasn't allowed to make a video about me because, staring at my picture, yeah, those old memories. Now he can just go back on the lives and just look and, see me there. And how entertaining and inspiring I was. Hmm. Absolutely. But it's okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm gonna put my big girl panties on. Gonna put those big girl panties on, and I'm just gonna keep thriving. See, I don't understand, why is it a big problem for you to, well, I'm gonna say, why is it a problem for me to make content on a creator that, you know, says that everybody else is unhinged, but they hide their unhinged moments until they can't, you know? Hmm. Absolutely. I just wanted to heal them, just tell them to love themselves and, love each other. Yeah. Because when you love yourself, it shows. When you don't, it shows. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tonight has been a great night. Yes. It felt good to get dropped, though. It's like people that are supposed to be in your life will be there. But if you rocking like that, it's like somebody comes forward with a story, and the only thing that you do is try to dissect their trauma. You want to tell them, oh, well, you don't have trauma. Somebody's saying, well, I have trauma after this. You're like, no, you don't. But that's not your right. You don't have that's not your place to tell somebody that. And for you all to be like having, this man is accused of this stuff. And y'all think it's cool. I mean, when you look at these child stars, look at their stories. You know, but it all comes out. It eventually comes out because what goes on in the dark will come to light. Uh-huh. I love it when you guys come over and watch me. It really makes me feel amazing because I'm able to reach people, you know? And sometimes you have to tell yourself, let me get the message. If I don't care for the messenger, I'll just focus on the message. You'll get far. Uh-huh. Absolutely. But I don't think I was missing out on anything. People turning on each other, people doxing, people suing each other and then becoming friends again. Like, that's not the type of crowd I want to be around, you know? Hmm. And he's a veteran, and in my opinion, that lady does not really respect him as a veteran. Because if my husband was a veteran, I'd be every show I say thank you to all the veterans in the audience. I'd be thanking all the veterans. I'd be thanking them. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. If any veterans are out there, which I know there are, um, I want to thank you for your service. Yes. Kevin Scamuel says, I'm very disappointed with Perry's tone with you, Queen Tulsa. I knew his wife was a fake person and an ex-old retired stripper, allegedly. Oh, wow. 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 If you don't have compassion for the abused, most likely they're narcissistic. But you know what was interesting is he brought up the fact that I was attacked. He brought up the hate crime that was committed against me. And it's like, okay, I really know where you're coming from, you know? So when you talk about hate crimes, it's nothing funny about it. It's nothing funny about it. It's nothing ever funny about a hate crime. It's never anything funny about the, people putting their hands on someone unwillingly. Yeah. But see, that's why I was telling y'all, when these incidents, when these traumatic incidents happen, like you see stuff on TV, and then when it happens in your world, you have a different perspective. It's like a whole different way of living because it's trauma, right? And so what I do is I promote, go get yourself some help. Because I've noticed that like people, these content creators, this is just a therapy for them. They, I just feel like with some content creators, they don't do the work. Some content creators feel like they don't have they don't have a space in their life where they could use it, Yeah, I feel like everybody can use a little help. Deborah says, okay, I read that one. He always felt that way about you. When the squeeze is on, the real person comes out. Oh, absolutely. Well, my thing is, if you really want to know how a person feels about you, let them get upset. Let them get upset. Oh, he is, baby. He is. And like I said, you have to tune into my live. I believe it's on Monday. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, exposing all the secrets. Because there's been narratives painted and poker faces have been, Absolutely. He is. He's not for it. He's not for the community. They make money off people, pain, and mental illness. Because my thing is with that lady, Cheryl, she sat up and wanted to be friends with Jaguar and then turned on her. But then my thing is, like, her best friend, Nosy Ho, her best friend, nosy host sits up, she doxes people. She talks about people's children. Like a lot. She video records conversations, and Nosy sends out free photos. And so I don't know. I don't know who she sends them out to for free. But yeah, Nosy doesn't have a problem, with taking someone's man. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. You said you just came in? Oh, it's okay. Um, yeah, absolutely. All the Cheryl show hounds are out. Absolutely, they are. Because till Peter my mink is dragging on the floor, I actually seen them over there in Cheryl's. Yeah, go to the replay if you missed the live. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna need you to just replay the live or send a cash app. Uh-huh. Or dial 988. Uh-huh. Everything here is for entertainment purposes and it's fair use, okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, maybe I should put up my number. Do you guys want to call me? Let me put up my number. Maybe I can get a ring. Can somebody call me? I want somebody to call me. I'm ready to talk. Let's talk. Mhm. Okay. Can somebody call me? I want somebody to call me. Can somebody please call me? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Absolutely. You guys can call me. That's my number. You guys can give me a buzz. Like, this is just late night talk. I just don't know what I did to that man. And then, you know, what's so interesting is nothing against the gay community. But this gay guy, he he was DMing Sherry, saying that my husband name is Michael. I'm like, oh my gosh, like y'all are worried about everybody's relationship but your own. You know? You won't find my man gossiping. Mm-hmm. No, you won't. No, he doesn't get all up in that. Mm-mm. Yeah, he doesn't play that. Oh no, he doesn't. Hmm. If you in the business of sharing people personal life, why you're off limit and so sensitive. Exactly. Who was that for? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You guys can call in my show. Give me a buzz. Pick up the phone. Pick up that phone and you can dial into my show and you can talk to me. Oh, yeah, you can call into the show and you can talk to me right now. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes. You guys can pick up that phone. Pick up that phone and give me a buzz. Give me a call. The hotline. Call my hotline. My number is 405-437-4865. And I'm available right now. Oh, somebody didn't call me for real. Oh, hold on. Hi, how are you? Oh. Hi, how are you?
Hi, my beautiful queen.
Hi. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, what I was trying to can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, let me.
Oh, you got your TV on in the back?
Yeah, let me try to cut this off. And my battery is weak. Hold on for a minute. Should be so much better now. What I've been doing, Queen, you know, I love you from the bottom of my heart. And I just noticed that a lot of the people, they're complaining about what you're doing and other people doing, but they're doing the same thing. They're going, getting information. It don't even be factual. And start spreading rumors just so they can get the clicks and views. And then when you find out some about them and they become news, right? They made themselves news when they supported Larry. They made themselves news. Not believing a child. That boy was, no matter what, he was a child. And you already know if you're not a certain age, you're not mature. Your mind cannot make decisions as a grown-up. Even some grown-ups make bad decisions, and because they don't have experience or knowledge. But they believe the man that said, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have, Mary apologized for a lot of stuff that he did with that young man. But think about this. He was in power. He had the money. He had the home. You think he wasn't dangling that in front of that child's face? That happened to me. I was violated as a child. And it was told to me if I didn't do it, they weren't going to pay my mama bills no more. Or we was going to get kicked out of where we lived. And I was a child. And there was an adult telling me that. You think that wasn't intimidating or made, he told me, or if you tell your mom what I'm doing to you, then she's going to do something bad to you and me. Made it like it's my fault.
Right.
So that's the only reason why I've been looking, listening, following, and I just look at people right now. They look at a lot of people gathering it like little rats, like roaches trying to get content. And they are content themselves.
Absolutely. I feel like we're all fair game. But it's
and
all
that's
in
why
the...
I say, what's wrong with it? That's the business, right? Just don't dox nobody. Just don't dox nobody. And then if somebody mentally disturbed and you know they mentally disturbed and you used to be their friend and you found out their secrets their private stuff because they respected you and told you stuff because they didn't think you was gonna do them like that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, when you see Cheryl, they think, oh, she's so sweet, she's so good. But that's her look. But her heart is real evil. Her heart is real evil.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
What are some
words came from somewhere?
Right. I was going to ask you, like, what was some experiences that you've known, or seen about her, the nastiness? Because a lot of people, they, she hides that very well.
Well, I don't think she hid that very well. I don't think she hid that very well. I feel as though it's always deep out. The real you always comes out. Think about this, my queen. How it comes out whenever she does a show. She laughs at people's pain. She laughs at people's hurt. She laughs at people got shot or murder or whatever. She laughs. She says, "It's not funny, but stop it, Terry. Stop it, Terry. You're making me laugh." When I hear something
that is evil.
That's evil. I'm listening to a sad report. Something bad. She's reporting. Think about this. She had time to meditate. She had time to plan and post all this stuff up. She wrote it all down. Pay attention. She write notes. And after she talk about a certain part, she takes a pencil and draw across it and make sure, well, I talked about that. Then she go to the next. And then once she get all her information out, she know that's going to be clicks and views. And people in line waiting all freaking day trying to get in to talk. And she won't even let them in. And she said the same thing every time. I'm sorry. I see the room is filled, but I have to go. I have other stories. Y'all don't see her commitment. You don't see she don't give a damn about y'all. But she is trying to get that content out there so everybody and their mama can come out there and milk that cow. You know every minute, every 4 hours, she's going to put content out there because it's all about money. But guess what? She called all them housewives, all kinds of hoes and everything else. But guess what? She used their show to make content. She should be so happy. That's, and you know what I'm saying. She said, oh, that show should be canceled. That show should be booted. No, we don't want to watch that. They should know when it's booted. Well, where's your content gonna come from? And if the show is not there anymore.
Exactly. Like, I feel like she set herself up for that one. But then she says that she wants to get into the beef sector. I'm like, the beef sector is not where it's at.
Let me tell you something. Pay attention. Nosy is visible right now. She's not out there because Cheryl is doing her handiwork.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying to turn into Nosy. I knew when she got connected with her and she had that so-called frontal for you, I knew evil was in Cheryl then. Bully, a grown person bully somebody. A grown person. A grown person. And that's why she always says, I don't care what what you believe and what you say. Don't kick them out the room. Let them stay here. Everybody deserves their own opinion. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the thing. The woman, her and her husband is funny. They shady. They was misgendering me when I first started coming around. It was like little things like that. And it's like people want to forget, those type of things.
Every time they get angry with you,
mm-hmm.
How many times have they allowed you to come back in, allowed you to get on the panel, thank you for being there,
mm-hmm.
knowing you're helping their show, and then when they get angry, the real them come out.
That's what happens. And, we're all about...
Some woman, tonight I was watching his live. Do you know, he was talking, his whole trash was about you, negatively. Nothing positive. Okay, guess what? He had a whole bunch of women on his panel, and none of them had love or respect or heart felt to understand how it felt to be hands laid on you, to be beaten, to be they talked about how you said you was the M word when you was young. Somebody did that to you. Everything you told them, they dragged on you. Dragged on you.
Mm-hmm.
And you got babies. You got kids. Excuse me?
Mm-hmm.
So I just called in. So normally I don't be up this late. But I just called in just to let you know I love you. I support you. I'm always, like they're in the bushes right now. I be in the bushes too. So I can see what's going on. And they have their little so-called, because I call them hounds.
Mm-hmm.
And they just love being their hounds. Looking, because I heard somebody say, where's she at? Where's she at? Is she on now? Is she on now? They were trying to find you.
Oh.
Where's she at?
So that was, I was over there. I had got on there from my backup channel and I was like, Queen Tulsa's live.
Somebody saw you. Somebody saw you. Somebody saw you. But I'm just talking about when you go live. They have people, if they live at the same time or if they're on, they'll try to find you.
Oh.
It happened within 3 days.
We just got a cash app. Baby, hold on 1 second. We just got a cash app. Let's thank our sponsor in the chat. Thank you so much.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you all so much for supporting Queen Tulsa, the show, whether it's a like, a share, a subscribe, a Cash App, a PayPal, or a Zelle. Thank you for coming by and watching the show. And this is your commercial for being acknowledged for just being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you, who would be watching? Thank you for tuning in. Yes. Thank you, Kevin, for the Cash App. I really, really, really appreciate you. Shout out to you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes.
Remember, Perry trying to worry about who you gonna be with.
I know.
That's the whole thing he was talking. Wondering, who is she gonna be? What part is she gonna use?
Listen.
Who is she gonna use, the male part or the woman part?
They've been watching the official campaign, my mentor, because they got thank you so much for this. Okay. Kevin is over here making that damn Cash App rain. Thank you all so much for supporting Queen Tulsa, the show, whether it's a like, a share, a subscribe, a Cash App, a PayPal, or a Zelle. Thank you for coming by and watching the show. And this is your commercial for being acknowledged for just being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you, who would be watching? Thank you for tuning in. It's not always about that. It's support and showing up and loving me unconditional and just knowing that I'm just doing a job. And my thing is,
that's all, and they don't understand. Y'all all doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I heard somebody say this last week. When you a content creator, you do content, you make a lifestyle, or sometimes you don't even make enough money even pay a bill, but you just do it because you love it. But when you become content, it's all fair and war. You part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So when Larry came on that show, what's his name, CTV, came on the show, and they showed their support for the guy who touched the child. And then I remember Larry, and that's why I feel the way I feel about him. I remember finding him, and he was talking about everybody named Mama. Yeah. And said, when it could become public, and then I'm going to put it out. He acted like he knew these darn people. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about them like a dog. And it was kids, dogs, lizards, everybody. He talked about everybody. From the rooter to the tutor in the church. oh, he just shared it all, but now he's content.
Yeah.
And he can't handle it. He's content now.
The thing is, Cheryl wants to be Tasha K. It's not happening. Yes. Tasha K has a whole multi-million-dollar production company. You know.
She don't see how Tasha K got it.
Exactly.
She got it doing evil ways. So she's really gave up her soul to the devil.
No, I don't think Tasha K gave up her soul. I think that this was all a plan for Tasha K. See, her husband is a very smart, business savvy man, and I'm gonna say this: being that my daddy is from, my godfather is from Lagos, Nigeria. The foreign African men, maybe when it comes to business, they be on point with it. I'm gonna say that. I'm not gonna say what business my dad had. Yeah.
I believe that. I think he's a hard worker, and even if he don't like what his wife does, he supports her. I get it.
Well, if we really think about it, yeah, if we really think about it, yeah, the lawsuit. See, money that can be paid. That money's gonna be paid, but the recognition that she got from it, she's always going to be next to a mega superstar.
She's always going to be that woman who did that to Cardi B.
And so,
all I say is, Queen, I just want to keep my name clean. I don't like mess, but if somebody messing with you, I come out fighting for you, Queen.
You know what?
And that's why I'm here now.
I know your love and support, but you know what? I'm over here. I'm chiefing right now. I'm doing my own little thing. I got my husband that loves me. I have my children. Yeah. And we just got finished playing Mortal Kombat.
But Perry be noticing you cooking, and he knows you planting in your garden too, girl. He thinks you got corn and okra.
Yeah.
Oh, girl, he knows about everything.
I was like,
you, girl.
Yes. I was like,
everything.
I told him I could teach Cheryl how to garden. Okay. I really can't wait until I'm able to get back out there.
You admire that about you. Well, Queen, I ain't gonna stay here much longer.
I love you so much.
When it's time for planting, I love you more. But when it's time to plant gardens, then you can do live, and we can plant gardens at the same time. You plant in your part of your land, I plant in my part of my land.
Yeah.
And we can do live.
Well, I know I want to do.
That could be content.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Beautiful lady. Love you so much. Love you so much. And may God keep blessing you with more and more subscribers and more cash apps.
Yes.
And your business just grow. And when your kids get older, maybe they can work with you.
Oh, you know what? I'm working on including them into the business. Actually, we're going to be doing more family things on here. So some of my content is going to be with the family, cooking, you know how we usually do. Yes.
Planting, garden, tending the garden, taking care of the gardens. You got it, baby. You got it. Okay?
Yes. Well, thank you for your support. I really appreciate you and all that you do, whether if it's a phone call, a prayer, your support, anything, I appreciate those.
I'm still recovering from COVID. It's lasting a long time. But I'm here now because I couldn't talk to you before because I didn't have enough oxygen to breathe. But my lungs better. And I just say I love you. And I love you. Love you. You have a good night. And take care. All in the chat.
Okay. I love you. And you have a great night on purpose. And we'll talk soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, y'all. I got a phone call. Okay. Somebody called the hotline tonight. Absolutely. So pretty much, Perry dropped me tonight. He dropped me. Yep, he dropped me. He says, this person ain't gonna be coming around no more. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it says devices are not connected. Okay, they are now. All right, let me bring E on up, child. Hey E, how are you doing?
Good evening. How are you?
Oh, I don't know how to feel right now. Perry dropped me.
What does that mean? He dropped you.
Well, he dropped me. He just dropped me like a bad habit. I mean, he went in on me. He tore me apart.
Oh, you and Perry got into it.
Oh, Perry got into me.
Wait a minute. What happened?
Well, I just told him that I was going live in his chat. And hold on, I'll let him tell you what he said. Hold on, I gotta bring him up. But yeah, he really hurt my feelings.
This has been a crazy day because it's so much going on. I can't keep up.
Are you gonna go over there and windmill for me?
Well, it depends because Queen Tulsa, you and I have a relationship. However, you did not defend me and windmill me with Jag the other night. What was up with that?
What happened?
You were there. You saw it. I had questions, just like the people in the chat had questions. And when something doesn't seem right, I don't think it's any harm in asking because the story was quite strange. Didn't you think?
Well, my thing is, you already know how they be, how Martin, I was going to say Martin, but you know how Michael likes to give it up on me and tries to bring a lot of attention to me to where it's like he's trying to get me removed off the panel.
No, that was my first time ever running into Michael. That was my first time ever coming across that person and seeing who that person was. The way that he spoke to you, I didn't appreciate, which is why I wanted to ask more questions to understand what I was looking at because it was just a big question mark. I didn't understand, and I went back on the panel today and Michael was there again. And so, I was able to get some more details on the type of person he is and the reason why he probably acts or behaves the way that he does. And, to each their own, I'll just say that. But when something did appear off to me, I did ask the question because the way that he called you out, I didn't appreciate. But the thing is, when Jack was calling me all kinds of B's and H's, Queen Tulsa, as the queen on the panel, I expected for you to come and say, now, wait a minute, Jack, that's not right.
Well, the thing is, King had brought... The thing is, King had brought her up and it was very controversial. And I think everybody was trying to get their questions in. I love what you give because it was like you were giving you give what I can't give at the times that I be wanting to give it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because, I'm moving a different type of way, if that makes sense. But I do apologize for not showing up for you this time, but you can count on me for showing up for you next time.
Well, I appreciate that. I do think that, the people on the panel, they were not in support of logical interrogation. Mm-hmm. But I'm happy that the chat saw what it was, and ultimately the truth is coming out, and so there are a lot of details around it. But what was unbeknownst to me at the time, I was unaware that there was some commotion between King Payne, Jaguar, SW, and Perry. Like I just found that out today, even though it happened the previous day. And so I happened to catch a little bit of that live between SW and Perry, and I saw CTV on there. I didn't get to finish it, but I had no idea that you and Perry had gotten into it. So tell me what happened, because when I'm looking at this title, I'm just like, now, because when I think of Perry, I think of, like your fun uncle or your fun grandpa. Maybe I don't know Perry that well because I don't watch Sherelle as much as I used to. But what happened?
Okay, so I just went over to his panel and I let him know that I was going live, and this was his response.
I don't hear anything.
Hi, your balls. Just want to. But how you gonna come at my wife and my wife gave you all this respect when nobody else wants your little fluent ass, lying ass?
Okay, Perry, calm down.
Wait, hold up. I have to put everybody on mute. Because now I gotta address this person because this person will be no longer around. You troll ass motherfucker. And I can say that because that's what you are. You a guy with balls. Just want to
okay, Perry, but we living in a different world right now.
He ain't gonna put you on mute there. Hold on. Let the man talk.
No. I bring you back up. I just had to drop you. I know what kind of world we living in. We live in a world where we get these male prostitutes that want to, with faking their neck braces and shit because they don't get caught for soliciting, go after my wife. Nobody else gave you a chance, dude. Nobody gave you a chance. And you want to goddamn screw my wife over? And I know we didn't go and make no special damn video for your antics, right? Because you're worthless. Nobody wants your content. You sitting out there picking corn and sticking half it up your ass. Look, Sir Tulsa, you ain't shit. Go back. And the only reason you and these other content creators now, because you need another place to go. And you over there on their balls. But then again, that's what the fuck you do. Okay? This time, you just doing it for free, so you're not really soliciting it, I guess.
All right. What do you think?
I am shocked. I am shocked. Perry said that?
That's Mr. Perry.
That is not right. Wait a minute. You have to give me context. What in the hell? Like, wait a minute. Those are some strong words. Like, what? Why did, not to say that it's an excuse, but why was he talking to you like that?
I just went into his chat and said Queen Tulsa's live.
Oh, so you weren't on the panel with him? I couldn't tell if because I heard him say he dropped you.
Oh no, he had dropped somebody else that was on the panel because they were like trying to overtalk him, and he was like, "Hi, how are you?" Okay. Solomon, how are you? We got another guest. Hi, Solomon.
Hi.
What's going on?
I'm doing good.
Yes. Do you want to sound off on the topic?
No. Just want to listen.
Okay.
Well, wait. I want to get back to the worthless part because, you know, I was floored by that. So wait a minute. From what I just heard, it sounded like Perry said him and his wife gave you the opportunity to come on their platform, and he was making it seem as though you had betrayed Sherelle. Is that what I'm gathering?
Yeah, he feels like I betrayed her, but how can I betray her? Me and his wife, we're not friends. We don't communicate in the DM. Like, she has a relationship with other content creators, but just not me. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, if you're a content creator and you put out content and you're in the middle of a session, you're content, and I'm gonna report on it.
So wait a minute.
They never gave me an opportunity. They never invested into my channel. They never invested into me.
But wait a minute. He said that you're on other people's panels. Who is he talking about? Is he talking about King Payne?
Yeah, the official King Payne, my mentor.
Oh, now wait a minute. Are you saying to me, Cheryl? Now y'all got me calling this lady Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Do you mean to tell me that Sherelle and Perry don't want to associate with you because you're in association with King Payne?
Well, see, they say that I'm a troll, I'm this, I'm that, and the third. And it's just a lot of layers to it. But the thing is, I'm exposing the truth. And I don't think they like it.
Now, what's the truth?
This is not her first time going off. This is not his first rant on, towards the LGBTQ community.
It's not?
No, this is not his first time.
Now, you're going to have to forgive me and kind of fill in the blanks for me, because I have never been an avid viewer of Sherelle's World. So I came to know of Sherelle through Monica and All About the Tea. And I remember when that whole expose went down with everyone trying to figure out Monica's identity. And I remember Sherelle and a few other people really trying to, there was a panel and where they were really going off on Monica. And me personally, I never heard Sherelle talk like that.
The sham investigation.
I'm sorry?
The sham investigation.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what it was, because it was this big hoax, and so we were all invested. And so I came to know about the video between Sherelle, Perry, King Payne, and Jaguar. I'm gonna call her Jacqueline from now on. So I came to see that video today, and I saw and heard them going back and forth. I could not believe the way that I heard Sherelle speaking. And I was floored, and I was even more floored that Jackie or Jacqueline was not as vocal or aggressive with Sherelle as she was with me. But I can't figure out wait a minute, because at first I thought all of this back and forth was because Sherelle was supporting Larry. That's what I thought this was all about. But now that I'm listening to you, it seems like the rabbit hole goes deeper. It seems like there's a divide, meaning the people. But this does all revert back to Larry, because if I understand correctly from being on King Payne's channel earlier, whoever is supporting Tasha and Lamontre, they're considered one team, and then whoever's supporting Larry, they're over there with Sherelle and the rest of them. Do I have that right?
Yeah, and I think that it's not even about supporting Tasha. It's about supporting Lamontre.
That's right.
And him, as a victim, a survivor of what he had been through. We're saying we don't care if he was 14, we don't care if he was 15, 16, 17, he was still a child. He was.
But why do you think they're making it so personal?
Because they got a $499 super chat from Larry Reed.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. I'm sorry. I heard about that on the King Payne's channel.
Mm-hmm. And this is another thing. When that's the same thing with Cheryl and Jason Lee. Jason Lee sent her, I believe, $500, and then he comes over to her page. Because if you really look at this, and I'm gonna let you steal the show, but if you look at it like this, you remember Jason Lee and Armand had their beef, right? And Cheryl was on Jason's side. Well, now you on Larry's side. Larry's associated with Armand. So are you flipping to Armand's side now? I'll yield the floor.
So here's the thing. Now that you brought that up, you made me remember. That was my last time watching Sherelle when that Jason Lee came on. And for me, I was a big Armand watcher at the time because he was the only person talking about female hip hop, and he was talking about Zeus. So I was always on the Armand Wiggins show. And so when Jason Lee came on and Sherelle took Jason Lee's side and I saw that super chat, I said, now wait a minute. I was very thrown off. That was shocking to me. I couldn't believe that. And I just felt like, and I have to be honest, if Sherelle heard this, she probably would beg to differ, because I've heard her say on numerous times nobody has paid for her and no one has bought her. But I thought the way that she took Jason Lee's side, that was a bit questionable, especially after that big super chat. And to know that Larry has followed suit with a similar pattern, and he's because that's the thing about these super chats. You want the people to see, I'm sending you money. You get what I'm saying? Because if they wanted to keep it behind the scenes, they simply could. All they had to do was send it to a cash app.
Yeah.
So it makes me think, what are you trying to prove here? Like,
listen, Cheryl wants Tasha K's
I'm not gonna keep calling that lady Cheryl.
She wants her fame, like, for real. Like, she wants Tasha K's notoriety. Like, she wants to be this household name. Tasha K in itself is a household name. When people know who Tasha K is. Nobody knows who Cheryl is.
Well, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm not the biggest TK fan or Sherelle's World fan. I put them both in the same category because sometimes they both have good insight, and then sometimes it goes completely left. But even though I'm not an avid watcher, I know that a lot of people, when I was watching Sherelle's World during that Monica debacle, I know that she used to always talk about not necessarily the urban topics, but suburban topics. And so I feel like that's kind of where her base is. I mean, she does have a lot of followers. I mean, I think it was like 400K, but but to your point, she's not on the same level as Tasha. So to me, it's when I listen to
her delivery is way off. She can barely read what's on her paper. Tasha has her stuff together. Tasha has a multi-million-dollar production company. It's like, sis, try media school and then come back.
Listen, the thing about it is this. Listen, I can't even defend it.
You see what I'm saying?
I can't even defend it. I will give you, Tasha has the better production. But when
I want to say this, Cheryl should have aligned herself with content creators that have something going on, not messy ass people like Nosy. That didn't fit her brand. So it tarnishes, you got to admit this, E. It tarnishes your brand when you up here, let's just, I mean, you're a growing platform. If you're not going down to the smaller sector to give back or do community service, get out of there.
Well, I really don't see, Tulsa. this is such a sensitive topic, and I guess if I'm up here, I might as well go forward. To be that nosy thing, that was around the time I really took a step back, because when I look at Nosy's delivery, it's very similar to Jaguar's, and it's very similar to Kaya's. Like, these people do not admit when they have made a mistake, when they have said something wrong, and when you question them, they block you, they call you out of your name. And I've seen them do it. I've seen Kaya do it. I've seen Jaguar do it, and I've seen Nosy do it. And so when I happened to see a live with Sherelle and Nosy was there, and to know how Sherelle really tries to be positive with her chat and how she tries to be interactive, to have Nosy on the platform who did not share those same sentiments towards the chat, that was very disingenuous to me. I was taken aback by that. I won't be anywhere where Nosy is present and in attendance, because that energy is so draining to me. That's just my personal preference. And I know I'm just one person. She probably wouldn't give a damn anyway. But for me, it was just a shocking relationship. I would have never pegged Sherelle and Nosy to be, good friends that way. But it's very similar to, I would have never expected Larry to be on a live with Storm and Armand. So, I mean, the YouTube streets are full of surprises, aren't they?
You know what? I mean, it's interesting. I just, I don't know. I mean, I just wish that we could all work together, but some people make that a bit difficult. So that's why, I'm very careful. Like, I mean, I navigate through the streets, and I support who I support, but at the end of the day, not everybody gonna have the same heart as you. Not everybody is gonna take into consideration the things that we take into consideration. So,
wait a minute. That's where I have the question for you, because when I listened to what you played from Perry, and when that whole misgendering thing, that I was completely taken aback by that, because I like I said, from what I've seen of Perry, I've never seen him carry on that way. But when he also said worthless, that cut me in such an awkward way, because what could someone on YouTube you don't know personally, what could they have possibly done to you to make you say that their existence is worthless? To me, and that's not excusing the misgendering part, but that worthless, I don't know. What is really going on? Why is he really angry? Tell me that, Queen. Help me understand. It has to be more to the story.
Yeah, Melanie, this is a live. I'm powerful. I'm a powerful individual, human being. And that's all I really can say. I'm powerful, I shake people up without even being in their presence. With just,
have you and Perry ever talked one-on-one before?
Have we ever talked one-on-one before? I've been on his panel, and when I've been on his panel, he made me feel like the queen that I am. And
wait a minute, he made you feel like the queen you are. Explain that.
Like, he gives me respect. If I need a chance to talk, he's going to tell them to be quiet and let me talk.
So, Queen, you have to help me out, because I need to understand. how did you and Perry have a relationship where he treats you like the queen you are, to coming around and saying your life, you're worthless? Because that's what I heard you play on the recording. Those are two opposite ends of the spectrum, and I don't see how somebody can have that much. I believe the recording because you played it, and I know that's Perry's voice. But I want to know how a logical person can go from one extreme to the next over some YouTube stuff. Because after what went down between me and Jag the other night, I wouldn't even say that about Jag. I would never say that another human being is worthless.
Well, he does not like. I mean, when it comes to like anybody in the LGBTQ community, those are just the first words that he gravitates for. I think it's maybe something inside of him that he needs to work on, because if whatever I'm doing over here, whatever I have, it's like I immediately was undressed. I don't know why people do that. They immediately go to undressing me.
So you're saying this is due to his homophobia?
Yeah.
Well, then how can they have conscience over there?
Let them get upset. Listen, if you want to find out what a person thinks about you, get them upset. Let them get upset, and they're going to tell you what they feel about you. And that's what he did tonight.
I am so disappointed. I am so disappointed to hear this. And the video, is it still up on his platform? I want to listen to it.
Oh yeah, you want me to start it over?
Yeah, play that so that I just want to hear that one more time. I want to make sure maybe I didn't miss something the first time. Can you play that again?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, let me address this person before they out of here, right? Guy with penis, dirt road, farm having ass. So how you want to come at my wife and my wife gave you all this respect when nobody else wants your little fluent ass, lying ass?
Okay, Perry, calm down. Because
wait, hold up. I have to put everybody on mute because now I got to address this person because this person will be no longer around. You troll ass motherfucker. And I can say that because that's what you are. You a guy with balls. Just want to look like a guy.
Perry. But you know, we living in a different world right now.
He ain't gonna put you on mute there. Hold on. Let the man talk.
No. I bring you back up. I just had to drop you. I know what kind of world we living in. We living in a world where we get these male prostitutes that want to, with faking their neck braces and shit because they don't get caught for soliciting, go after my wife. Nobody else gave you a chance, dude. Nobody gave you a chance. And you want to goddamn screw my wife over? And I know we didn't go and make no special damn video for your antics, right? Because you're worthless. Nobody wants your content. You sitting out there picking corn and sticking half of it up your ass. Look, Sir Tulsa, you ain't shit. Go back. And the only reason you and these other content creators now, because you need another place to go. And you over there on their balls. But then again, that's what the fuck you do.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Who was that?
This time you just doing it for free, so you're not really soliciting it, I guess. Okay, Sir Tulsa. But
can we pause this? Hold on. Who was that person trying to get Perry to stop? Who was that saying, wait a minute, Perry, this is we're in a different time. Who was that?
Hold on, let me see who she was. Tiffany Davis.
Okay. So I guess things were going sideways, but what is this prostitution business? And what is he talking about with this neck brace? He was talking about you?
Okay, so I think he has the content mixed up because CTV, there was content out that he had a record of that. So I think he has that mixed up. What he's talking about me with the neck brace. I
Wait a
was
minute. What? Say that part again.
CTV had a record of being arrested for that for
No, you're lying.
allegedly.
Really? No, conscious?
Uh-huh.
No. Are you serious?
Uh-huh.
No, you're not serious.
Yeah, he was on Sherelle's panel.
So, but wait a minute. Is Perry talking about CTV or was he talking about you?
He was talking about me.
Okay. Keep going.
And then so hold on, what part did I leave off on?
You were saying that he was referring to, I believe this is what you were saying, he was referring to conscious in regards to that charge. And then you said
I
in
was
regards
being
to the neck brace, he was.
So yeah, so that part I feel like he was referring to conscience because that wasn't me. I don't have any charges on that. And when it comes to the neck brace, there was a hate crime committed against me. And so
was that last year at the hotel?
Yeah.
Okay, that was when I first came to know of your channel. I was on that that video. I saw the video that you posted. So, and I believed you when you told that story. And I went and because I remember you said call the number to that hotel because I thought from what I saw in the video, it looked real to me. I thought I couldn't believe the way they treated you. But that is how I came to know of you, Tulsa, through CTV because I saw you on that panel twice, I think. So why? So okay, so Perry was just throwing a jab then because there. Why would he think that the neck brace was fake? We saw the video. We saw you all getting into it. I mean, not you getting into it, but the man at the hotel he came outside. I thought he attacked you, if I remember correctly. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, it was a hate crime. He attacked me. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot.
So you would clearly have known each other at least that amount of time for him to be able to remember that. Because I remember that because that was the first live I've came to two of yours. So that I know that was last year. So
well, I'll say this. It was some people behind the scenes. They had seen me on that channel or whatever. All my mentors up in the building. The official King Payne. Hey, mentor.
Hey, King Payne.
But I was, I would go up on that channel, whatever, if it was a title, I would go up, I would sound off on it, right?
Wait a minute, when you say that panel, are you referring to CTV?
No, Sherelle, yeah, CTVs or Sherelle's or, that's when, if they had anything entertaining, then yeah, I was on it. But
wait a minute, I get that. But before we continue, and I'm sorry, Queen, I have to ask the question because I don't know what I walked into. You and Conscious are still cool, aren't you?
We don't have a beef.
Okay.
I reached out to him and asked him if he wanted to come on my platform to sound off about I forgot the video that I had did. He just seen it and he didn't respond. So that's just where it was. Just arrived in Vegas, periods.
Oh, I'm so glad he got there safe.
Yes.
But wait a minute. I'm sorry. I have to, because my mind will go into 10,000 different places. So when Perry is saying that you have betrayed Sherelle, it's all just because you went and did a live on or joined a panel on another content creator's platform. Is that right?
No, I guess he's saying because he seen me on official King Payne channel. Or he's seen some of my content. And my thing is, if this woman is protecting a predator, is wrong.
I agree 10,000%. Because
and it's like I can give my video, I can give my commentary,
But see, that's what I want to know. Because on the live I saw of hers earlier today, because I'm all for hearing both sides of the fence, but they keep saying that Larry is going to win this lawsuit, and Larry has big proof, and you can't talk about the proof because the lawsuit is ongoing. Well, if the lawsuit is I didn't even know he filed the lawsuit against Levante. I didn't know he refiled. But if the lawsuit is ongoing and you can't talk about what evidence you have, why are you talking about it at all? That's what's confusing to me. Don't breadcrumb me with the evidence. Either you tell it all right now or you wait to speak until you can really talk. Because Levante, when I'm listening to the interviews he's doing, he's very forthcoming. He's going into detail. He's giving direct quotes. He's giving direct places. He can recount, the colors of vehicles, what the furniture look like. If Larry has this irrefutable proof, say what it is. Because whether or not he puts it out there or not, if it's that irrefutable, whether we know about it or not, what would that change? I'm confused about that. Can you shed some light on that?
I just really think that it's a poor excuse to say the least. I just feel like I can be cool with somebody, but when allegations and things like that come up, I can separate my likeness from what's going on. And I think a lot of people have their blinders on because they want to have them on. And I feel like it's a monetary gain for some people. And you know what I'm saying? Like people
I do, because when I was on the panel earlier, I heard them say Levante is having money troubles. He doesn't have any money. He has a record. I heard them say the same thing about Tasha and Whitehead and, yada, yada, yada.
They ain't asking for no money, and that's the problem.
But see, that's what I was going to say, because I also heard they're going to do an investigation. And I don't know, you weren't on King Payne's panel earlier, but that's a trigger for me. And that's why I try to, when I heard that, that's when I dropped off. I said, let me get the hell out of here, because that was going to trigger me. My problem with this is, why are we digging up Levante's past if you have already said that Larry intends on suing Levante and he has irrefutable proof that will prove him victorious in this lawsuit? And then you're saying, we will believe him and there's more evidence to come. Why aren't we letting the evidence speak for itself? Why are we doing a smear campaign against Levante in Black History Month of all times of the year? Like, why are we attacking this man? That's what triggers me, and that's why I have to stay clear off of certain panels, because that's a sore spot. I don't know if anybody, I can't even see the chat because it doesn't show up on my side when I'm on StreamYard, but it's very, very, for somebody who has survived, being abused, I don't ever want to think about, because it has happened to me, I don't ever want to think about somebody going to tell their story, and then rather than somebody listening to you, empathizing with you, and questioning the perpetrator, you're going to question the accuser. So the accuser has to stand trial, even though there's more evidence to say it occurred than it didn't, because whatever evidence they have to say that it didn't happen, they're keeping it so close to the chest. It's invisible at this point until I see documents, until I see whatever Larry has in his briefcase. I can't believe that. And so I feel where you're coming from when you say we have to be careful who we align ourselves with. And it's not only who we align ourselves with publicly, it's also who we listen to with our ears, what we watch with our eyes, that energy that we let into our being. That's dangerous.
I agree. And there's no lawsuit refiled. And my thing is, why
there's a lawsuit refiled? Then maybe I misunderstood Sherelle from earlier. I could have sworn she said that Larry is going to, maybe she said that he's going to sue him in the future. Why won't he sue him right now?
Already? Why isn't it done already?
That's my question.
Because she wants to get on BET.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, this is something new. I haven't heard this before. You're saying that Sherelle wants to be on BET?
Yeah, she wants to be. Listen here. I guess she tried before to do this reality show, whatever. And, she wants to live that glam life. She wants to be on television. She thinks she's got what it takes.
So wait a minute, Sherelle wants to do a reality show, or she wants to do something in the Christian realm like Larry?
She wants to be a part of BET. Okay,
Oh,
BET
any way she can.
any way she can, wherever she can fit in there.
That's interesting. I had never heard that before. I'll look into that because I can see that because I'm also trying to figure out where the commonality between Sherelle and Larry would come from. Because even if Larry spent 400 and something dollars, let's say rounded up to $500 super chat to Sherelle, that's nothing to Sherelle. From what I understand, Sherelle is very well off. So what could Larry possibly offer you financially that you don't have yourself? So now that you mentioned the BET
network, yeah,
now that you mentioned the BET, that makes sense to me. I can see that.
Well, and then I'll give you another teaser. Melanie says that means somebody is lying. Yes, somebody's lying. And then she said, remember, all documents can be edited. Yes, they can. We got talking faces in here. Hey, we got
Hey, Queen Tulsa, what's going on, girl?
oh, nothing much, baby. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm just coming back to catch up. I was watching a video of you when you were on, of course, the official King Payne, and they was trying to come for you. I was like, they better be glad that I ain't up there because y'all not gonna be coming for Queen Tulsa because you don't be bothering nobody.
I don't. I just be chilling.
Yes, and that Michael man, I don't like him at all.
Girl.
But see, that's what I was trying to ask. What is Michael's deal? Because I asked him on the panel last night, I said, what, because he kept mentioning that he grew up around LGBT people. And I was like, well, what does that have to do with anything? Like, I was very perplexed by that.
It don't have nothing to do with nothing. He for some reason, he have his panties in a bun about Queen Tulsa, and I don't know why. Because you were not picking on him. He had a problem with you. The conversation was about something else, and he kept redirecting it back to you. And he just made me so sick. I was just like done with him.
Yeah, it was. I just be chilling, and that's why I feel like the ops were out. They were busy, and they was coming from left to right. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to disrupt our King Payne show, but they don't understand. We don't get down like that. Like, we not ticking time bombs, you know.
Right,
Like,
Sherelle came on now. She sounded like a rabid dog. And I'm serious. I was like totally blown away. I mean, she was just out of control. I was so happy that King Payne just dropped her down. And then he dropped her Perry down as well. And Perry was talking calmly like he had sense. But from the moment that Sherelle came on there, she was like a dog. I mean, she was acting like a rabid dog. She wouldn't listen to what Jaguar was saying. A Jaguar was taking up for her. She wanted so badly to believe that Storm wasn't talking about her, and he was talking about her.
Well, can I ask Talking Faces, and nice to meet you, but my question was, because I heard that, I heard a snippet of it. Is that video still up on King Payne's channel?
Yes, ma'am. Let me tell you which one it is, because you need to go check it out. It's
here, I can pull it up.
It's Storm One Row called Sherelle Worlds BITCH, and then it says / and Trump.
Oh, okay. But I
That's the
saw the
video.
beginning of it. I didn't see the end of it, so I need to go back and watch that part. But you brought up a good point, Talking Faces. You're very analytical. I like that. You said that Perry came on very calm, and from what I heard, I agree with that. That from the part I heard it on somebody else's channel. He was calm, but how come he wasn't as calm when he was talking with Tulsa earlier? Like, that's the part that's confusing me, because I said that's not the Perry I know.
You know what? I think Sherelle, once Sherelle, came on, then I heard her talking to him in the background. You couldn't make out exactly all the things that she was saying, but I think she was getting mad at him because he was talking calm and being logical about the situation and trying to get an understanding or whatever. And he was trying to give Sherelle's perspective, but she kept interrupting. She wasn't willing to listen at all. All she wanted to do was get on there and bark, 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 because she almost seemed to me like she was afraid of Storm. Like, I don't know, like she don't want Storm to be mad at her. But Storm was clear. He was clearly talking about her. He disrespected her.
But that's what confuses me. What is the deal? I had never heard of Sherelle and Storm together. Like, what is the deal with that? How did those two cross paths?
I think this is all a Larry Reid thing. They're only clicking together because of this whole Larry Reid. I think Larry is putting money in all of their pockets or whatever. So now they're in this clique. They're all in this clique. Because before, I never saw her say anything or do anything with Storm or Conscious TV. Or even I didn't even really hear her talking or have anything to say about Larry Reid or even Armand or whatever. But all of a sudden, this new story with Larry that resurfaces, all of a sudden they're all in a clique. And they all look like they wanted to come on. And I don't know why they wanted to come on and disrespect the official King of Pain or whatever. He is so calm and he lets everybody say whatever they want to say. But the reason he dropped them down because Sherelle she was out of control. I'm serious. The woman was out of control.
I heard her say 3 MFs, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, wait a minute, where did this come from? And then that's why I went to her channel today to kind of understand, and she kind of gave some backstory on why she was so upset with Jag. But to your point, talking basis, you bring up some interesting facts, because I do think this is all stemming from Larry. I think Larry is causing division, and people are picking sides, and they're making this Tasha K thing. Everybody who doesn't like Tasha K is supporting Larry. And if you affiliate yourself with Tasha K, it's kind of like it's the line in the sand. People don't want anything to do with you, and they will block you and they will drop you from their platforms. I have a problem with that, because I think this story is bigger than Tasha K. For me, it's not about Tasha. This is about Levante.
It's not. Let me tell you something. This is what Larry and these people were banking on. They all have something in common. All of these people that got together, they do not like Tasha K. So this is what they were banking on. They were going to redirect all of this on Tasha to say, because Tasha lost her case with Cardi B, and they put this whole narrative out that Tasha is a liar and stuff like that. So no one was going to believe it. This was the strategy from the very beginning, which is clear to me. And they want to make this all about Tasha when this has nothing to do with Tasha. The things that Larry Reid did, Tasha K wasn't there in that coat with him. So how can you keep bringing up Tasha K when Tasha K didn't even know Larry Reid back then? See, this is deflecting. All of it is deflecting. This is what they were doing, and this is what they were sent to do, to keep bringing up Tasha. And anybody, all of them have a problem with Tasha. I don't care what they say. They don't like her. And whatever you want to say about Tasha K, this has nothing, the story that she put on with Levante has nothing to do with Tasha's case with Cardi B or anything else.
Right.
It's separate.
But let me ask you this, because I still am very foggy on the details, because like I told Queen Tulsa, I was not following Sherelle back in the day. What the hell is going on between Sherelle's world and Tasha K? What is the beef there? Why is Sherelle so against Tasha K? What happened?
I don't know. I don't know. I never even heard of any beef with Tasha K and Sherelle. I've never heard of anything. I've never heard Tasha say anything about Sherelle.
So that's why it's so bizarre to me. Why Sherelle is so, because I've heard Sherelle, I've heard it with my own 2 ears. Her talk about.
Let me tell you one thing I can tell you about Sherelle. Sherelle clearly has a connection with Larry Reid. Also, Sherelle also is a big defender of Cardi B.
Oh, I didn't know that. So
and let me tell you, I've been on their channel before, and I think I was on there when I wasn't on there talking or whatever. I think I went up there talking one time, but I've seen Queen Tulsa over there. I think that might be one of the first places I met Queen Tulsa. Anyway, but she covered the Tasha K Cardi B case. And all the little people that she had, Diva and all of them, they all think just alike and they agree on the same things. Anybody that has an opposing view, then they kind of like will attack you. And Perry has opposing views sometimes, but because she is a defender of Cardi B, I think that's her thing with Tasha K. That's what she wants people to believe. But I think the reason she had a problem with Tasha was because Tasha was a bigger YouTuber than what she was. That's what I really think Sherelle's problem with. A lot of these people, even Armand, I think they had a problem with Tasha because Tasha started growing so fast. And they don't like that.
Well, can I say,
sorry, guys, I just want to jump in and say this. Remember, I just told you earlier that Cheryl wants Tasha K's she wants that acknowledgement that she gets. You say Tasha K name, everybody know who she is.
Facts.
This woman wants her spot. And this is my thing. You have 400,000 plus subscribers. Do the work.
I agree. But I do have to say one thing, because you're giving me a lot of new information and I'm just taking it all in. But I have to say, I love Diva though, and I've been on Diva's panel like religiously, and I know that she's let me have a difference of opinion. I can't speak to Sherelle. I've never been on her panel, but I think Queen Tulsa, you're absolutely correct. They wanted that. No, that wasn't Queen Tulsa. I'm sorry. That was Talking Faces. Or both of you actually wanted the #1 spot on YouTube. And I started following Armand right around that time when Tasha K was taking off and this whole mentor thing. Oh, you're going to be my mentor or you're not going to be my mentor. The whole thing was craziness to me. But everybody, how can I say this? When that Tasha K and Cardi B case was going on, everybody was so against Tasha, and she'll never work again. She'll never be able to rebrand. She'll never be able to build her platform up. Meanwhile, Tasha, she is rebuilding. She is rebranding. I mean, so she's surviving. But the thing is, if everybody didn't want to be Tasha, because that was the messaging I saw. Nobody wanted to be Tasha. No one was jealous, and this, that, and the third. Then why do they keep antagonizing the situation that way? Because if Tasha is putting out a story and you're not bothered and you want nothing to do with it, why are you even covering the opposing side of the story? Why is this? Circling back to Tasha, Larry needs to stand on his own and stop hiding behind these other YouTubers. I have a problem with that.
Because they are bothered, all of them. You are so right. To your point, when Tasha was going through the Cardi B thing, all of these YouTubers that I'm seeing out here, the prominent ones that are on the scene, all of them was calling Tasha a liar, saying she was gonna lose her channel. She was this. They were praying. They were trying to celebrate her downfall. They wanted her to be destroyed. All of them wanted Tasha to fail. They wanted her YouTube channel to end, and it did not happen. And I don't care what they say. I watched a lot of people and I saw them. And once I see how a person moved, then I decide whether, I don't want to, go back over there or anything, because I don't like it. But they all wanted Tasha to fail because they were all jealous of her. They can say what they want to say. They were jealous. Armand, let me tell you something about Armand. I was watching Armand from way back before, him and Tasha little thing. You can listen to Armand, and Armand, he's a user. He's a clout chaser. He wants to come up off of other people. He doesn't want to do the work, and he does work his channel. And I'm not taking that away from him because I think he's extremely talented. But if you just listen to the story, you can see who's telling the truth and who's not. He felt entitled. He wanted a mentor, and he felt like she owed him everything. And she didn't owe this man nothing. And he didn't even know her that long. But he was so upset because she didn't mentor him like she did with Storm. That was his whole problem with Storm. He was jealous that Tasha chose Storm over him. And then the same thing with T.S. Madison. It was the same thing with her. Then when he went to Jason Lee, it was the same thing with Jason Lee. If you just look at it, there's a pattern with Armand. When he did that interview with Milagro Graham, with the Nicki Minaj and Cardi B thing, he felt entitled. Nicki unfollowed him and he just lost his mind. This man, he wants stardom so bad, and he's willing, even though he does hard work, I'm not taking that from him, but he also wants to climb up on somebody's back and come up too. And those are just the facts. And people like that, you have to watch them and keep a distance between him, because although he could be very successful, he would sabotage himself, because I think he's so emotional too, and he's so greedy, and he wants to come up so fast that I wouldn't trust him. I just wouldn't trust him. But they all have a grievance against Tasha.
Well, I agree. Armand is very talented. I can't take that away from him, just like you said. And I've been in his chat a few times. But it's just when I watched, because I have a love-hate relationship with a lot of these main YouTubers in this sector, because when you say certain things, sometimes I have to unfollow you, give you a break, and then come back. And I do that with Tasha sometimes, and I have to do that with Armand when it comes to certain topics in relation to Black women. I think sometimes Armand can be insensitive, and I'm always hoping he will evolve and see things a little bit differently and say things a little bit differently. But that's just who he is. But I hate that this is happening to Levantre's story. And what really irked me is that this wasn't the first time Levantre tried to tell his story, because he went to another YouTuber. I keep hearing that name, Daryl Moore. And when Larry tried to crush that YouTuber down, and have that YouTuber in court, that really made me look at Larry very differently, because it's like, what are you hiding? Like, why don't you want this person to come out and tell their story? Like, this is a huge turnoff. And unless Larry files a lawsuit and he wins this year, because that was when I was watching that interview with Larry, Storm, and Armand was sitting there and he was looking at Larry with a look of incredulity. I was waiting for Armand to say, wait a minute, Larry, that doesn't sound right. And he did call Larry out a few times, but I wanted him to give it to Larry just a little bit harder, because I've listened to Armand go in on other people. So I know that he has, the ability to think critically. And I'm just puzzled why everyone is giving Larry this little tap on the wrist and giving him the benefit of the doubt. Oh,
This was the plan. Listen, he was going to throw a couple of questions in there, but the way Larry responded, he didn't press him. He just let it fly by. And then like a few minutes later, Storm said, I believe you, Larry.
Wait a minute, I just caught what you said. I thought you said that this was all planned. I was under the impression that they got together and this was supposed to be an Armand versus Storm sit down, and they had no intention on talking about Larry, and that happened by mistake. But
no, that was a distraction. See, the distraction. That's why Larry chose Armand and Storm. That's why he chose them. That was very calculated what they did. Trust me, it was, because people know Armand and Storm have had problems or whatever. And so there's people that like Storm, there's people that like Armand. So to see them do a collaboration with Larry Reed or whatever, Larry knew that their followers would be so caught up in Storm and
All
Armand
right.
and Larry being together that they wouldn't worry too much about the actual reason why they were supposed to be there.
Talking faces, girl, you are so smart. You just put that together with a bow for me because that had been puzzling me ever since the interview came on. And what you just said makes the most sense. The simplest answer is usually the most true. I heard
Right.
somebody say earlier,
And if
and
you
you are right.
notice, Larry had, as soon as they said they believed him, what did Larry do? Larry crossed his legs, sit up on his hip, open his phone up, and then started asking sexual questions to Storm. This was planned. It was supposed to go like this. There was nothing serious about that interview. This was planned.
Whew. And thank you for wrapping that up for me because I cannot believe that I missed it. It was right there. But just how smart is that? You are being accused of homosexual acts with a minor. And you're sitting up here, and Storm is considerably younger than Larry, if I'm not mistaken. Why are you having this type of conversation with these two who are young enough to be your son?
Right.
Well, not even that. Let's talk about the fact of Larry, sharing his experience of what had happened to him, and Storm being so excited, asking, did you swallow? Was it on the face?
Oh my God,
Wait a minute,
yes.
wait a minute. I didn't hear that. Storm and
Yes.
Oh,
Say it,
absolutely.
Tulsa.
Absolutely. He said, where did he do it at? Did you swallow? Did he put it in your face?
wait a
And
minute.
he was,
Wait a minute. Larry told Storm that he was SA'd, and that was Storm's follow-up question.
Yes.
I must have clicked off by the time that happened.
Yes. That's what Queen Tulsa said. He said that was actually said. Yes, this was never a serious interview. And then Storm comes up and says that he's on OnlyFans and what parts of his body he's showing on OnlyFans. And then another part, they all talked about being addicted to porn. I mean, come on, y'all. This was not serious. And at one point, Armand asked Larry, so why would Levante say that? And then Larry says, I don't know.
Well, these three, from what I'm hearing from you two, because I need to go back and watch the rest of that interview because I cut out after 40 minutes or 30 minutes. But if they're sitting around talking about this, to me, it sounds like they're making a joke. They're making a mockery out of kids who are being abused or who have been abused. And as someone like Larry, who has said over and over that he has been abused, for him to not get outraged by that and for him to play along, it's like, well, wait a minute, I have to look at you crazy now. Were you really abused? Because even that story gets kind of fuzzy for me when he says, well, I fell in love with my cousin, he was my first love, because I thought it was normal. I'm like, wait a damn minute. I remember being a young girl and I don't ever remember thinking, oh, listen, it's the whole thing. They're playing in our face. And I'm getting irritated just thinking about it.
That's exactly what they were doing. They were playing in our face. For Armand to ask him, why would Levante say this? And then for Larry to say, I don't know. But then on another channel, he said he totally understood why Levante said what he said and why he feels like it's his fault or whatever. I mean, Larry is just any channel. He's just catering his answers to the different channels that he goes to and talk. And then the things that he says, it proves to me even more that he did do these things. Then Larry says on this same interview that he has been with men before. He has had a dick in his mouth, and
I have.
I mean, it just was crazy.
Have I had a dick in my mouth before? I have. Have I let somebody put their mouth on mine? I have.
That's what he said. And that's exactly how he said it.
But see, that's crazy to me because I remember, I think he was on T.S. Madison's platform, and I believe if it wasn't her, somebody else asked him, was he homosexual? And he said no. He vehemently denied it. And so when you come back now and then you say, because I think in one recent interview I heard him say he's asexual, and you know he's
that's what he said.
and my thing with that is, why didn't you say that in the beginning? Because you've been having experiences with men. And when Levante said on, I can't remember if it was All About the Trees or Tasha K, about Larry's porn addiction, and you just brought it back home for me, talking basis, when you said that Larry, Armand, and Storm were on that interview talking about their porn addiction. Listen, this everything that Larry is saying, he is in a way, he's cooperating Levante's story, because how would Levante know that you have a porn addiction?
Facts, he is. And you know what? When Larry says that wasn't him, he was on somebody's channel. He said that wasn't him. I honestly believe that Larry considers himself to have been different people at different times. So when he says it wasn't him, he's saying it wasn't him, the person that he feels like he is now. Because the reason you have to come up with that, deduce it to that, is because on one point he said he didn't know Levante. Then he said he did know Levante. Then he said he wasn't homosexual. He ain't never been with no man before. Then he says he has been, you know. I mean, it's just so many different things. It's lying.
Then they said he wasn't 15, he was 17. As soon as I heard that, in my mind, I said, oh no, this nigga did it. Because
and then he went to 18. He went from 17 all the way up. The last number I heard age he said Levante was, he was what he said, 19 or 20. He didn't went all the way up to 20. This man, it's just ridiculous.
But whether he was 15, 16, 17, 18, you're supposed to be the apostle of the church. You sent his mother away to go do some work from you.
And it was unwanted. The advances that he did, the things that he did to this young man, they were unwanted. At the very least, Larry sexually assaulted him. Whether he had sex or not, even if he touched him, if he told him to take his clothes off, said it's sexual misconduct, no matter what it is, no matter what age it is. You can take the age out of it. It's sexual misconduct. It's sexual assault. It's abuse of authority, of your position.
You said it right, because it's abuse of power is what it is. And he should never be in close proximity with children again, because the way that he tries to rationalize it and say, oh, I didn't know this person. He was in your church, though. He was playing the drums for you. What do you mean you didn't know him? You was on stage preaching, weren't you? How come you don't see the drums player behind you?
He said that they was after him. And Melanie B says Larry told T.S. Madison it was 6 people who SA'd and drugged him.
Oh, I didn't hear about the drugging part. I didn't know that. You too, Larry?
The story just heard bigger and bigger. It's Larry. It's just evolving over time. I think Larry may have split personality.
Well, let me ask you this, because another content creator had brought up was Larry and the way that he and his ex-wife, he was a bystander to the ex-wife abusing the daughter. And I have to tell you, I saw the video and I heard the audio of Larry's ex-wife, Lisa, going to town on that girl. And I was disturbed by that video. And it led me to think, what else are you two doing to these 2 girls? Have any of you seen that video?
No, I haven't. But
no.
I can believe it. The fact that they say that Larry he decides, who's in a relationship. He put Shamarko with his wife, and it's clear that Shamarko's wife she's a lesbian, I believe, and he put them together. I think Shamarko, I don't know, alleged. I don't know this, but I think Shamarko is gay. I think he personally is in love with Larry Reed. I actually
listen. Shamarko is vice president of the company, honey. Okay, and listen here. Melanie B says it's like a psychiatrist having a relationship with their patient.
Facts.
It's an abuse of power.
Yes.
And see, y'all, I'm trying to hold back my tears because to have somebody to come and say, you know, this has happened to me, and for them to tell their story is already hard reliving that shit.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And it's the trauma that comes along with it. And it's so easy for people to discard people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think that's a problem. And everybody want to laugh and make fun. And, you know, it's not funny.
Not at all.
It's not funny. It bothers the hell out of me.
It makes
even
me
like,
angry.
Yeah, it's like even like when people, you know, get upset and just start saying all these just mean, malicious things. It's like, man, y'all gotta understand some things you just don't have no control over.
Hmm. But Queen, I don't
It
want
was a
you to find me.
child. I'm just stuck on it was a child.
He was a child.
The way that we think now, we wasn't thinking this way when we was 14, 15 and stuff.
No.
We was stupid. We was
Right.
young and full of cum. You
That's
know? And then my thing was him trying to operate the intercourse. Oh, he doing this with, well, he's young. He's gonna do that. If you're gonna tell him anything, you tell him to wrap it up and
Right.
teach him to, you know, send him to get some education.
And he was a young boy, like you said, and he was trying to. His mom was out of the country, and he's living with these people, and he's trying to maneuver himself and keep his sanity in this situation that he's in. So the fact that anybody could say, "Well, why didn't you just do this? Why didn't you do it?" You have victimized the victim. I mean, this
Yes.
is a young boy.
And
you re-victimize him.
That's right. And when I heard him say that he put Shamarko and his wife together, and then I heard Levante say that Larry didn't want him and his wife to be together, it's like, wait a damn minute. It's like Larry doesn't want these men to be with any women or any straight women. Do you get what I'm saying? It's very,
Right?
very
Who
strange.
is giving? Who the fuck are you, mother love?
Right. No, let me tell you what it's given. It's
I'm
given that
serious. Is you mother love?
these was Larry's considered, these two men was his men. That's how Larry saw it. These were my men. So he want to make sure he puts them with someone that they don't want, so he don't have to worry about competition. These were Larry's men, and he
And
was trying to keep it. He trying to have
he
his
wants to
cake and
keep
his
them
pie too.
he wants to keep them on the down low then. Because
That's
if he
right.
wants them to have these public relationships, but you know, he knows the person is a lesbian, he wants them to be heterosexual in public and then homosexual in private. That
Yes.
ain't cool.
Yes. So they can be with him only. See, that's why. See, when Levante got with his wife before they were married, I'm sure Larry was able to see that Levante was really into her and she was
Yes.
into him, and that was a problem for him. And when Levante said, he was on somebody's channel, and he said they were at church one time, and Larry came up and whispered to him, "I had you first." I believe it. That is
Girl,
his personality. I believe he said that. That boy did not make that up.
I believe that too. And what really appalled me, because I saw that live Talking Bases, and I had to pause that because I had to take it in pieces. Because when he said that Larry had the audacity to walk his bald-headed ass up there and say, well, y'all need to come back to the church because you're getting ready to birth something unclean. These were two married people. What the hell were you
Right.
talking about, Larry? Larry cannot be trusted, and that's why I have a really big problem with these content creators going on this smear campaign against Levante and his wife. Because let me tell you something: when they exposed that his wife, where she worked and what she did, that I was thinking to myself, what the hell is going on? What is going on? What did his wife do? Do you get what it's like? They're taking any chance they can to intimidate this man from coming
Right.
forward.
That's what it is. Intimidation to make them shut up.
And Melanie B says Larry kicked the accuser out for being heterosexual. And I've heard stories.
I believe it.
I've heard stories about gay men trying to come on to these straight men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they do that all the time.
That man is into women. He's into Gina. He does not want what you're trying to offer. And I
Right.
feel like you respect people and what their choices are. You ain't gotta force nobody. There's plenty of people out here giving it up for free.
And you know what? Let me tell you something. I really think Larry is obsessed with Levante, and the reason I say he is because this wasn't the first time Larry has done this. He did this before, and it's
Oh,
clear
he
to
chased
me.
me for 7 years. He chased me for 7 years.
Listen, I can tell he wanted Levante, and Levante is with a woman. He was expecting for Levante to eventually probably have sex with him, and try a man. But from what it seems, that never happened. It never happened. And I think Larry is very he is puzzled by that. And I think he's obsessed with Levante, because I think I remember somebody saying that Larry saw him too one time at the church and said, "You still look good," or whatever. I mean, Larry wants this man. He wants this man. I don't care what anybody say. Larry wants this man. And he's upset because that man didn't want him. He preyed on that child when he was a child, and they were grooming him. That was grooming in a cult. That was no church. That was a cult.
So let's talk about Shamarko and his son and how he won't let him be around Larry.
Yes. Okay.
Alone.
That tells you a lot right there. He won't let Larry, because Shamarko knows who Larry is. He knows who Larry is. Oh, and I just want to say one thing while we on this. I'm getting on another subject. On that video that you were on, I think I have noticed this, Queen Tulsa, and I wanted to ask you your opinion on this or whatever. I kind of feel like on King Payne show, I think that it's a lot of people that comes up there and talk. They don't like Jaguar because it's I don't know. It's like they never give her any grace on anything, and like everybody's a private investigator when they can't come in up there. And these same people in their own lives, they're not doing everything 100% that they probably should be doing by the book or whatever, but they want to come on there and they just want to attack her. I mean, granted, Jaguar has some problems, but we all have problems. She's human just like everybody else. But it just seems to me like the last video I watched, I was really kind of upset because I was like, y'all don't seem like y'all like her. And if you don't like her, why even come up here if you don't like her? Because I don't think that people should come up there if you don't like a person just to drag a person. Because that lady,
exactly.
Yeah, I just don't think you should do that. You can give your critique about a person, and it's valid to even question something that you may not believe, but you don't attack the person. You know what I'm saying? It's no reason for people to attack Jaguar. That's all I'm have to say. You can question what someone is saying in a respectful way without attacking them.
Because then you're gonna wonder why she's gonna fire back at you.
Right.
Because you have to understand like the energy that you're giving her.
Right.
And I had asked a question to Jag to give clarity to some of the people that couldn't comprehend what was going on. And that question was, you have a price tag on your head. How does that feel? To give the audience an idea of what's going on in her head.
And that was a valid question. There was nothing wrong with that question. I heard you ask that question. And then the guy said, how could you ask her a question? I'm like, what was wrong with that question? If Jaguar had a problem with that question, she would have said she had a problem with that question.
She answered it, didn't she?
She answered that question. But how is somebody else going to tell you what question to ask? I had a problem with that. There was nothing wrong. That was a very valid question, and there are a lot of people that want to know that. How does it feel for her every day to to believe that somebody have a price on your head? I mean, that was a great question to ask.
I mean, what they was focused on like you said, the ratchetness, trying to.
Yes.
I mean, we already see the sister. I mean, we
Right.
know okay. The car is burnt up. You know what I'm saying? Like this woman is out without transportation. Let's take in the fact that damn, she could have lost her life, or her husband could have lost his life. Let's think about the blessings.
Right.
They're still here. You
Right. And
know.
then she said Monday that she was going to show some proof. But people were just like, I don't believe it, this and and that's fine if you don't believe it. But if someone is telling you that Monday, I'm gonna show, because she don't even have to do that. But if
Right.
somebody is saying that, give them the benefit of the doubt and just wait till that day. Just don't get on there and just try to bash her and tear her down. I know the things that Jaguar says, a lot of them are salacious, and I think some people are getting fatigued with the industry talk about different people in the industry. But if you are getting fatigued with that, then you pull back. But you don't tell somebody else how to talk about things that happen to them and their life, their experience, and how they perceived it. And that's what these people don't understand. And because I think a lot of them have fatigue, then don't come up there when she talking about that. You need to pull back, because this woman is speaking about the things in her life, whether you believe them to be true or not. She believes them. I believe that she believes what she's saying.
Right.
And you have to respect the fact that this is what she believes. This is her truth, and she's speaking it. It's like I'm hearing these people like tell this woman not to speak her truth. And that's crazy to me. Let her speak her truth. If you disagree with it, I can understand people, you might disagree with that or whatever. That's fine, because I think personally that I wish you would focus more on the people that's running the industry, that's doing all these terrible things, than the puppets. Because to me, I think people like Mary J. Blige, that she talks about, Jay-Z, Beyonce, I think these are just puppets. Let's get the puppet master. Talk about the puppet master. But I can't tell her what to speak on. She speaks on what she wants to speak on. If I believe it, if I believe it. If I don't, I don't. You take in what you take in, and then what you don't like,
And then
you don't
you
take
just
in.
keep it. If it don't apply, you let it fly.
You let it fly. But don't try to tell somebody not to tell their truth if you believe that they believe it's the truth. And I don't think anyone listening to Jaguar can say that they don't believe that she believes what she's saying.
Well, I'm gonna jump in, and I'll be the lone wolf on this one. I think that I agree with that point, that she may believe everything that she's saying. I believe that. But I think where I kind of draw the line with Jag is when we seek compassion from others, we need to be able to display that. Because when Jaguar first came on the scene, I was enamored with her stories, because I'm thinking, we have an insider. We have someone who's willing to come forward and go against the grain. I wanted to know more. She reminded me of a Kaya, of a Charleston White. I think, and I said this to Jaguar. If I didn't, I know I said it on King Pain's channel today, that she commands a lot of attention, and she is very powerful. And if she used her instrument to her full potential, she would be unstoppable. I believe that. But and I don't think anybody is saying she can't tell her story. I think when she came, and I'm speaking for me, and from my perspective, and why I asked her the questions I did. When I was on that panel and I was listening to the way that she was speaking, she went from telling her experience and her story into another rant about the industry. And she started talking about Beyonce, and she started talking about Blue Ivy. And at a certain point, how good are we as people to be in the midst of what is going on and not ask the real questions, because this rhetoric is dangerous. If it's not, if it's true or if it's not true, either way, speaking up comes with a price. And I believe everybody should speak up for what they believe in. But if Jaguar was offended, because I can admit I have the potential to come on strong. So I'm not going to deny that. But one thing I did do, and I did it twice during that interview. If it wasn't twice, I know for sure I did it once. But I apologized to Jag. And that's more than what she gave me. But the reason I apologized to her is because I understood I had to meet her where she was. And she was missing the boat. Okay. And
okay, let me ask you a question. What I remember watching a video, and I'm trying to figure out Jaguar got mad at someone, and then she started she called them the B, and then
she was talking about me. That was me.
You. Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, I was not on the chat, but I watched the video. Okay, let me tell you where I think you made a mistake at. And I mean no disrespect to you. I'm a person, I like to listen to people, and then I can I don't know, I have this knack of it can internalize it, and I can see it from your aspect, I can see it from her aspect, and then I can see it from on the outside. And this is where I think you went wrong. When I listened to you, you were saying that you didn't believe, you didn't necessarily believe what she said. But one thing I noticed that you did say was, you said about her car, you said, I watched the video and I saw the car that she's in. You alluded to the fact that it was a raggedy car that she had.
I did.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so when you did that right there, you set yourself up for her to come at you, because then she felt like you were being malicious to her. And that's why she came at you the way she came at you. I think if you had left that part out and not made it personal, I don't think that she would have came at you like that. But I think you made it personal when you talked about that her car was raggedy, because to me, you could have left that part out. But let me tell you something. Jaguar has mental health issues. We know that. We know she's on medicine. She was talking and she was fine, and then all of a sudden she started going off. And you said she went on the Jay-Z and Beyonce. This is what I believe that happens to her. She has trauma from when she was in the industry. So when certain things start to happen to her, then I noticed just from being observant that she gets triggered at some point. Once she gets triggered, she starts going off, and then that's when she'll start talking about the industry stuff and bring Jay-Z and Beyonce in it. I've seen her in several situations where it had nothing to do with Jay-Z, Beyonce, and the industry stuff. She's gotten mad at people, but once she gets triggered, then it's like that aspect of it comes in, because I think the trauma that she experienced from that, she kind of conflates them together, and then it's all one thing. So that's why I think she brought in the Jay-Z and Beyonce stuff again, because she got triggered. And it was clear she did. She got triggered, and she got triggered because of the statements that you made about her car. If you had just said maybe that you didn't believe her, that because there was other people saying they didn't necessarily believe the situation about her car or whatever. But I think that part of about it that you said about her car looked ragged. I seen her car, when she's on the video, it didn't look like a good car, something like that. That was offensive. And I would have been offended too if you had said that to me. I would have been offended too, because it would have made me think you was being malicious. You was really trying to come for me.
Well, that's fine, because here's the thing. When I look at Jag, I'm pretty much in agreement with you. This is someone who is not on she doesn't have even temperament.
Right.
And one thing I will say is that the first time I unsubscribed from Tasha K was about when she did the Surviving Jaguar, and she brought that woman's ex-husband and child up there, and she spoke about those her familial things that were going on the inside. So I do have compassion for Jag. However, I have a breaking point too. And when you come up on the panel, because yes, she heard what I said, and I could have said that better. I acknowledge that on the panel I could have. However, when I was speaking, I had no idea Jag was listening. I had no idea Jag was going to come back. And so we could have discussed that, and that could have went a totally different way. But the reason we never got to have that powwow, because I'm never too big to apologize for anything that I say. And I never want anyone to think that I want to maliciously tear them down. However, I was calling it like I saw it. And I would have apologized to Jag had she been emotionally astute enough to communicate that her feelings were hurt. When you come back on the panel and I don't even know that you're here, I'm blindsided. So you come at me and you're talking about I'm a B, you're talking about my wig. I give you that. It's a poor choice in the wig. I can give you that. Everything that she can throw at me, I can take it because I'm able to accept a third party perspective. But what I'm looking at here, I'm not the superstar. Jag is the superstar. I have to acknowledge your emotional and your past trauma, but you don't have to acknowledge mine. No, we're going to get in the ring and we're going to be two grown women and we're going to talk it out. But you respect me as I'm respecting you, because I never once called Jag the B word. I never talked about her vagina. Before she knew that I was into women, she assumed that I was a prostitute. She thought that I had all of
that
these.
was out of anger. I don't think she really did that.
Wait a minute. I had anger too. Because when you talk about a child, because forget Jay-Z and Beyonce, when you keep saying Blue Ivy's name, and it's not just these famous people, Jag has talked about people in the chat when she's not even supposed to be looking at the chat. King Kane has already told her, stop paying attention to the chat. I'm not the only person who she was rude to on that panel. She told everybody on that panel to shut the up. That's what she said to everybody. So I'm not the only one she insulted. She insulted everybody on that panel. And she's been getting away with it because people pacify her bad behavior. We can't go around and saying, well, she gets triggered easy and this, that, that. Those are her triggers. She's responsible for those things. She needs to make sure that she's on her medication, because if you go out and do that in the real world, you could get yourself hurt. She's lucky that she's ran across the officer she's ran into, because some Black people are not so lucky. Some Black people don't make it out to tell the story. Some Black people don't get to go live the next day. She needs to get her attitude under
You know what?
control.
Okay, let me say this. And I hope you agree with what I'm saying. I understand how you feel because she did attack you. Okay. But I want you to try to look at it from this standpoint. You said what you said, and you said you didn't know that she was on the panel, when you said what you said.
She was.
Okay, but it don't matter whether she is on the panel or not. The fact is that you said it. And when you say something, let me finish. When you say something about someone, you can't control how they respond, especially someone that has clearly mental health issues. But we also have to take in the fact too, we as the viewers, this is not our life that we're on here commenting about and listening to. It's her life. It's not our life. It's hers. So at the end of the day, the burden of basically all of it is on her, because it's her life. It's her life experience. Whatever happens to her with a car, or if somebody tries to kill her or something, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, unalive her, it's her. It's not us. We're just simply voicing our opinion. So I just think we as the viewers and to come on there to give our opinion, we need to at least give her some grace, because at the end of the day, we're not putting our lives out there for everybody to pick apart. And when you are out there and everybody's picking everything about you to apart, a lot of times you will get triggered. Sometimes you will get sick of it and you will react or whatever. So I don't blame her for reacting the way that she react, because if I say something to somebody or about someone, I can't control how they are going to respond or whatever. I can simply say that, you know what, maybe I was wrong. I shouldn't have did whatever I said. I shouldn't have said what I said the way I said it or whatever. I don't think necessarily that she just really wanted to attack you per se. It was so many people saying so many things negatively about her, like attacking her about her story and her life, and she lost it. Everybody was saying stuff.
Well, here's the thing. These people who she's talking about, they have families. You say that she's telling her life and her experience. You don't know who, and I'm with you and I having a peaceful conversation. I really like you, but we don't know who is in the chat who may be related to a Mary J. Blige, who may be related to a Beyonce. We don't know. When you talk about people, you don't know who. It's like a boomerang. You don't know who's in the chat. You don't know who is going to be affected by what you're saying. And when she spoke about that child, Blue Ivy, I don't know Blue Ivy, but what I do know is I didn't appreciate that comment. And what I'm saying is, Jag is old enough to be my mom. And what I mean by that is, and that is why I didn't call her the B word. I handled that the best way I could. I can't go back and change it. But what I will say is, she is fortunate that she ran into someone of my temperament who is able to remain calm under pressure. Because I have to be honest, a lot of girls my age are not going to be too many bitches. We're not going to be too many, I know a lot of prostitutes in your area, I'm going to F you up. Listen, a lot of people, even if I was wrong, that's the price you pay for turning on your camera and exposing your life. Not everybody is going to like it. And for Jag, of all people, Jag has exposed people. She exposed Tevin Campbell. And even though these people, but this is my point though, you don't get to do bad things and then say everybody has to treat me nice.
I'm not saying everybody got to treat her nice.
No, but that's what she thinks. That's what she thinks, because she wants to have an opinion about everybody else's life, but nobody can have an opinion about her life. And
I don't think that though, because everybody talk about her. All of these channels are saying negative stuff about her. It's just sometimes she gets triggered. That's what I'm saying. And at the end of the day, the things that she's saying about Jay-Z and Beyonce, Jay-Z and Beyonce, they have the biggest platform. If they wanted to come out and say something to Jag, or if they didn't want her to keep saying what she's saying, how many times have we seen Beyonce especially send out a cease and desist? They could reach her and make her shut her mouth if they wanted to.
But why does somebody have to send you a court order to make you? Why can't she just be a good person and say, you know what? Let me find something. I have all this talent and I'm getting the most notoriety from talking about other people. Why does somebody needs to hire a skip tracer to find out where Jag doesn't have a permanent address? Why does somebody have to send you?
She feels like they wronged her.
Send you a cease and desist.
Listen, she feels like they wronged her. And Jaguar feels like we don't know what happened to her. And I'm not going to speculate as to what happened to her. But she feels like they wronged her in some way. And she's angry about it. And she's traumatized about it. So I'm not going to try to tell her how she should react or what she should and should not do. She's doing what she feels like is best for her.
No, but I am. Because let me tell you what triggered me as a mom. When she took that baby's ashes and put it all over her face, listen, you don't need to be on the streets. And when people say, well, who am I to make that judgment call? Listen, I am somebody who was in the public. I am somebody who doesn't want to be. And it's not only for my own safety, but it's for her own safety.
But she don't need you to be safe for her.
Because what's going on with law
that's where y'all messing up
but
at.
But the temperament, the temperature in this country with law enforcement and Black people, for her to climb herself into the airport and make those terroristic threats about having a weapon, and you're lucky I don't have my gun, I can't wait to get back home to my gun, and I didn't take my medicine. Listen, those are stunts. She is fortunate.
But that's on her.
Still have
That's
her
on her.
freedom.
That would be on her. See,
That's
the
not what this
problem
is
is
about.
y'all
Could
are
I say
trying to
something right
tell
quick?
y'all trying to tell this grown woman what to do. She is a grown woman. She's living her life for her. She's not living it for you or me or anyone
She
else.
is though,
And
because she
But
wants
talking
to
to
be.
y'all
faces.
are
But wait a
getting
Here,
minute.
mad because
She
y'all
let me help you
no.
guys out.
her
Wait a
life.
Hold
minute.
on,
Let me
ladies.
get this
Ladies.
one point,
Ladies. Hold on
please.
one second. I am, but hold on one second. We got Miss
Cree.
Miss Cree RN in the building. We're gonna let her speak in a second because she's an RN and she's been sounding off in the comments. But what I was gonna say, to E's point, I didn't think that Jag should have been out as quick as she had. I know I might get a lot of pushback on that, but I just felt like she should have been away for at least a month or two
I agree.
to give her time away from social media, to give her time to let those meds settle into her system, to let her get a schedule. I think everything was just happening so fast. And then if we really think about that, her life is fast. They're always on the go. They're always on the move. They're always moving. And when you don't put your mental health first, this is what you get.
Right.
I agree with that. I do feel like she came back to social media too soon. I feel like we can't rationalize with someone who may be who may be sick, like trying
Right.
to say should have did this, she should have did that. I mean, of
Right.
course, a more sane or stable or mentally stable person, that of course that's logical. But if someone has a issue, mentally, you can't rationalize with them. They're gonna do what they feel in that moment, regardless of how we may feel like it's crazy, it's crazy or anything. It's just like with me at work. If I have a patient and they're cursing me out, I mean, if they're sick, how do I look going back and forth with someone?
Right.
Like, 'cause I know that they're sick right now, and they may not mean those things, or they may come back and apologize later. You just have to just let them do what they want to do right then, and just you walk away from it. But arguing back and forth with them, you'll never be right, I feel, during that moment, because they're in a different place mentally. So
what's your name, young lady? What's your name?
Cree.
You are 100% right, and that's what I'm trying to give to her to understand. People are trying to tell her what to do, but she has mental health issues.
We're not saying you're wrong. Like you may be right in what you say, but and I'm not trying to take away from how you feel, but in that situation, you're going to be wrong to her. You may not be wrong to anyone else.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't want to be right in Jaguar's opinion. I don't care what Jaguar thinks is right or wrong. That's not my point. My point is people can view what I said as triggering. That's fine. We all get triggered when we walk out. There are lots of things that everyone is dealing with, and not everything is apparent as what what her illness is. And for all you all know, I could have been triggered. I could have a mental illness. You don't know. So when you have two ladies on the panel and you have one who is older and one who is younger, this person, you can't say that it's up to me. It's incumbent upon me to hold myself accountable, which I have because I apologized on that day. But it's not incumbent upon me to micromanage Jaguar's responses to what she may or may not have heard when she wasn't even on the panel when I was speaking. I don't know who's in the chat. If she heard it, then that's the way that God wanted it to happen. But I didn't go back and forth with her in that way. But you can't tell me that you want to be in the algorithm. You can't tell me that you're going to turn your camera on all day and that you are purposefully allowing people to interview you. You're going from platform to platform to tell your story, and she thrives off of this because when she got that 1 million views whatever interview she did 2 weeks ago, she couldn't stop talking about it. She loves being in the public. She feeds off of that energy. You're not going to be able to convince me that Jag sat alone in her hotel room that night and she cried because of what I said to her. Jag didn't give a damn about what I said to her afterwards. She may have been annoyed, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean that I was wrong for asking the tough questions. After I apologized to her for my delivery, I was finished with it. I made peace with that decision. But I have to be honest, that's more than what she would have gotten from any other woman my age or younger. Because whether she has an illness or not, that's her illness. That's her triggers. She is responsible for how she responds, whether she is on her medication or not. She's a grown woman. We have laws in this country. Just because you have if you are unstable and you cannot control yourself in the company of others, they have a place for you. But everybody in this world is not going to tiptoe around you and tiptoe around your feelings just because something is going on with you.
This is social media, and I'm not to talk past anything you're saying, but this is social media, and everyone, to me, now correct me if I'm wrong, everybody knows that anytime Official King Pain will go on live, she'll be there. I mean, that's like, that's
I didn't know that.
Facts. I mean, for the last couple of weeks, however long, to me, I said to me, I mean, we'll already know, especially, if he's discussing something, that's involving her, she's gonna pop up, and I feel
didn't know
like,
that.
okay, even when you say like with mental health, if a mentally unstable person, if they've had a documentation of being mentally unstable, if they commit a crime, they will more than likely be sent to a crazy house rather than jail. So they kind of do have a past leak sometimes when it comes to the legal part on that.
Right,
Am I wrong?
right.
Does she?
Because I don't know what she has been diagnosed with. I'm saying in regards to mental health.
So if we don't know,
well, here
we
we can clarify that right now. Well, yeah, because when that incident happened in Dallas with the ashes that you're referring to, she didn't go to jail. She went to the facility.
But I asked her about that. And if you go back and watch the video, because I went back and watched it the next day, because like I said, I wanted to make peace with that situation. And when I went back and watched it, when I questioned Jaguar on that, she insinuated, and you have to go back and listen to it, she insinuated that she did that purposefully. And the way that I interpreted that is that she is fully aware and she is cognizant that she is perceived as having this mental ailment. And this is why she makes those statements about, I didn't take my lithium, or I'm crazy, or this. And she's using that, she's weaponizing it. Because if you don't want people to talk about your mental health, and she said that on the panel, I don't know if anybody heard that. She said, don't talk about my mental health. And so if you, wait a minute, if you don't want people to talk about your mental health, then you stop talking about it. That's the point.
But she can do that. It's her. That's what I was just telling you. I didn't say you were wrong I did say you were wrong about the piece when you talked about her car, and I think that's what triggered her, because I think she interpreted that as being malicious. But you didn't attack her. Wait, one second.
Wait, I want to answer that because you said that 2 times. Even if I was wrong, that doesn't give her the right to act like a wild animal. She acted like a wild animal.
Let me tell you something. You didn't attack her. You did get quiet. Later on, I did hear you apologize to her. But to me, when I listen to you, it's almost like you are talking about her like she does not have some sort of problem. And she does have a problem. And why would you keep wanting to argue with somebody when someone is going off and they have a problem? I wouldn't continue to go back and forward, and I just would give them grace, because I would be like, you know what, she has some issues, I'm not gonna argue with her. But you did, when I'm saying you did start it, because you talked about her car, and I know that's what triggered her.
And the reason I beg to differ, the reason I beg to differ is because when I came up on the panel, she was gone. She said that she had to go.
She was in the chat, though.
I didn't know she was. But wait a minute, I didn't know she was in the chat.
She was listening.
And so I had no idea until she came back up. And so when people, because it goes back to intent. We can't say that because I didn't intentionally trigger her. If she was triggered unintentionally, then that's her problem. At best, she got an apology, but at worst, she didn't. It wasn't owed. I didn't have to do that. And the other part to that is, if we're operating with someone that we understand has a mental ailment, then we have to be careful on what platforms we put her on, because these chats are
let me say this.
Too much.
You were acting like an investigator.
Yes.
You did ask her,
yes,
what's the tag number?
Mhm.
What's the VIN number? I mean,
well,
the lady had, look, she
in
didn't even have the car in front of her. So
we
I'm
have to put
thinking
that
like,
we have to
I
put that
seen
in
what her car
perspective.
looked like on the video. I seen that car. Like
But
it's a
we,
raggedy car. You can't say
I
things
never.
about people and then
That's
don't
not true.
expect them to come at you in a different way. You act
That's
like you
not
were
true. I
surprised.
never said
But the
that her
way
car.
the things that you
That's not
said,
true.
she gave you what she felt like you was giving her.
Well, she couldn't have felt like that because I wasn't talking to her. And the point
You
is,
were talking about her
but wait
though.
just a
You were
moment, because,
talking about her.
but wait a minute. When I asked her for her tag number and when I asked her for her case number, that was after I had already been called 3 bitches. Oh, at that point, whatever I said to you, that was goodies. That was goodies, because I didn't call you out of your name, because I respected you that much and I wanted to stay on topic. The
Well,
topic was
she felt
not
like she
the
gave
topic,
you goodies
but
too.
the topic
She
was
felt like
not
she gave
my
you goodies.
race. The topic was not my vagina. The topic was the car. You came on to talk about the car, and I had questions. And when you go
You can
back
have
and
questions.
when you go back and look at the comments on that video, you will see people on my side. You will see people. We cannot excuse this type of behavior and say, you know what, E, you shouldn't have asked any questions. No, I should have asked the question.
And that's not what I said.
Because
You can
this should
ask
be.
questions, but it's the way you ask questions.
No, but you're trying to tell
You
me
can't
how I
ask
can ask.
questions and then talk about in the same breath, say, I seen the inside of your car like it's raggedy. That's
Excuse
shade,
me,
girl.
I didn't say that to her.
You said that on the panel.
Wait a minute. I said that on the panel, but I didn't say that to her because
She
she
was
wasn't on.
listening. She
Wait a
was
minute.
listening, girl.
Wait a minute. Stop cutting me. Wait. Can I get it out?
Because you're not making sense. It don't matter whether you said it to her. The fact is that you said it.
Because
listen here.
Not understand
Hold
that.
on, ladies.
No, Queen Tulsa.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna let you.
No.
I'm gonna let you get it out. I'm gonna let you let.
No, because I'm going to forget about it, and I need to say this right now in this moment. Because when you say that I said I was talking about her car and that triggered her, if I don't know that you're listening, I'm not even speaking to you. I'm speaking to King Payne. If you're over listening, then that's fine. Then.
Does that make sense?
Okay, if you're coming on my friend's channel and you say something, and if I'm there probably like 5 times out of the 7 or whatever, of course there may be a chance that I may hear it. Like I mean, regardless of that, you came on a public platform to where she can go back and listen to it now, whatever. That's what said, and people were confronted. But I mean, you're not getting like the reason what she's saying. She's not saying that you can't have an opinion, but sometimes to me, if I know the stove is hot, instead of me putting my hand on the stove, I'm just gonna walk off. Like I'm confused. I don't.
Me too. I don't see how she don't understand. Is that it doesn't matter whether you said it to Jaguar or not. You were talking about her and you said it and she heard it. So she heard it. She came on and she reacted the way she reacted. You can't tell her how to react. You keep harping on this thing where you're saying I didn't say it to her. It doesn't matter that you didn't say it to her. The fact is you said it about her.
Okay, well, I'll say it again. Is she going to come back up here tonight?
I don't know. Maybe so. I don't know.
Because I didn't tell any stories. I did see the inside of her car. And it was questionable.
So don't be mad why she came at you then. You should understand why she came at you then.
I never said that I was angry that she came at me. That I never said that. When did I say I was angry?
Don't be surprised.
Well, I was surprised because, and I'll tell you why. Well, I'll tell you why.
She felt like it was malicious.
I'll tell you why I was surprised, and I'll tell you why other people were surprised as well. Because when I came on that panel, I specifically said, King Payne, I want to make sure that before I say what I say, I want to make sure that it's going to be cohesive because I know you and Jack have a relationship. And he said you can say whatever you want to say, as long as you're not disrespecting anybody on this panel. And so, and I think, and you can go back and look at the comments on under that video, because I think that's where people took exception. Because if we're holding a panel and we're saying we're going to respect the other panelists, even if we have a difference of opinion, then everybody can't jump on me and call me all kinds of bees, talk about my hair, talk about my vagina, because wait a minute, what happened to freedom of speech? Isn't Jag the queen? She wants to be the freedom of speech queen. And so now when I'm exercising my freedom of speech, then you jump down my throat. I never said I was mad that she called me all those names, because I laughed at her. The first time she called me a bitch, I laughed at her in her face, because I understood that I'm talking to somebody who cannot see things in a logical way. She responded emotionally, she was angry, and the public saw that. The public saw it. That didn't look good for her.
It didn't look good for her. I wish she hadn't, attacked you like that. And and so I get what you're saying as to the things that she said. I wish she hadn't said those things to you. But I'm just simply saying there was shade in the things that you were saying. And just like you felt like she attacked you, I think when you said the things that you said, I think she felt like you were attacking her. And so it was like, she came at you. I wish she hadn't said those things. When she gets upset, she does get very emotional and she'll start going off or whatever. So I'm not saying what she said to you was right. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that when you say something about somebody, whether you're saying it to them or not, the fact is it may get back to them. Or they could be in the chat or whatever, and she came up and she felt like it was shady. I felt like it was shady too. You do have a right. Wait a minute. You do have a right to question things if you don't believe something. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't, because people have the right to question things that they don't believe. But I'm just saying and I told you in the beginning, the place where I think you messed up at was when you made reference to like her car was raggedy, because then it seems like you're going beyond your actual questions about the validity of this incident, and it kind of seems personal and malicious.
But I don't owe Jag any respect. I give everybody I come in contact with respect, but I don't owe Jag anything. If it came across as personal and it came across as malicious, like I said on the panel, I said it a lot more tactfully than some of the things Jag has said about others. And like I said, you can't expect grace when you put poison out into the universe. And that goes back to what Larry is doing. When Larry was talking and exposing all of those pastors, now is his time to come forward. And the same thing with Jag, the same way you've talked about all these celebrities and you called them all out of their name. When somebody comes at you, well, listen, it's just your turn, because this is what you put out into the universe. So no one can tell me where I messed up per se, because I don't know Jag. I don't depend on Jag, even though she tried to make it seem like, oh, you're eating off of me and you're going to make videos about me. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have a blog. I'm not eating off of Jag. She lies, okay? She lies, and she thinks that she is so important to so many different people. I first started tuning in to King Payne because of the Larry situation. I did not know Jaguar Wright was over there frequently, because when I started tuning in, that was the only content I was watching, the Larry Reid stuff. I don't follow Jaguar that closely because Jaguar is very triggering, and Jaguar tells stories. She tells truth sometimes, but she also tells stories. And I don't like listening to a bunch of foolishness in that way. And I just happened to catch this one live. This is my first time seeing the King Payne live with Jaguar in there. And when actually, I'm lying. I saw one more, the interview that she did with her husband. I was in that panel, or that chat, I'm sorry. So this is my second time seeing Jag on King Payne's live. And I just find it interesting that someone who is big and bad and from Philadelphia, and you sold drugs and this, that, and the third, I implied that your car was dirty and that hurt her feelings to the core. She has to toughen up. That's not a good look. She has to toughen up.
With all due respect, ma'am, I'm just going to say this. From the way you just expressed us, how you you had encounters with listening to her, and then you don't believe things that she says. Some of the things, it seemed like it's all fair to me. It's fair that you don't believe her. You said the things that you said about her, and that's just the way it is. She responded by saying the things that she said about you. Y'all even. It's all fair to me. It's all fair. Nobody should be mad at anybody.
But I
So
never said that we.
hold on, y'all. Let's let Melanie get in the word. She's been up here patiently
Hey,
for about 5 minutes.
Melanie. Uh-oh. Maybe you ought to go out and come back in.
Yeah, it sounds like robotic.
Yeah, but anyway, you two, I mean, everything is fair. The way you feel, what you said was how you felt, and you have every right to say what you said and to feel the way you feel, but at the same time, so does she. So
Well, here's the thing. I never had a problem with it afterward. I was finished with it. I think the only reason that we're talking about it is because I know that was triggering for you, and I know that you wanted to be able to express that, and I appreciate that. And it's no love lost.
Right.
However, when
I
it
don't
comes,
think any different of you. I mean, I respect everybody's opinion and their thoughts, but sometimes the only reason I'm saying that is because I thought, and maybe I was wrong, that you didn't understand why she was attacking you. And so I was just, trying to elaborate to tell you why I think that she attacked you, because I think she felt like that you were attacking her. But everyone has the right to have questions about an incident that maybe don't make sense to them. You know what I'm saying?
well, yeah, the whole thing didn't make sense. And when she says, because I asked the questions that I wanted to know and that I know other people wanted to know. And because by not asking the tough questions, we enable this behavior to keep going. And when you tell me that Jay-Z was looking for you and they had you in the hospital and they were trying to do you harm and they were trying to KILLU and do all of this stuff, I'm curious. My question to her was, well, how did you get out of that place? How did you escape? I mean, were you the X-Men? Like, if they wanted to do you so much harm and you were in such fear of your life, how did they let you out? These people were trying to help you. And on the recordings that we heard of Jaguar from that place, wherever she was, because we don't know where she was, but wherever she was, it didn't sound like they were hurting her. When she was on that panel the other night, she didn't sound scared to me. She didn't sound hurt to me. People kept saying, well, she was in fear for her life. She thought the car was going to blow up. We should be thankful she wasn't in the car. She wasn't in the car to begin with. She wasn't even in the car when Gerald parked it there and went to the house. The whole thing made no sense. Okay, and when we talk about because she said that she had some prostitutes and she knew prostitutes in every state. I'm like, well, wait a minute. How do you know prostitutes in every state? Jaguar has this thing where, and I don't judge, but if you're telling me that you prefer women, but you're married to Gerald, and then you're telling me that I need to get some D, you're getting D every chance that you get, but it's still not enough. Don't tell me what I need. And we have to be careful about what we say. And when Jaguar is old enough to be my mom, you can't expect me to hold her hand during every conversation. Because when you jump on a panel, the same way that I could be called to be, she can be called one too. And in fact, she has been called worse than that. So that's why those types of things don't bother me. But I know a lot of people felt a lot of type of ways about Jag. And when people want to coddle her and defend her, it doesn't help her. That is enabling her past behavior, and she will never get better. If we're saying that she's not well and she has a mental illness, then we need to treat her as such. Maybe she shouldn't be doing interviews. Maybe she shouldn't be doing panels. If she's that sick and she requires that much hand holding, then we need to reevaluate what type of YouTube access we give this woman, because now it's becoming a spectacle.
We can't tell King Payne who to bring up on. He has a friendship with
I didn't say we need to tell King Payne. I said we as the public.
I know,
we need to figure out.
You just said shouldn't be on these panels. Maybe she shouldn't.
That's what we need to think
But Queen
about.
Tulsa, let me ask you a question. I want to ask Queen Tulsa something.
Hmm.
And this is for Queen Tulsa, okay? Queen Tulsa,
Okay.
let me just ask you this. I'm gonna give you a scenario, okay? Say I'm Jaguar Wright, okay? And I know that there's people out there that don't believe me or whatever, and think the things that have said are lies, and they don't like the things that I'm saying about people, whether they're celebrities or not. And then I'm on a panel and a person asks me a question or whatever, and then I don't entertain that person or whatever, because why would I entertain that person if I know you don't believe me already? Why would I even attempt to answer your question if I believe in the beginning that you don't believe me and you don't like me? Remember when I first came up here, you and I were talking, and I said I believe that there are people that come on the panel that don't like her. I don't know for what reasons, but they don't like her. If you do not like someone, or you think someone is a liar, and they ask you a question, are you going to entertain that person?
No.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna, sit back and watch the show like I've already been doing.
All right, Queen Tulsa, that's right. Because Jag didn't do that, did she? Jag came up and she only wanted to entertain me. And when somebody else tried to speak with her, she was very rude. She was very abrupt. And actually, it was a lot of dead air at one point, which is why I came in the second time and I asked my second round of questioning, because no one was able to get anything out. And even though she said she wasn't interested in anything I was saying, I sure was fooled, because she sure did talk to me the most. And if she wasn't going to entertain me, it would have been no reason to come back up on the platform. Because we have to be 100% honest. I am the reason she came back up. Had she not been listening to what I said, then she would have never came back up. That wasn't supposed to be an interview. King Kane dropped that link so that everybody could discuss what we heard, good, bad, or indifferent. That is what he specifically said. We weren't there to interview Jag.
But what I'm saying is, the reason she didn't answer your question and she attacked you is because I believed that, for one, she doesn't think you like her because of things that you said, and she didn't
The
believe
energy was off.
Oh no, she answered my question because she told me where the car was.
What did
She
you say?
told me where the license plate was. And the
Queen
only reason
Tulsa.
she didn't answer the question, the only reason she didn't answer the question about the mental hospital is because she didn't want to answer it, because she knows that the rabbit hole goes deeper. But we can't say she didn't answer my questions, because when I asked her what's the license plate number, she gave me the license plate number.
No.
When I asked her where the car was sold, she said ACT, and she told me to come to the airport in Arizona so that she can be.
At that point, she was being facetious with you. I mean, that's what she was doing, or whatever. But the reason I'm saying this is because the energy that she felt like you gave her is that's why she reacted the way that she reacted. I've been on King Payne's show, and a lot of people have been up there asking Jaguar questions like that, and I have never seen Jaguar go off on a person that's on the panel like that. I've never seen her go off on anyone on the panel like that. Never.
I think like her mood was when she had came up there, because she was in the chat, and not only was she reading the chat, but then she was listening to the engagement, and I don't know. I think that's her trigger right there.
Exactly. That's what I said.
That's her trigger.
Queen, don't you think she should, if she knows that's her trigger, then she should do what King Payne told her to do and stay out of the chat, because you're only going to hurt your own feelings.
But she's a grown woman. At the end of the day, you could tell people to
Well,
do.
wait a minute. Every time I say something, you fire back with an excuse. If she's a grown woman, then what are we talking about here? If she's a grown woman, she needs to handle her business.
Listen, we're on here because you have your perspective and you're giving from one end, and I'm giving it from the other end, or whatever.
But we're meeting in the middle. But aren't we meeting in the middle?
I'm just saying that
I don't think well, let me just make it make sense. Like, I don't think that Jag was. I just feel like with her car just being burnt up or whatever, she should have just took a breather, went and sat in the pool and stuff, and just really got her mind together. But like I said, it goes back to the fact of her not getting the help that she needs. I feel like she's out too soon. And I might get some backlash, but I did. I feel like she was let out too soon, and she needed to at least be on a little vacation for at least a month or two.
But you know what? When she was first on there before the panel came, I believe her demeanor was calm. She was talking about the situation in the car. I heard her laugh a few times. She wasn't angry. She wasn't like agitated or whatever. She just was, being matter of factish, and she said, "I have another car. The car caught on fire or whatever." She was explaining the situation with what happened that night and Goomba being mad, but she wasn't out of control. She wasn't cursing anyone out. She wasn't.
But talking faces, let me make a point right quick.
Okay.
I have mental health issues and I take my medicine, so I'm not wilding out and wigging out. So I'm not gonna be out here in a situation and saying, you know what, I ain't had my medicine today. Well, if I know I ain't had my medicine today, I knew I had to take my medicine today. So that was a choice that I didn't show up for myself on. And I think that, like I said, she likes to drink. She had that butter pecan moonshine, and she does the most, and that's not good when you're on on your, because it's messing, it's throwing off.
They tell you not to take alcohol when you're taking medicine, but you're thinking rationally because you're on your medicine the correct way. You're not.
Well, then she needs to be in jail.
And taking medicine. You're not mixing the two together.
Then Jack needs to be in jail because if she can't control herself. Listen, because she even invited me to where she was and she asked for my address because she wanted to fight. Listen, I believe in standing your ground. Jaguar doesn't want to fight with me. That's why I laugh. Because it's different when you want to take things off of the internet, and that's what Jaguar is famous for threatening to do. She thinks she's the crazy. She sells wolf tickets. Oh, I'm the craziest. I'm the baddest, and I don't make me drop a body. Remember, she said that on that panel. Jaguar thinks that she is big and bad, and so when we talk about she's not well, she needs to know that, because when you run across somebody in the street who is a complete stranger, I am a complete stranger to that woman. When you walk across somebody in the streets and you're threatening my life, listen, you don't know how it's going to turn out. It could be a good day for you or it could be a bad day for you. It just depends on how God wants to play it that day. But we have to be very careful when we give people passes in regards to their bad behavior, because it can cost people their freedom and it can cost someone their life. This is not a game.
Yes, I don't think we're giving her a pass. I can tell you're really upset about what happened.
No, not upset about that. I'm triggered by what you've been saying, if I can be honest, because I was done with the whole Jag thing, especially because I was on King Payne's panel earlier today, and I was on another panel.
I don't know why you were triggered by what I'm saying.
No, I'll tell you why. I'm triggered by what you're saying because, and it's not anything that makes me mad. It's more so I'm perplexed by it, because if we know that Jaguar is my senior, we know that she has more experiences than I do. She's traveled more than, well, I don't know if she's traveled more, but I know that she's been in proximity of more of a diverse crowd than I have. And so if you have been in this type of environment, you've been exposed to all of these different people, I just find it perplexing as to why that one of all the things that people have said about Jaguar, because I've seen the comments online, and it's that one comment about the car that totally sends you in a spiral, and then I'm looked at as the bad person all of a sudden. I just find that perplexing, and I think that's what kind of triggers me, because it's like, wait a minute, let's say that I took Jaguar up on her offer and I went to her stage and she said that she was going to beat my ass and send me back on the plane. What if it didn't work out that way? What if I took her up on that offer and I went to beat her ass? Would you still feel like everything was all cool and just?
I would feel like you were crazy and you were foolish if you
did. I would be just as crazy as she is, right?
Okay, then you can do that. I was simply
I would be just as crazy as her, right?
I think you don't like people to disagree with you, because I was simply as to what I thought went wrong in your conversation when you were speaking about her that angered her. But now you're fixated on my opinion as to what I felt like went wrong.
No,
We're talking with her. You would
no, because I thought we would be able to meet in the middle.
I brought up the car situation, and now you're perplexed and you're incensed about that. I mean, when I was just
yeah, because I don't expect you to agree with me, but when you tell me that you can see
my opinion, you can't.
I understand.
I
But
have an opinion, ma'am.
I understand that you have an opinion, but
okay, well, we gonna agree to disagree.
But wait a minute, I still want to get this last point out though, because
I only made an opinion as to what I saw went wrong or whatever. I'm not upset. I'm not angry at anyone or whatever. So I mean, it's really not even that serious for me. That's
but I have a question though, because do you believe that there are people who are just as crazy as Jaguar out there in the world?
Do I believe it? I know there are.
Okay, so do you believe that just because she is crazy, that gives her a pass to go around and doing whatever she wants to do and saying whatever she wants to say to people, and there are no consequences? Do you believe?
No one ever.
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe that Jag deserves to pay consequences?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, so do you think that she has any responsibility in what took place on that last night?
I said that if you had been on his show on a regular, I have said in the past that she has to accept responsibility for things that she has done. I have said that before.
No, but I'm talking about specifically though, the other night. Do you think that she has any accountability in that situation? Because I know I do.
To what respect? To what incident?
Any of it.
There's been a lot of incidents.
Specifically, yeah, on the panel in which her and I had our exchange, do you believe that she shares any accountability in the way that she behaved?
I think I said when I was up here a couple of times that the way she came at you was wrong. She shouldn't have attacked you the way she attacked you. She shouldn't have called you the B word. I said that at least twice up here already.
And you're right. I did hear that. I think why I was taken aback is because each time I could be wrong. I'll have to watch the replay, but I could be 1000% wrong. So please forgive me if so. I believe that each time I heard you say that, it was followed by, but you did this. And I could see why she did this. So even though you did say she was wrong, you followed that with, well, you did this. And so when I hear something like that, it almost diminishes when you say that this person was wrong, and I think that's what I read in the comments as well on the night of that panel. When we say that Jag is wrong, it just needs to be period. She was wrong, period. Because when I apologize, that's all I said.
And I said that she was wrong. But what I also said was, to me, when we were talking, you didn't understand why she attacked you. So what I was saying to you is, I think that she attacked you because she felt like the things that you were saying, you were being malicious. And so that's why she attacked you. But I said that the way she came at you was wrong. The things that she said to you, I said that in the beginning, that she was wrong. I was only simply giving a reason to why I think she reacted the way that she reacted. And I also said that she was triggered.
Well, I respect that, but my screen had went out, so I was kind of out of it. But I said the only reason I brought it back up again and I circled around, because I'm not sure if you heard this part because my screen went out. It's every time that I heard you say that she was wrong, I heard you follow it up with a reason why it was justified, and she's not in her right mind and she's sick and yada yada yada. And I think I was waiting for us to meet in the middle, and
Listen, the only reason I said that, because when I listened at you before, talk about what you were saying about her, that you were questioning the validity of the story, you left that part out.
Is Melanie still here, y'all?
Yeah, she is. She's still here.
I'm still
Melanie.
here listening to them.
Okay, well you can talk. We didn't know you got your volume straight, so I'm gonna let you talk.
I was just trying to be respectful and just put my phone on mute.
Oh no!
I apologize, Melanie. Go ahead.
Oh no, y'all finish this thing out so we can close this thing on out.
I know, because I'm really tired of talking about that too. Because It's not about my life or whatever. One thing I have said on King of Pain show is that when one person has one view or whatever, there's people in the chat too. So sometimes whether I believe something or not, I try to give the opposing view. So we can have it from both sides or whatever. So a lot of times if I say something too, that's why I'm saying it. And that, what I said that you said did take place. And I was just simply saying that maybe to me, that's why she came at you, because of that.
Well,
I'm not saying
and
she's
my
wrong.
retort was, whatever the reason was, is she was still 100% wrong. And so
We can
what
we can dead this right now and agree on that. I do believe that she was wrong the way she came at you and the things that she said. We can agree on that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
positive.
sure.
I'm always agreed on that. I was just simply saying why. I think we agree. Okay, go ahead, Melanie.
Cool.
Nah, I was just gonna say that, it I mean, Jag is so it, she's very complex. Um just in everything that she does and who she is. But in my opinion, I just think she's just gonna be who she is, man. I mean, I definitely am not getting ready to go back and forth with her and try to make her see certain sides. I mean, respect to anybody else who does, but that's just not me. I know that she definitely needs some deep, deep mental help, and she hasn't gotten it. I mean, her kids were legally taken away from her. She has not raised not one. So when you have been deemed by a judge to have your kids taken away from you, there's nothing else I need to be discussing because you need help. That doesn't take away her talent or anything like that, but I'm just not getting ready to go back and forth when you haven't seeked medical attention. So anyway.
I agree, and I saw in the chat, because Melanie, when you were talking, you brought up a good point about needing help, and then I started thinking, because somebody brought up in the chat the exchange between Jag and Sherelle and how peaceful she was with Sherelle. If anything, that
Took her
I
medicine.
would have thought she would have been more triggered by what Sherelle said, because Sherelle cussed Jag out like there was nobody's business. I'd never heard Sherelle talk like that, even when she went off on Monica on All About the Tea. Like, that was something. And it just made me think, again, we can debate on what the issue really is mentally, but don't you think, and this is to everybody, don't you think that Jag is cognizant enough of who she's speaking with and who she goes off on? Because I don't think that you get to walk around on the street and just talk to strangers like that. I do think that you know when and where you can act this way. Does anybody else get that impression?
Yeah, I do. I think that Jag is very aware. I think that the relationship she has established with Sherelle um, has warranted Jag to be very consistent in the way she responds to Sherelle. If you recall, when Jag called into her show, Jag asked her, "Have I always been respectful to you? Did I call and apologize to you for the way somebody else was acting?" So Jag had already set the table for that sort of dynamic between her and Sherelle. So what Jag, in my opinion, I mean, it's either one or two things. Either Jag was just kind of following the established communication style and the persona and the type of the character that she had displayed with Sherelle, or she took her medicine.
Okay, that's
You know what? I want to say it was a medicine because it's like I noticed like when she's on her medicine, she gets all bubbly. She's like a big old kid.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, yeah, and okay, you know, she starts talking like that.
Which makes me, I mean, I don't know. I know, like, and I think about Kanye, and I hate to compare her to Kanye. It's just that I've heard him talk about, wait a minute, wait, hold that up, keep that up for me. Uh, I've heard Kanye talk about taking medicine and how it really slows down his creativity, and I've also heard about other people taking that type of medication, and it really slows down their responses.
Mm-hmm.
And just based off of how she responded and how slow she was to respond, I don't know. It to me, I thought it was the medicine.
You know what I think it was? I think she had a relationship also with Sherelle,
Hmm.
and she valued the relationship she had with Sherelle. And in her mind, and I believe she was right about this, she never said anything about Sherelle. When Sherelle was angry with her, she was trying to let Sherelle know that I was defending you. He was talking about you. But she has a relationship with Sherelle, and she cared about that relationship. And so
Hmm.
that's why I think she didn't react. She was very calm when she was Sherelle was screaming at her, and she was trying to get her to understand, but Sherelle was just like going off. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm not even
oh,
sure, and I agree. I mean, I'm leaning more towards the medicine because Jag really didn't know everything that was going on. It was, and I mean, and when I say that, I'm talking about just the whole dynamic. She had watched the storm video separately, so she had just came into the chat, and then she comes up on the panel, and then that happens.
but King
But
Kane had told her off camera when she came on. He said that he had called Jaguar and told Jaguar too.
okay, so she didn't look at the video. It was based off of what he told her
Right.
because
She might have looked at it, but she
okay,
told Sherelle. She said, I didn't even know what was going on until official King Payne told me. And then official King Payne said, yeah, I told Jaguar what Storm them was doing. Now she did come on one of the channels where they were talking, because she also said, Sherelle, you told me. Sherelle called her and told
mhm,
her to come over to somewhere, and she
mhm,
said she went, and she said you didn't come up. And then Jaguar said, well, Storm didn't want me to come up.
mhm,
You see, that's where it gets kind of foggy for me because when I was listening to Sherelle earlier, she made it seem, and I don't know if this is true, so I'll depend on you three to pull my coattail. Sherelle made it seem like she told Jag to come on there days before, not the day that Jag went, and she was making it seem like Jag was doing this as a stunt. Did you all hear that earlier?
This is what happened. Okay, these were two different conversations. Sherelle did tell her to
mhm,
come like a couple of days before. Okay, and she went there, and that was to Conscious TV platform. She tried to go up, but Conscious wouldn't drop the link for her to come up because Storm said no. Okay. Then there was another conversation
mhm,
where they were together, and Storm was talking to, I guess, I don't know who he's talking to, somebody on his own channel. And then King Payne, I don't know how he found out about it, but he
mhm,
told Jaguar about it, which was
mhm.
the second incident. There was two different incidents.
Hold on.
But what would Sherelle gain from setting Jaguar up to go on the panel with Storm?
You have to ask Sherelle that, because she told, and she admitted that she did send Sherelle over there. So I don't know what was her reasoning
Jag over
behind
there.
it, but she
Mhm,
did admit that she told Jag to go over. And Jag said, I did. And she said, but Conscious wouldn't let me come up. And because Conscious asked Storm, do you want her to come up? And he said, no, 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 no. He did, and so he didn't bring Jaguar up.
But how would and pull my coattail because I'm puzzled and I'm trying to figure it out. So but how did that turn out to be Sherelle's fault that Storm didn't want? Wouldn't that be between her conscience
Dad
and
wasn't blaming Cheryl.
Yeah, she wasn't blaming her.
so why is Sherelle mad then? That's why I'm confused.
Exactly. Nobody knows why Sherelle is mad.
Well, you have to understand this. Jag checked Sherelle on her show, and pretty much Nosy got wind of it, and Nosy clowned her like, "You let that bitch come up on your channel." Da, 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 da. So she had to find her get back, and
But
that was the perfect time for her to do it.
King Tulsa, tell her this wasn't recent. This was a
Girl,
while
why
ago.
is she calling me King Tulsa?
I'm sorry, Queen Tulsa.
Girl, you being shady. Is Michael up in the chat?
Is
Michael down there?
Talking faces. Hey, talking faces, you are so funny to me. I promise. But
she's old shady queen.
Yeah, crazy. Go ahead.
Well, she says King in Pain or something. She says, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I said Queen Pain. King Tulsa. I said King Tulsa. But I meant to say Queen Tulsa. Tell her that this wasn't recent. This was a little while ago.
Okay.
She said.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Melanie. I'm sorry.
No. I was trying to keep up with the comments because I had it in my head what I was going to respond to.
You want me to bring that comment back?
No. I can't remember the question, but I had my answer of hierarchy. I think whoever asked the question in the chat, I can't even see the chat or anything. But
let me make a comment about that. Some of the confusion I think happens sometimes, and I've seen this, is that sometimes when people are on the panel talking and then you reading the comments at the same time, that kind of throws everything off too. And that's why King Payne told Jaguar to stay out of the comments. Also, Monopoly has been on there several times on his show, and we're talking about a topic or something, and I'm not saying I was up there because I wasn't, but he was talking about things in the comments, and then things just kind of get in the, I don't know, it gets crazy when you doing the comments and then you're talking on the panel at the same time or whatever. So
you trying to check me? But
no, I'm not trying to check you. I'm just saying. Listen. I wanted to say that on King Payne's show, but I didn't get a chance to come up there, and so when you said that, it reminded me.
Well, the question that MJ asked was along the lines of what our discussion was about, and it was in regards to Jag's response to Sherelle, whether that was based off of hierarchy or a hierarchy of respect or medication. So that's why I wanted to make sure, because I thought that was a great question to ask, based on the conversation that we were having.
I think so too, because on that conversation, like I said, I haven't seen that. I didn't see it on King Payne's channel. It popped up on my notification. Somebody posted a clip of it. And in that conversation, King Payne did say that he was on the phone when Jag cussed Sherelle out. And so that's why when I didn't hear that on the recording from recently, I was like, well, wait a minute, why is Jag like that? So I can believe the medication part, but the part that gets kind of slippery for me is when Sherelle is putting out these text messages. I have to say I was shocked. And the reason I was shocked is because I remember when Armand put out Jason Lee's DMs and Sherelle said, no, you don't. Huh?
Go ahead.
Well, Sherelle did say that. She was against that. She said, you're never supposed to do that. It looks bad and people will use that against you. So when I saw that she released the text from Jag, I was like, I wonder why did she do that? Because if everybody on this panel has agreed that Jag is not necessarily in the right frame of mind, at least sometimes, then it would be no need to put out the text messages, because that didn't offer me any clarity, because like right now I'm still confused about what the hell is going on between
what are you trying to prove?
Well, if you already think that Jag is crazy, adding drugs to it is really not going to like put you over that hill. I mean, it's still, you're still going to come out with the same perspective or perception of who Jag is. To me, I'm gonna just say this. First of all, I only saw one timestamp on that first screenshot. I didn't see the way iPhone exchange and text messaging is supposed to look. I'm gonna just say that, and that's just my opinion. I think that you can say what you want about Jaguar, but she helped with those numbers to last night. There were damn near 5,000 in Sherelle's chat, and it wasn't because they were coming to see Sherelle.
Facts.
And so I'm not a fan of Jaguar. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. I just figured out that she can really sing maybe like a week and a half ago. So I'm not a fan in that manner, but I have to call a spade a spade. And you know, I just really feel like that all of this is unnecessary. Because my thing is, if you were calling yourself being my friend and you thought I was crazy, and you waited until we fell out to tell people I snort coke or whatever the hell,
Yeah,
lady,
that was.
I'm gonna question who you are. What is your character about? Because all this time you knew that I was somewhere snorting coke, and maybe that attributed to the way that I was acting or whatever the case may be. I'm just saying hypothetically, but you waited until you got 5,000 people in your chat to tell them something that you never told me.
And
But what if she had gotten a bad batch and that was that's what happened?
But she also said that she did. But she also said that Jack lived in her car. She says that she doesn't have any money, and she said that she's doing this to stay in the algorithm because she's trying to get this platform off of the ground. I don't know if that's true, but I just know that Sherelle said that earlier today.
Sherelle is nobody's He's nobody's friend. And I want to answer your question and the person in the chat when you ask the question.
Oh no, you can't read in no chat, talking faces.
No, I'm not reading. You said you want to know.
Get out the chat.
Listen, no. I'm going off of what you said. You said the person said in the chat, is it hierarchy or is it the medication? And I just want to say I think it's a little bit of both. As to Sherelle. Both of them played a part.
I think it was disrespectful. I think it was a gutter snipe mentality. I think it was low class. I think it was dry wig, and I think it was just uncalled for you to open up your almost 500,000 followers to somebody snorting coke. Like, I don't if this person ain't shit, and this person is a drug addict, and this person is this and this and this and this and that, I am not going to open up my audience and let them see me pull out text messages and to E's point, and knowing I just ridiculed Armand about the something similar. You know, the person he was going at was not, on the same level, but at the same time, it was the same function.
Right.
So 100%.
Can I tell y'all what it is? This is not the black man's game. This is not the white man's game. Let's hang on. We're about to do a commercial.
Anything he want with you, ain't nothing you can do about it. Money game. This ain't the black man's game. This ain't the white man's game. This is the money game. Scratching and scrambling most of my days to get where I got. Not sacrifice yourself. The best thing you can do for poor people is not be one of them. Now, I eats in the big house kitchen. I got pine boards on the floor of my cabin. I crumble. My children crumble. My grandchildren crumble. And it don't take much coughing for the master to make me have a cup of corn whiskey for my medicine. I cannot, for the sake of my integrity, stand up here and let everybody that's counting on me crumble so I can make a statement.
Now that is fine living for a nigga, and I'll be damned if any African Guinea man is gonna make me lose all I've been working for. Now you take my meat.
There are ways to win the war in a different way.
You better learn. You best learn, or you're gonna get the bloody back for sure.
And another damn thing, let me say this, okay? Oh, is the commercial over? I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, commercial's over.
Another thing, okay, he finally said how he felt or how he currently feels about LGBT, because don't think the shots that he was throwing at Tulsa didn't apply to anybody else in that category. So,
oh wait, you're talking about Perry?
Yes. So my thing is, you know, when as a content creator, when you go to fix your mouth, hold on.
Yeah, that's true.
Hold on, I was looking at something. Okay, when you go to fix your mouth about a certain group, it's not just isolated to one individual, because you're addressing something that another LGBT, what is it, QIA or whatever person, it may be affected by, or may have a penis and have a skirt on. Let me just be real with it. So, you know, he's walking a fine line, because I'm gonna tell you right now, all Tulsa has to do is click on that copyright and click on that what is it called, bullying and whatever else is under that category, and it's over for that video, sir.
Well, Melanie, I love your default picture. I love that those faux locks in that picture. Maybe it's not faux locks, maybe it's race, but I love that. And I love your point, because when Tulsa played that video for me, and I heard, because I can deal with the B word or two, you know, that's standard on the internet, you know, when people want to try to, you know, send a jab your way. But when I heard him say you're worthless, I was taken aback completely by that. I could not believe Perry said that. I was so disappointed in him, and I just felt that was that was reprehensible. I could not believe he said that.
Yeah, he said some other, you know, to me, some very disrespectful words thrown at Tulsa. You know, when some days Tulsa might have been the only person on your panel that made sense, might have been the only person on your panel that actually listened to you, might have been the only person that is consistent and nice enough to grace your damn panel with all them damn elderly people.
No lies told, sis.
And newsflash, you know, I looked up the financial statistics on that damn channel, and I'm gonna tell you, Armand is on their ass. So whenever they get big enough to start talking about what Armand should have did and what he shouldn't have done, and Armand is like 20,000 behind them, and we are not even half of the way through of the year.
Now, what do you mean by that? Because I don't know anything about the
I'm talking about the revenue that they bring into that channel. I'm
Where are they
saying that
now?
somebody with 100,000 subs is on their ass financially.
How much are they making?
Thus far, hold on for a second. What did I say? What did I see? Let me just say this. Armand made $89,000 in super chats. Can they match that?
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Now, so I don't have the stuff in front of me. If I click off, I'm going to click off the panel.
Oh, no, we don't want you to leave.
But I do remember Armand, because I was shocked as hell.
So if you said that Armand was 20,000 behind, that means that they were at 100.
So I don't know what their super chats are, but I've been around their channel enough to know that they haven't brung in $89,000, and it's just February.
Let me say something. One of the problems that I believe that's going on with Sherelle's world right now, I don't know if y'all recall this, and I can't remember exactly. There was some controversy with Sherelle
and I can't remember who it was. Somebody else and the Wiley Show. This was months ago. Sherelle took a big hit. She took a big hit. And I think that's part of the reason why her and Perry are reacting the way that they're acting right now.
Oh no, ma'am. Oh no, ma'am.
Why you
I
don't think
saw
so?
a video yesterday of her and Perry going at John Yates. And I thought I was watching, I don't even know what crazy ass show is on today, but whatever that is, where they're throwing tables and pulling wigs off. I mean, that's the
Wait. Who was throwing tables?
No. Hold on. I'm just kind of giving just like an example of the energy that they both had that that they put into words.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Mhm.
what I'm saying. I'm saying they didn't used to do that.
I'm saying that was a used to quote unquote video I watched.
Like how long ago?
When were they arguing with John Yates, Queen? I don't, you know.
Oh, that was like last year. But you know,
But when
John,
last year?
Oh, don't give me the lion.
Because see, last year is when that incident that I'm talking about happened. And
Oh no, it wasn't no last year, Tulsa. It was before that, because that's when
Was it the year before?
Yeah, I think it was the year before, because that's when that All About Tea lady, they were
Oh
trying to
yes,
find her
I saw.
face. And
Yes, that was.
Okay. So 2 years ago.
So that's with the lawsuit. Does that have anything to do with the lawsuit?
I don't know, but the way that they were acting, it was both of them, and it was obnoxious. Nobody else was acting that way on the panel. Nobody. Not even the person they were going at.
Because I think they're trying to be more. I think they're trying to be more. I don't know. They're trying to get more engagement, and so I think they think that works. And I think this is the new formula that they're trying. That's what I think it is.
Mm-hmm. Let me say something to Elite Leo, because Elite Leo, I do like your comments. I respect you. What I was referring to in regards to their income, take into account that isn't their only source. However, they're not maximizing on the almost 500,000 subs that they brag about all the time. So that was my point. And my other point for mentioning Armand is because Sherelle took the time to give advice to somebody who didn't ask, because Armand didn't ask her, but she took it upon herself to ask. And my thing is, while she was telling him what he should have done and he's on her ass financially, and he only comes live. It's not 7 days a week. I don't know how often he comes live, because I don't watch him like that. But I just did a deep dive into both of their financials since she's been bragging so much.
Melanie, please tell me. I will be your best friend for life. Tell me if you have looked up Larry's YouTube.
No.
Okay, because I want to know what's his super chats looking like.
You know what? I'll probably do that later on.
$4.99.
I didn't want to touch his because, see, the issue with Sherelle and the reason that Armand is so much better than her in terms of marketing is because she has a plain Jane channel.
Yes.
She's making money off of are 2 pieces, which are not reoccurring items. Those are if you come in my chat today items. So she has no reoccurring. And when I say that, I'm talking about memberships. I'm talking about Patreon. I'm talking about those types of things that are reoccurring where you make money in your sleep. Because if you look at the numbers are not the numbers are neck and neck in terms of the views that they get. And that's not good, because Armand does not go live every day.
You're right. Armand does not go live every day, but one thing, you hit the nail on the head as far as their presentation, because whenever I go to Armand's channel and I'm on the live, his theme music is very exciting. Okay. It feels like, I think Tasha K even said it once, it's like a club. His theme music, the sound effect.
The
Armand,
background, the lighting.
yes,
You can
Armand puts
tell.
a lot into his presentation and his
Yes,
show.
yes, absolutely. And so when you fix your mouth to actually criticize or critique somebody else, you better make sure that your microphone is solid. You better make sure that your camera is solid. And you better make sure nobody can poke holes in what you have to offer.
One thing that
Exactly, because Armand is not using no Yeti mics. That is like so 1999.
and Amon goes on station head. He has engagement. So outside of him
That's
making
true.
videos, he goes on station head and his people follow him over to station head where he can say things that he cannot say on his YouTube video. So he has engagement. That I think that's the biggest difference between Sherelle and him, because Sherelle and her husband, they don't do that. They don't do the extra things that Armand does.
And if he's gonna put a wig on, damn it, it's gonna move. It's not going to be dry while you're trying to cuss out somebody through a cheap ass microphone.
It's
You're
gonna
not gonna
be
see
it's gonna be
Armand.
moisturized.
You're not gonna see Armand crying on his channel too.
And he's not going to go live and put somebody's name in the title who has less numbers than him. That is absolutely not going to happen.
Oh, listen, if y'all want some commentary, y'all gotta tune in Monday night. If y'all want to see some fake crying, oh baby, listen. When I tell you I've done my research, people. We're gonna get down to the nitty gritty, and the thing is, Miss Cheryl, it's like you accepted the $4.99 from Jason Lee. That didn't take your career nowhere. You're accepting super chats and everything else from Larry Reed. You still ain't on BET. Like, let it go.
Oh, wait a minute. We gotta talk
At
about
this point.
too.
And she's talking about she's gonna dissect every single see, it's payola. She's gonna dissect every single accuser and every single whatever. And it's like, girl, we know what's going on.
Wait a
We
minute.
know.
Listen at this though. Let's remember this. What did Official King Payne say? He said on that show, Sherelle said, I just have to get on the biggest story that's on the internet. I'm telling you, this content.
Yes. Yes.
She needs this. She needs this. Like you just said, Armand is on her butt. The engagement is down. I think the money is down. She also is losing a little bit because I heard too that the housewives that she used to do, they've pulled back from Sherelle, because Sherelle had connections with the housewives. Bravo would feed Sherelle information and stuff. That's why she did all those housewives shows. And from what I understand, somebody wasn't pleased with her because of some incidents that happened. So they've pulled back from her. And
I think that was at Diana Jenkins, because
Right.
All About the Tea had reported on it. It was at Diana Jenkins, and she has sent out those what was it, cease and desist?
Right.
And
So
did
he's
DJ
taking
Ricky
it.
Sky get one?
Did who got one?
I think so. Okay, so so he didn't get one, but yes, she got one.
See, so
I think he was the one that said she didn't have credibility or something.
There's
There
a
were
couple
two
things
people.
going on with Sherelle in her channel right now. And when Official King Payne said, she said on that show, I gotta get in on this story. It's the biggest thing on the internet. And now y'all telling me that she's gonna have a whole show where she's gonna dissect every accuser and everything. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, she's like, they don't want me to talk about them. They don't want me to talk about them. No, you want $500 every time you talk about them.
Thank you. This is a part of the plan. Larry has told her already, I need you to get on this story because I'm going to put money in your pocket.
You and your wig, get your ass up on there.
And still ain't got a better wig. And that's what I'm talking about. You sit up there and sit up there and on your high horse in that cheap ass damn what is that chair, and the clothes is not right, and the wig is sideways, it looks like. And so my thing is that
The
you really
makeup
need to
looking
look in the
gray.
mirror. You need to look in the mirror, and then also it's like you glitch out. I don't know what the hell's wrong with her mind, but she doesn't want Perry to talk, but he makes the most sense out of both
Right.
of them combined.
She's like clueless. She sounds like a dumb blonde, but I know that's fake hair. That's a wig she wearing. Her face looks gray. I mean, she look like she dead sometime. I'm not right. I'm sorry. All right. Y'all say Perry. Well, I heard somebody say Perry is, he drinks, he hits the sauce. Something going on with Terrell too.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that, I said a Leo. Elite Leo. I understand that. But the key word is unsolicited. And so when you start to look at the numbers, because now that I'm actually talking about it, I do remember, like last month, it was like her highest average was like 68,000. Armand with half the videos was like 86,000. So my thing is, again, when you start putting your mouth on somebody, you need to look at a few things. For real. And it might have hurt Armand to do what he did, but he didn't ask her because he don't know her.
I believe
She
it
talks
did
about
hurt.
housewives and has people with dentures on her damn panel. They are not the same. I'm sorry. You got to bring your husband to keep you on track. Armand is a one-man show. There's no comparison.
Right.
I believe it did hurt Armand to mention that thing about Jason, because he said he had been holding on to it for so long. So I know that hurt. I felt him on that video about the gaslighting. Like to me, that was one of Armand's best videos. To me,
Oh yeah,
But you
when you
know
say
what?
hurt, you mean like he was like emotionally hurt, or what? What do you
Y-
mean?
yes, I mean like because I know that he felt conflicted, and so I feel like it was one of those things where he was like, should I say something or should I not? So that's what I mean. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say hurt, but I think that was a major internal conflict for a
Oh
while.
yeah, 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 yeah. You're right. I mean, but again, I've watched Jason go on Bigo, and it again, in my opinion, based on what I've seen of Jason on Bigo, because he's himself on Bigo, and he gets the girls together on Bigo, and he has called people's landlords, he has taken people's websites, he has trademarked Kaya's what is that, Gag Nation or whatever the hell she
I
used
don't
to
like
have.
Jason.
I
Facts. He's
mean,
dirty. He dirty.
Yeah,
it did,
he's
my
dirty.
my opinion, it didn't matter whether he responded or not, because Jason already had removed him off of some website or some
Yes.
I
whatever.
agree. Yes.
So I mean,
Facts. Those are facts.
it don't
Yes.
even matter.
So he may as well have done it. He may as well. But one thing we have to remember about him, I know Amon is talented and everything, but Amon is just too entitled. He is just too goddamn entitled. He has the talent. I don't understand why he needs all these mentors. And I just don't get that. I don't get that. The dude don't need this. But one thing about Amon, he wants to come up off somebody, although he is talented, and we have to acknowledge that, because why else does he get mad all the time when he gets in a relationship with somebody and then he can't get what he thinks he wants from them? I mean, it's just crazy to me. It don't make sense. Dude, you have your own show, you got a good thing doing going, stay with that, work on that, take yourself to the next level, leave these mentors alone, so you won't be getting mad at people. Because if you look at it, really all his bad relationships came from this supposedly mentorship that he wanted. And
I feel like Kim and King Payne needs to they need to have a conversation. Like, because one thing I can say about King is like, when he mentors me and give me advice, it be stuff that I really be needing. And to say You know, like he hasn't told me anything so far that's gonna like mess me up and look at me.
Wait a minute. I didn't know that King Pang and Armand had an issue. Why do they have an issue?
Well, they don't have an issue. You know, they're childhood friends.
Right. But you know what? King Payne is a good person. He is a good person. And I understand why he still wants to have a relationship with Armand because like you said, they're childhood friends. That's only natural. But sometimes you grow apart. And to me, I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. I feel like that Armand thinks King Payne is beneath him, and I just look at how he used to interact with him. To me, he kind of treated him like you're the sidekick, you know what I'm saying?
Or
And
like you're the help or something.
yeah, and I don't like that. And King Pang is nobody's
Yeah,
help. He's nobody's help. This
absolutely not.
he's a good man. He's his show. I like the way he runs his show. And I don't think he's a clout chaser. The official King Payne. I think he's doing the work. Armand does the work too, but at the same time, I think Armand is looking for somebody to carry him to the next level as well, although he is doing some work. And I just think his personality is not the personality of a person that is a good friend. And the official King Payne personality is very different from Armand. I believe he loves Armand. You could tell he does. But I don't know if Armand feels the same way.
Okay,
And
my
that's just
bad.
my opinion.
No, let me just say this. Sorry about my phone. I didn't get to my charger in time. But Armand cares about Armand, honey. And let me just say this. He is going to be Armand until the day that he dies. And what he really wants from somebody is that blue check. And I wish somebody would just go on and give it to him. Uh because I don't really think he wants a mentor, honey. He wants a blue check, honey.
Yeah, but he disguises that under saying, I want a mentor, because he's looking for a mentor to give him that blue check. That's the whole thing. And like you said, you are right. Armand is about Armand. That's why I'm saying that the official King Payne really does care about Armand. He really wants them to be friends like they were friends. But I don't believe that Armand sees official King Payne that way. I think Armand has the big head, whether y'all want to acknowledge it or not, or maybe you do. But he feels like he's like above, and official King Payne is here. His whole air, he didn't used to be like that. He did not used to be
Right. Read this comment right quick, Melanie.
Yeah, I'm elite. Leo is always hitting me with some information.
And sometimes
Yeah.
friends grow apart. Sometimes they grow apart, as you progress in your life. And I don't think that he feels like there's anything that OKP can add to him. So it's kind of like he's like leaving. He's kind of like, you're my friend, but then you're not my friend. Like I might need to run.
We cancers, like, nigga, you either all in or you're not. Like, because when we ride for you, we ride for you. At the end of the day.
Who's the Cancer?
I'm a Cancer, and King Payne is a Cancer.
What is Armand?
Oh, I don't think he's a Cancer.
Because I'm just.
Armand is a Gemini.
He might be a Gemini. He gives off that Gemini behavior.
Okay.
Self. Yeah.
Gemini.
Nobody's gonna put up with Armand, but OKP, okay. And so at the end of the day, when everybody has done what they're gonna do with Armand, and that just includes all the paymasters and everything else, and he's gonna look around, and he's gonna need OKP before OKP needs him, and OKP is going to be there for him because they are friends for real.
Say that.
So,
and he's a
friend.
OKP is a genuine person. He actually wants to see everybody win, and it's not a competition; it's a coalition. And once people start realizing that, then we could get somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, but everybody is on a competition role. You know,
Right.
King has put in the work. He's the one that's, when you put in the work, it just shows. He's got the biggest story out, and everybody's mad.
I
Yeah,
agree.
and
You
the thing,
know, and not
but
everybody's mad. It's just certain individuals that's mad.
but from my understanding, they are childhood friends,
They
right?
are.
Yeah, childhood. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a whole nother level. So my thing is, Armand can go be mad for like 2 to 3 years and call him, and they can pick up like they never left. So as far as that relationship is concerned, I don't even, you know, I'm not too concerned about it because the foundation has already been set. There are things that they have done together, or that
Well, listen,
OKP
you
has
see
come.
this lady
Who is
right
that?
here on this picture?
Who is
This
that
is
girl?
my best. That's my best friend, and
Mm-hmm.
we met in kindergarten, and she
Right.
left me in 2020. I don't want anybody to feel that. My best friend in the whole
But
wide world.
see, Armand just,
You know what I'm
it's
saying?
just his
You
personality.
just
But
never know when people gonna leave life. Like I'm a person like I
oh,
never
she's
want to leave nobody
deceased.
on bad terms. You know what I'm saying?
She's still with us, or she?
Oh, she's gone. Yeah, she left us with COVID.
Oh,
She left us
my
in 2020.
condolences. My
Yeah.
condolences
Thank
to
you.
Yeah.
you. And that's another thing. You never know the day or the hour when that may occur. And so the thing
Can I
about
tell
it
you
is,
something?
mhm.
Because I feel like this is so prevalent. I talked to her that night, and me and her, we was talking, and we had a conversation. You know, she said that, you know, she had got her life insurance policy. You know, she had been reading her scriptures. She had been praying, and you know, because she had been going through some things, like just with stress, this dude that she was dealing with, and the next morning she went to glory. So you just never know. You just never know.
But see, at
You,
the end of the day, OKP's heart is in the right place. He can
right.
sleep good
Yeah.
knowing that he's been consistent and he's been who he is supposed to be. The only person that may have a problem sleeping if their conscience catches up with them would be the other person. So at the end of
Right.
the day, as long as you have been who you are supposed to be,
Yeah.
you just got to let the universe do what it's supposed to do. Now,
But you know,
I'm a
it be those moments where you accomplish something and you just want to call her and be like, "Hey, sis, I did it." You know what I'm saying? You know
But
what I'm
I
saying?
think
Like
that
those moments.
Armand sees I think the Armand sees the strides and the dedication and the
Yeah.
consistency that OKP has put into his brand, his goals, all of those different things.
But Armand
So
is the kind of person that would be jealous, though. King Payne is not the type of person that would be jealous of his friend. But Armand is that kind of person. And let me tell you, a person like Armand as a friend could use a person like King Payne because of the simple fact that he knows that OKP has a genuine heart. He knows he loves him. So Armand knows I can go off and do what I want to do and treat him, in not the most flattering way. And he's still going to be there for me if he needs me. And that's not right. But
that's not
Armand
right.
knows that.
That's not right. But see, OKP is smart enough not to allow people to do those types of things because people can only be very nice to you and understanding for so long until they wake up and then they're gone, and then you're looking around. That other person's looking around, and they're messed up behind it. But what it does is it prepares our mind for the next person to not do that to that person. Now it may take some years, I don't know, but I'm just saying that OKP is not a doormat.
No, he's
And
not a
so
doormat, but he's doing what you should do. When you have a friend like Armand, what you do is what he's doing. He's giving Armand space to be Armand. He's like,
yes,
I'm still his friend, but he's not clamoring to just try to, continue to call him and stuff. He's giving him his space to be who he is, because I think that OKP knows him. He grew up with him. He know
Yes.
who Armand is.
But I don't know if you all saw, like, it was years ago where when Armand and OKP used to do videos together or shows together. I don't know.
I remember. I do.
Okay, and how like Armand was like a big old kid and he was relaxed.
Yes.
And he just had fun with OKP.
Yes.
And so when I saw that that chemistry that they had, I knew that they were going to be okay. I didn't know they were childhood friends. That puts another layer on it. But at the same time, I mean, Armand seems to be guarded too. You see what I'm saying? In terms of like who, and this is unrelated to OKP, but just he seems to be like really guarded. Like he has this persona. And I think what has happened is that public and private personas, they kind of collided. So which means he seems like he's the same way off and on camera. You see what I'm saying? Whereas some people can take that stuff off after they get off of camera and they're themselves.
You know what it is to me? To me, the reason he's so guarded is because Armand knows the type of person that he is. When you know the type of person that you are, and you see other people, you can recognize it in other people. And sometimes you will project the things that you would do on other people. So that makes you guarded. He knows that to some degree, Armand is a clout chaser, very much so. He's so thirsty for success. And it's nothing wrong with being thirsty for success, but it can make you be disingenuous and phony, and make you it can lead you to be willing to do things that you would normally do. And so I think that he knows that's in him, so he projects that on other people, which is why he is so guarded. Because I used to watch him when they were really, really, really good friends, and he used to come on his show, and he is totally different than the way he used to be.
Yeah, I think there's a different level of hunger that Armand has right now. And I'm gonna be honest, if I was OKP, I would step aside, because that type of hunger will get a person that has the heart like OKP has hurt.
Facts.
You know what? Jack said, if you want to be in the industry and stuff like that, don't drink and don't smoke. No.
So right now he's not in the industry. He's trying to be in the industry. And so at this point, he's kind of like, if he's rolling over you. He don't give a damn who you are.
Right. That's it there.
So
he's coming through with a bulldozer.
Yes.
I see it. Don't y'all see it?
I see it in his eyes. I mean, I'm looking at, first of all, he took a picture and it's on his community wall. It's him and Stormisha. And Stormisha looks like a dust bomb compared to Armand. I mean,
Stormisha is allegedly.
I mean, I don't know what Stormisha's closet is doing, but he just needs to throw the whole damn thing away, because it is just embarrassing. And it's unbelievable. 2 different blue jeans. Like, I shouldn't be able to tell that you have 2 different like types of blue jeans. Like, this stuff ain't connecting. You see what I'm saying? And so Armand, he had his leather joint on and he was looking fly as hell. And see what
don't care about that though. He don't care about stuff like that.
Oh, yes. See, let me tell you something. Armand knows exactly what he's doing. Do you hear me? When he takes a picture next to a dust bomb like that,
Stormisha makes him look the bomb.
When I'm saying Storm doesn't care about clothes.
Oh, you talking about Storm?
Yeah, Storm doesn't care about clothes. Storm cares more about his body, like stuff like that.
Well, he's still fat and everything, talking faces. So I don't know what kind of what body you talking about.
Yeah, but he doesn't think
he's getting
so.
real heavy in the face.
He doesn't think. I know. I have noticed that, but he doesn't think so. He thinks his body is like.
Yeah, unfortunately, he thinks just because he's light skinned that's going to get him in the door. But unfortunately, sir, you have African features. And so, because you have that shade of light skin, that still is not going to get you in the door that you think you can automatically walk in. So, you just going to have to just really understand who you are and move accordingly. And that's another person that I just cannot stand
Oh, I can't
because
stand him
the
either.
audacity of the entitlement that he believes that he has when he, number one, has not improved his craft. And every chance Armand gets, he grandstands over Stormisha because he
Yeah.
talks about his set.
Yes.
I'm talking about, he brags about his own set, saying that he likes quality and he puts money back into his in his business. And so when he
And
says
not in his
that,
nose, allegedly.
yeah, he says that in front of Stormisha. You see what I'm saying? So there's certain things that Armand, I see Armand doing, like taking little shots. And that picture today, that was a full blown shot, honey. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, that was a disaster. What Stormisha has on.
Listen, you haven't got into his live. I mean,
Oh
the
no, I
way
can't
that
watch him, honey.
the way that Armand be trolling the girls, he shows you the set now. He shows you his computer.
Mm-hmm.
He shows you his other
Yes.
camera.
But hold on, when you go into a closet like Stormisha had, hell yeah, I'm gonna show you everything because the numbers are not numbering at
He
this
turned
point.
Arnold turned to the side and flipped the camera so it can look. It can look at him sideways, and then he'll give you like a little smirk.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Because
but
the
he ain't.
girls, listen here, because the girls that's got the $4.99s and the $500, like, girl, what are y'all doing with this money? Because,
I don't.
girl, let me get $400 or $500 super chat or something like that. Baby, I am on Amazon and I'm about to I'm about to have a new set.
Well,
Like, what
honey,
are
when
y'all
they
doing
did
with that money?
that interview like looked like a Tyler Perry set when he first started. When when they were like swinging the
Girl, it
microphones
looked
across
like
the
they were at the
floor,
damn trap house. Let's be
I was
honest. It looked
like,
like they was at the trap house.
I said, really? We great do this right here? And so Armand still throwing shots. He's like, I invested. Thank you, Larry, for investing in my equipment. And,
Oh, it's
I
hot in
invest
here.
in me. Yeah. And then hold on, though. He wasn't drunk, y'all, but he knocked the beat, whatever he was drinking, he knocked that over. But he wasn't drunk. So to me, that was on
We'll
purpose.
get into this. Stormisha was so excited that he had two gay men in his presence. He knocked the damn mic over and put the damn live on mute.
Well, honey, I think he did that on purpose too because I slowed that video down because I know how passive Storm is and I know how sneaky he is. So I slowed it down and I'm like, this dude just pulled the cord out of there. But they shouldn't even have had just one mic.
But
That's my thing.
let me tell y'all something. Armand and Storm are two sides of the same coin. Because if we just start thinking about what Storm did with Tasha K, Storm was there to suck up everything he could from Tasha only so he could go off on his own. I mean, doesn't that sound like Armand to y'all?
Yeah, but hold on though. There's talent in our mind. There's nothing with Stormisha because
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Stormisha, you can tell who was the crutch because he hasn't really moved, and
Right.
the content hasn't been, uh, explosive. So Armand could do an interview, and he's hitting 100,000 in like an hour and a half. It takes
But Melanie,
Stormisha
let's take it
days,
back.
weeks.
Melanie, let's take it back. Let's not give so much grace, Stormisha. Let's remind you that Armand is in California, right? He's in California, right? His rent is probably like 3 times the amount of Storm's rent. Storm just had to move out of that high rise and back to the ghetto you go.
Right.
Yeah, I saw him in that Cracker Jack.
They're both takers. My point is not about the talent, is that they're both takers. They're both looking for the next come up. And let's be real here. Armand may think he's flexing on Storm, but he don't need to flex too hard on Storm, because Storm will swoop right in, although he's not as talented as Storm. Because trust and believe, there is a reason why Storm is clicking with Armand.
Baby, Storm is trying to clap that ass on OnlyFans, honey. Storm about to be clapping that ass because rent's gonna be due.
Yeah. Anytime you just do, like, if you just look at his channel, it's a bipolar schizophrenic channel, because it's confusing the algorithm. You don't know if he's talking about Whack 100 one day or Kim Kardashian. And my thing is that, you know, it lends itself to him not researching and just putting anything out.
See, but Storm has a different goal than Armand. Let me tell you what I see from Storm. You know how we've heard stories about people that the celebrities will pick up, they call them industry plants. I think really that's what Storm is shopping for. I think Storm wants to be an industry plant. That's why he's going on OnlyFans and all this other stuff that he's doing. I mean, Storm is not a bad looking man, you know, for a gay man or a woman or whatever. He know how these people are in Hollywood, and I think he's shopping himself as a industry plant. Him and Armand, they both have goals, but they both want different things, but they both want to be at the top. And Armand wants to get and have his own show or whatever. Storm wants those things too, but Storm is trying to go about a different way to get that. I think Storm, I look for any day Storm to come up and he's in a relationship with somebody in the industry and they put him on. I can see that happening. Because he's willing to go each way.
I'm gonna have to disagree respectfully, because number one, he's had plenty of time to shine on his own, and he has not delivered. And so it just tells me that he needs a crutch every time he tries to move to the next level.
I agree with you.
Storm tells his audience every day what he invests in, and it's not his set, it's not his craft, it's not his marketing, it's nothing.
It's trips. He likes to go on trips and spend a lot of money. They even talked about that. He say he's cheap. He told us that he was cheap, but he said when he goes on vacation, that's when he spends his money. That's why I'm saying Storm.
But he spends his money on him.
Right, exactly.
But it's not his presentation. It's not his brand.
But it's not. Listen, he's not looking for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Storm doesn't care about the presentation. That's not what he's looking for. Storm is actually shopping himself out, his body out for some type of person that's big in Hollywood, or maybe just some rich person to be their dude or their man. That's what I think he's actually shopping himself out for. I don't think he wants the same things as Armand, but he does.
He's not willing to put in the work, and he's lazy.
He is.
Yeah, he's lazy, and every time he has interviews, if you don't believe me, just go look at him. The interviewee takes over the entire interview, and he just does not. He's not researched. I'm sorry, he's not. You put him up against anybody with those same numbers that he has, and he will fail every time, because there's just no way you can succeed with lackluster type of content. Like, nobody's running to his channel thinking that he's got an exclusive. They already know that it's either been edited or it's old. He didn't stole it from somebody. It's too questionable to me.
Okay,
and it just goes to show you that Tasha was the reason for the season. I don't like Tasha, but I'm gonna tell you right now, without Tasha, he's nothing.
He's nothing, right? And I said that too. But let me ask you something then. Why? Who are his followers, and why does he still have the same ones that he has? You know who his followers are? Women that thinks he's attractive, and gay men that is attracted to him.
Yeah,
Now
delusional, overweight women who really,
yes,
are insecure,
right,
who are hoping to turn this man or flip this man
right,
from one
right.
sexuality to the next, and unfortunately, they're going to come up short at the end, and so they can continue to be delusional, but unfortunately, people aren't dumb. So they are going to continue to listen to him talk about how the size of dinglings and shining tips and all of that, and then they're going to wake up one day and they're going to say this man does not want me,
Listen,
and he
that's
never
why I
has.
say he's shopping himself. That's what he knows. He's not talented. I said this before, he couldn't have done this on his own. That's because he's shopping himself. He's not shopping his talent or that show.
Yeah, I mean, he has people on his show to help carry his numbers, to help carry him to the next level. And the only person that has been able to carry him to the next level has been Jaguar, the person that he does not like. If you go on his channel right now, the highest numbers that he has on his channel are the numbers from Jaguar. And my thing is that you cannot like the woman, but let me just tell you, she put damn near 20 to 25,000 in your pocket easy.
Absolutely. And that's why he wants her back on his show.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing, and he didn't have nothing to do with that interview with Jaguar. If you go back and listen to it, Jaguar drove that interview. And you can call her crazy, whatever the case may be, but at the end of the day, she fed him for at least 2 or 3 months.
Yes, she did. 100%.
You know, I'm sitting there listening to him. He don't know if he wants to be black. He's confused. He goes to therapy. I think he needs to fire his therapist. And it's just it's delusion at best. And the
It's
thing
an
is,
act. It's an act.
yeah, and I'm not buying it. So I don't. There's no way I can sit there and listen to
I'm
him.
not buying it either.
He's passive aggressive. It's just a lot. It is what it is. I said what I said.
But those people that are his listeners, like we said, they're there for a reason. Storm is shopping himself. And I figured that out a long time ago. He don't care about these interviews. He's just trying to keep this channel going until somebody picks him up. Some man, preferably, I think it's a man he wants, or a woman. But Storm is actually shopping himself, not his show.
Yeah, and if the thing is, the super chats that they send in, and the on this panel that they do, and da 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 da, and for you to take that money and go somewhere else where we can never see where you are, you never go live where you are, you never share your experiences with your audience. It is a slap in the face, and I don't know how anybody follows him.
That's why he tries to straddle this line of, I'm not gay, I'm straight, but maybe I am gay, or maybe I'm not straight. This is why he walks that line, because he's trying to keep both of those pieces of his fan base there until somebody picks him up.
Well, that goes to show you that he again, to your point, he's not invested in what he does. So what is the reason of listening to somebody who really doesn't even care about their content that they're delivering? He had an interview with that one pastor girl who was talking about Jag, and that video was 3 months old, and he said he don't even care to tell his audience that the video he posted was 3 months old, and the relationship had changed between that lady and Jag.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. He does not care.
No,
and he
don't.
sits up there and he listens to these women, and they're skinning and grinning, hoping for a chance for whatever reason, because he doesn't even like them at all. He doesn't care to get to know his subscribers.
No, he doesn't at all. No. He doesn't. He's just waiting on that, waiting on somebody to pick him up so he can be either their girlfriend or their boyfriend. One of them. That's what that's what he's shopping for. He's shopping himself. I figured that out a long time ago about him.
Yeah, you have to question a person's character when they're willing to do anything, show anything
He
before
even
they.
said, he even
Go
said
ahead.
that one time. He said he'll do anything.
I know I'm right about it. I mean, you sitting there listening to somebody that would prostitute their own self out just for a quarter. There's no way.
But when you want and I don't necessarily think he wants fame. I'm telling you what he wants. He wants to be taken
I
care of.
mean, I mean, whatever the goal, whether he wants to be a kept man,
Yeah.
which to me is effeminate and is not respected. Because at the end of the day, when the lady gets tired, when the lady or man gets tired of you, you are going to leave with the same stuff you came with.
And unless you smart, some people, they get into situations like that and they know how to capitalize on it. I don't know if he will or not, but that's what he's looking for and that's what he's waiting on.
I mean, I listened to this man talk so bad about black people on this other channel, and then at the end, he's like, "Well, my therapist is still working," and I'm like, "Man, it
And
is
black
just."
people are the one that listen here. These women are black. These men are black. That's
Oh, I
what
know.
I'm saying.
Oh, I know.
Can we keep it real? Can we keep it real? Some
Yeah.
women love to be sold a story. You know what I'm
That's true.
saying? Some women, I'll put this up on him and I'll change him. It's that false dream. It's that false narrative.
Well,
and people play on that.
I mean, anytime you curl your tail in between your legs to go move in with your boss, and you a grown ass man, I don't have no respect for you.
Facts. And let's not forget about Armand too, because I mean, I was back when Armand, didn't have that many followers. Let me tell you, I didn't see this at first. There were people when I came and I started watching his channel. I heard a lot of women saying, he don't like black women, but I didn't see that at first. But once I was there long enough, I did begin to see it. And how I saw it one time was I just started to notice Armand would talk about black women for doing the same things that there were these other women doing, but he wouldn't talk about them. He would speak about them in a positive way, or saying that they're just getting a flex on, or they're taking advantage of the opportunity. But then when it was a black woman doing the same thing, I mean, the conversation was totally different. She was, oh, she's low class, oh, she's ghetto. And I began to see that. And then I just had to come to the conclusion. These people are right. He don't like black women very much. Now, I have noticed that he since altered the way that he speak on black women, because he started to lose some of his base because of it. So now he's more careful, but I still believe he shares those same views.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really. What were you saying, Tulsa?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, nothing changed, but it's pockets, money will put you in a damn happy mood when you will put up with some stuff, like it's a front. But this is my thing. They say money is the root of all evil, but no, it's not money. It's the love of it.
You're right.
And like y'all were saying, what will you do for a Klondike bar? Selling your soul for like 25 cents. It's not worth it.
No, for 9 quarters, you gonna show the back of your butt and everything inside of it for 9 quarters. Are you out of your damn mind?
Well, listen,
instead of putting money into a video that would garner more money than it would showing your ugly butt, you would rather take the easy way out and prostitute your whole body.
And remember,
for $499.
Remember when Larry asked him, I think it was Larry, if he got into a relationship with a man, what color would he be? And Storm said white, no question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the illusion of it all. But the other delusion is really not. It's really not him. It's the women that sit there and listen to him, and he could care less.
Exactly, because if he would get a
That's
relationship
the
with,
delusion.
listen, if he would get in a relationship with a man and you asked him, he said, no question, a white man. If he got in a relationship with a woman, what color do you think she's gonna be? She's gonna be white.
A
Yeah,
rich
she's
white
gonna
woman.
be. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean,
He does not like black people. Storm does not like black people either. Let's be real.
he sits there and interviews Umar and don't ask him about his school, knowing the people in his audience have probably donated to his school and have been ripped off. But yet he takes the easy way out, the passive aggressive way out, and avoids the questions about the school, talks about other things that he has no idea about because he doesn't know about Black history, and just has a man on his panel
And don't
that has scammed people out of millions. And not one question was asked about the school or the donated money or anything like that.
And
At the end of the day, it was for him.
That's why he
But
didn't
but
ask
but those same women, they'll sit there and smile and think that he's doing something good.
Yes.
When no, it's just for a click and a view. He paid $500 to try to get 1,200, and that's just what it is.
But you know what? I just have noticed that about, Black people. It just, I don't know what it is. It's like, I see a lot of Black people, they'll believe what a white person says before they'll believe what a Black person said. They'll make excuses for white people doing things, but won't make excuses for what Black people do. They're more apt to support a white person or any other race of people before they support their own people. And I just don't understand that. I don't get it.
And then another thing, he's got this content creator that comes on his panel all the time. And I said content creator, and she doesn't even have 10,000 subs. So my question is, what do you keep coming on the panel for? Because it's not adding value to your bottom dollar at the end of the day. If you still got less than 5,000 subs and you on a channel almost every day, whenever he goes live, on a person who has over 200,000 and he hasn't reached back and tried to really help you boost up your subs, it's pointless. You hustling backwards.
But listen, but we have to think about what he's trying to do when he brings this person on. We don't know what type of deal that have. He may tell this person, you see how many subscribers that I have. You can benefit from coming on my channel. And this person could be potentially paying him. We just don't know, but there's a reason why he's bringing them on.
No, I'm talking about there's one person that he always has that is basically a staple on his show, and she's a content creator or whatever.
What's her name?
I don't know the girl's name. But I just happened, like, when I scroll down and I look at, like, my news feed or whatever, I see her. And my thing is, girl, you hustling backwards. You spending hours on a panel and you don't even have 5,000 subs. You don't have 10,000.
It's not 5 stars, is it?
I don't know who the girl is. She's big, heavy set or whatever.
Oh, that's not her then. Okay.
And she's got a good presentation or whatnot. But my thing is, what are you doing? Are you hoping to be in the bed with him? Is that all you? What's going on?
Well, we have to think about how she's looking at him. She may not be looking at him from the standpoint we are. She may not know about him. She's looking at the fact that it looks like, he's a big YouTuber and she can benefit from that. And at the same time, he's bringing somebody on that he think may be able to help him with his content to get more subscribers to his channel, because to me it doesn't look like he's growing. He's at a standstill.
Well, he's not growing. He's
giving pandering to us.
He's not helping. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
It's giving pandering to a certain audience.
Yeah, he brings her on to carry him for when those people come on. Like I guess he lets people on the panel or whatever, so he leaves her on to spark conversation or whatever. I mean, it's basically he's still benefiting and she's not.
Right, because he can't do that. He can't do what she's doing.
But somebody poured into him. A black woman poured into him, and he should never forget that. And I don't like Tasha at all. But I understand what she did. I didn't understand it at first because I thought he was strong enough to carry his channel. But when I got to looking, I'm like, oh hell no, she was the reason.
Right. And she said he wasn't going to continue to grow when he left. She said that.
Nope, he can't get a viral moment to save his life. If R. Kelly didn't help you, it's over.
Right. But my thing is, like, how many times do we hear that story? The black woman is sitting here helping the brother out. He gets on his feet, and then he just kicks her to the curb like she just never existed.
Mm-hmm. And she should have snatched his channel. I'm not even gonna lie to you. At first, I was like, no. But if I was her, I would have snatched that damn channel.
And you know what? I remember the first day Tasha brought Storm on her channel. The first day I saw him, I said, I don't like this dude. The first day I saw him.
Not very many people. I mean, he's limited to the 2,000, maybe 3,000 that come in his chat or whatever. But at the same time, I mean, he's not, he's not competitive. You can't put him against nobody that really does numbers in his category.
He didn't have what it takes.
And it just is what it is, man. I can't see the chat, but I really don't even care. It is what it is.
Yeah, he doesn't have it.
I mean, anytime you invite you invite two people for an interview and y'all slide the microphone across the table and somebody is sweating and your face is sweating and it's just not even a good look, and you are okay with pressing that end button and not really taking the time to edit that video to make it lighter, to increase the resolution, then you don't care about what you're doing.
And you know what? Storm knows this. Why do you think he goes to Wiley's chat? And I wanted to tell Wiley that one day. He's coming over here to talk with you because he's better when he's with someone talking. And so he thinks, and which a lot of content creators do this, they come on your channel or whatever, and that's how other people are exposed to him. Because I'm gonna tell you something, I have heard too many women come on Wiley's channel and say that I didn't even know about you until Storm came on your channel and he was talking about you and he was telling us to come over because he was going to be on your channel, and I found out about you and now I only watch you.
Yeah, well, he's blocked out of Wiley's channel, off Wiley's channel. So
wait a minute, when did that happen? That must be
maybe a few weeks ago.
Wow, what happened?
Well, again, in Storm fashion, he did not admit that he blocked Wiley's name.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And
but
then
wait
also,
a minute. But after that, I saw Wiley did 2 Men and a Lady with him.
Right. And so in the interview, it was, Storm was the person who spoke up and said, because I think somebody was going to say Wiley's name. They attempted to, and Storm spoke up and said, we're not going to give content creators air over here, or whatever he was saying, promo or whatever. After Wiley took up for him, and that's what I'm saying. You look on Storm's channel, and you can't find like not one person that he's taken up for. But if you do a search on him, you can find other content creators that have put their neck out for him. And more than likely, it was a lie that he told them.
Yes,
they just haven't found out yet.
Wiley has several times, and I just wonder to myself, why does Wiley keep letting this man come on his channel?
Well, he I guess he had to learn, just like Tasha. possibly, or other people that have really come in contact and really, really looked at Storm for who he actually is. And so he woke up, and so he blocked his name, Storm's name, just like Storm did not want to say his name. And see, being selfish like that, that's the reason why your channel's not growing. That's one of million reasons why your channel's not growing.
Because the day I was on there and Storm was up there, Storm was playing in Wiley's face. And I was writing it in the chat. He knows he blocked you and he is playing in your face. Well, let me see. Oh, I was just like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah. And so Wiley said something about that, and he said he knew Storm was being fake. Here's the thing. You can't be fake but so long. And especially if you know, if you're asking Storm a question, you know, and you already know the answer to it, and Storm says, well, I don't remember, I don't know, and it takes him a long time to research whatever it is, just like his name or whatever, you know he's lying.
And then remember, Wiley asked him something and Storm hung up and didn't call back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he hits it. You know, he's a track star, and to me, that's a coward.
Yes, he is a coward.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even, you know, he's not in the LGBT community or whatever, but they have more balls than he does. And I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I mean, he's supposed to be a heterosexual man. I mean, we all know that's a lie, but I'm just saying. But at the, you know, he doesn't act like one. He can't even own up to anything that he does. He's so afraid to be himself. When he's on vacation, he can't even share it with his subs. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I do believe he's in denial.
Man, he doesn't like himself. He can't even show his audience who he really is. You know, you embarrassed. You gotta be embarrassed about who you are when you can't show people that are there to see you who you really are.
Yeah, that's sad. That's really sad.
Yeah. I mean, he needs to go talk to his mama about that, because there's something she messed up with.
Well,
I mean,
you know,
something happened.
That's why I think he did. That's why I really think that he doesn't care for women, because I think it's mommy issues. I think he really has mommy issues, mommy and daddy issues.
I mean, she should have got him some counseling. I mean, something. I mean, he is clearly uneasy about who he is.
But
and
he was seeing a therapist though.
Man, he needs to fire whoever it is. But my thing, you know, he's uncomfortable when he goes on camera. I mean, you know, it's just the way that he yelled at trees that day. This is what I'm saying. I mean, like with him and then Sherelle, you know, they're going off on people that they never met in real life, that they don't know for real. It's just borderline nuts. I mean, you're gonna change your voice and octave for somebody on the internet?
Wait a minute. What about when King of Pain
here we go. King of Pain.
That wasn't even his real name. And Tasha said she didn't even know. He lied to Tasha about what his real name was. OKP is the one who figured that out.
The thing about it is that the universe is not done, in my opinion, with showing us who people really are. Because again, anytime you have to hide like everything.
But you know what? He does. Chris says, I don't think he cares for black women. The first thing he says is the B word. Mika says he's from Arizona.
I was gonna agree with her. I agree with her.
Mika said Byfield, he's from Arizona, one of the most racist states. Wow.
Well, somebody need to look into that baby situation. I don't care what nobody says.
Get into it. Spill the bean.
I mean, I don't, you know what? I have not even, I really literally try to not even um give him my energy. You see what I'm saying? It's just that my intuition is so strong, I can pick up on him in no time. But as far as researching that situation, I just heard it on OKP, and I'm like, to me, uh, it's suspicious to me. I don't care what nobody says.
Well, yeah, I told y'all the moment I saw him, I knew. Let me tell you, I have only watched one of his shows, only one, and that was the one what he did with Larry Reed and Amon. That is the only Storm Monroe show I have ever watched because I knew who he was from the very beginning.
And he acts so clueless. I don't know why anybody don't like me. I don't know. Well, if it's a lot of people giving you that energy, it's probably you. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're not gonna even play with this thing. And I mean, RN is right. You know, I mean, he uses certain black people. Um, but unfortunately, a lot of black people are not going, which is the reason why his channel's not growing.
Right.
But yeah, Tulsa, he's suspicious to me. Again, anybody that will do anything for a coin, you have to really, really stay away from that person because they will do anything.
Well, not even that. He's into that black magic. You know.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
And that's
about
Mhm.
that.
that. I mean, that's just like a whole nother level. But when I think I did hear something about that, like a kid was unalived, a little baby.
Yeah, well, the lady that lived in his that that lived in the same city that he lived in, that was aware of him, came on OKP's panel, and she was like, well, they were asking what his profession was in that town or whatever, and she said that he was just a social media influencer, and we're like, wait a minute, he's supposed to be a social worker, so somebody's lying on that. But again, I just haven't, I just know that when you are okay with anything, you're liable to do anything. And it's, to me, him putting that baby thing in his mouth. What is that thing? The pacifier.
The pacifier.
Like, you a grown ass man. Like, I don't know what. I don't know where in the book of being funny that fits in. And then now that I know about that whole baby situation, I just think it's disgusting.
He's trying to get. He's trying to get clicks and views. That's why he's doing that. And wait a minute. OKP said he was working at a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah. That's not giving social worker. That's not giving master's degree. That's not giving anything where you went that extra mile to get education, and then you pick up and leave and take, and just move in with a woman and her husband
With a
huh?
master's degree. Didn't he say he has a master's degree? And does he have a doctorate?
Honey, we really don't even want to go there.
But this is what he said. I'm just saying what he says he
I
has.
know, but see, what that's gonna do is get me to look up in Pacer and get me to look. See what I'm saying? I don't. That's why I try to stay away from him, because he is so mysterious that he will cause me to go up in my vault and start looking at some things.
Girl, look, because this is what he said.
Because he just gets caught in his lies too much.
He
I'm
worked
listening
at a
to.
hospital, remember? I think he
Oh,
said
hell no!
he
See what
worked
I'm
mental
saying?
health.
It's
He
just
worked in the
weird.
mental health department at a hospital. I think he said.
He said I thought he just told somebody that he worked for CPS when he was in. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, he said he's done several different things.
Mm-hmm.
So, people, sometimes people was in this field and they moved to another field. So I'm assuming that's
Mm-hmm.
what he was saying,
Mm-hmm.
that he did this job before a while and then he did this other job.
So
Well, yeah. I mean, RN, that's right. I mean, he visits these smaller channels to give him confidence and to boost his ego. But when you put him neck and neck on his competitor, he comes out at the tail end of the
and
board.
that's the reason he's going to these smaller content creators, because he's trying to get some of their watchers to come over and watch him. This is how I think he's trying to drum up traffic to his YouTube channel.
Well, one day I called into Wiley's show and I said, if you a storm, whatever, just leave, because nobody really wants his subs because they're weirdos. They really are. Like, they're weirdos.
They're delusional.
I think they're weirdos. I literally, like, I've heard a lot of them talk and they all sound like they've been smoking bath salts or something. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't,
like they're Stefford people.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but they have a common theme to the way that they speak.
But one thing I still can't process is this man getting off to another man's story. I it's something wrong with that, y'all.
And his audience, they just, I don't know. I don't know if they close their ears or look the other way, or because it could be their kid. That's the gotcha. Like,
that's why I can't have respect for. I lost respect for Armand when I saw him on that show. I mean, I did lose respect for him. It doesn't take away his talent, but
I just kind of look at Armand a little bit different. I'm not even a fan of his. I couldn't tell you what he calls his audience or nothing like that, but I just know right now he's in grind mode. But he has compromised his morals and his beliefs. Yes. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about him, because you know what? I used to really like his channel, but that was a while ago. Once I saw that he does have an issue with black women or whatever, but still, I still would watch him from time to time because he is very entertaining. He is very talented. No matter what I ever say about him, I cannot take away that the boy is talented. He is talented.
But he's gonna have to cut some ties, because right now, to me, I just like it's gonna like, for what's his name cannot move to the next level because he's got those allegations hanging over his head. So if he even goes to Hollywood like he wants to go, I mean, those unless he addresses those allegations, they are going to follow him. And he's going to have to answer for him when he has an interview and whatever else he does. And so avoiding it is really prolonging.
But let's just think about this. Those people in Hollywood, I mean, they kind of are really into that whole PD thing.
Yeah, I'm really mainly, yes, absolutely. But they don't put it on Front Street.
No, they don't.
And his is on Front Street. And anytime you look at those Hollywood people and they got those type of allegations on Front Street, they not getting in no doors. Tiffany Haddish has been blacklisted completely.
Right. They'll deal with him behind the scenes, but not in public. Right.
They not getting ready to put his name against no motion pictures or whatever.
That's why I don't understand why Armand would tie himself to Larry Reid like that.
I think it's just, I don't know. I'm hoping that, he kind of, I don't know.
And I think he regretted it, though. I do believe I saw a show that he did after that, and nobody most of his people, they were okay with what he did, but he knows and he is aware what people are saying about him, and he was going off. And I do believe that he regrets doing that interview with Storm and Larry Reid. He regrets
I'm
it.
sure he does. Yeah, hell yeah. Because I mean, he takes no responsibility at all. He's like, it wasn't my show, it wasn't my set, it wasn't my
Yeah.
microphone, it wasn't my questions.
So why were you there then?
I think it was just off of GP because of the money that's been invested into him.
Exactly. So you
he-
co-signed him. You were up there co-signing that bullshit.
Yeah, and RN, I was just gonna say, yes, she's been speaking some facts. I wish she would have stayed on the panel. But yeah, I've been. I'll read her comment and then I'll say something. I'll forget to respond. But yeah, while I'm thinking about it, like, I really like your comments. Yeah, they made it about TK. Well, you know, Sherelle wished she wished that number said 1.4 million. She wished. It's
And that don't
unfortunate.
even make sense. It don't make any sense that they keep saying it's about Tasha K. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. Ariane. I mean, it's definitely some puppet masters mixed with some magic. I mean, it's a whole lot of that going on, and you got to really protect your energy and your spirit, because otherwise you will get too invested in it,
Right.
and it'll take over when it's not even supposed to. You know, it's not your life. This is the internet, and I'm not even gonna say that. Some people say, I'm one way on the internet, the other way in public or whatever. I mean, you still have the same brain. So, and you're still processing it the same, but at the same time, and that's why I'm not spending a whole lot of energy on Jag. It's like, Jag gonna be her, man. I mean, what the fuck? What am I gonna do about it?
Right, but did you see, to your point, did you see how some people, and that's what I was talking to Queen Tulsa about, it's like some people are so invested in Jaguar that they have a dislike for her, and I mean, it's like their private eyes, and it just didn't make any sense. If you that invested into a person where it's bothering you, and no disrespect to the lady that was up here, with the Jaguar situation, she kind of sounded like she was too invested in Jaguar, and it was coming off like she did not like her, like she had a problem with her. I mean, at the end of the day, Jag is a grown woman. We can't tell her what to do.
No. I mean, I take a little exception to what E was saying, because I've kind of listened to E enough to understand that she really does care about what she says. Meaning, I think she cares a lot about people, but
it was more about accountability, I think.
Yeah. But if we remove her, like, I'm not even talking about her. But yes, there are a lot of people that are eating, breathing, and sleeping Jaguar. And I'm like, dude, like, I don't understand that.
I don't either. And that's what I noticed. I noticed that. And that's why I brought it up when I came on here, because I was in the chat at OKP and I was listening to people and I was like, these people sound like they're just too personally invested.
Yeah. Let me go back to Ariane's comment. Absolutely. I mean, basically, if I can recall the comment she made, they have connected with TK at some point, and it was all good. Just like they say it was all good just a week ago. But the problem is she didn't take them to that million subscriber mark. You see what I'm saying? She didn't take them to the finish line. They are still where they were when she helped them. So it's just one of those things where it's a lot of jealousy. And
Wait a
I'm
minute,
sorry.
who you talking about now? Who you talking about?
I was just talking about what RN said.
I know, but who specifically that she's jealous that they take them to the million mark?
TK.
I know, but who didn't take TK?
Oh, I'm talking about everybody that's hating on her, from Sherelle
to
whoever.
Yeah, because they're definitely hating on her.
Yeah,
because they was banking on her to go through that lawsuit and just kind of lose everything,
right?
And they could pick up the scraps and carry on from where she went. But see, this is why I say Tasha was smart as fuck, because she was calculating. Okay, she already had her affairs going. You know, like I said, she has a foreign husband. They know business. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
they some big scammers too now. I mean, they know where to put that money and everything. So
let
we
me
not
let me
going.
say this. I
I'm
understand what
joking.
you're saying, Queen Tulsa, about Tasha being smart, but Tasha did make some mistakes because Tasha, when they told Tasha to take those videos down, Tasha should have taken those videos down because Tasha is in a big bind because of that 4 million. That's gonna be on her wherever she goes, and all her money that she's making on YouTube, a portion, if not all of it, is going to Cardi B because of that. I think Tasha was too stubborn. She should have taken the videos down. Period. But I do agree that I don't feel like
I agree.
lost that case because a lot of the stuff that Tasha said, Cardi B has said those things on YouTube herself. So I don't quite understand that. I mean, the fact that this woman said, she said out of her own mouth that she drugged men and she stole from them.
And it's a whole RICO case going on in Atlanta. She's not a part of that.
No, ma'am.
Talk about a machine. Talk about a machine. And people thought that Tasha was crazy when she said a machine. Like, I think when it comes to like Jag, she was informing us on certain things that we would have no clue about if she hadn't warned us. You know? So it's sticky. I'm gonna go back on mute.
I mean, it was a couple. I don't know. Cause see, I've always had a tinfoil fitted hat. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if I think back, I mean, maybe she did. Jag has said a couple of things or whatever. But I guess I just have always thought she was nuts to a certain extent. So it's like, I mean, I don't know. I didn't really pay that much attention.
You wouldn't take it that
I think
serious
she
because
has.
you know mental health issues.
I think she has some truth to everything that she says, but I also feels like some things are not the truth. And I watch I watch some of everybody say I did, so I wasn't biased at that. But when you start seeing receipts about certain things, it makes you kind of look at things sideways, or like how when people fall out with everybody that they are friends with, at some point it's not those people. Like I just been watching like everything, even including with Tasha. Like she has her thing coming up with the R. Kelly situation now because of what happened, with the case and happening to his records or whatever. So I think that eventually she'll get whatever her karma. But I do think that she was wrong as far as in with the Cardi situation. Like I think she was prideful. I'm gonna say that she didn't want to delete whatever she said that she knew was not true, so she kept it up, and it did cost her in the end. But I feel like just how she may play dirty or whatever, they all to me have at some point played dirty. But because she was the first person to be sued, I think that now everybody's throwing it in her face, like, "Oh my God, you did this! You're a liar! You're always a liar!" Now I don't think she's always a liar, but that's just the stamp that they're gonna put on her. But in regards to Larry, even when he was on that podcast with TS, like he said, when you're 13, you're grown. He said that. And I was neutral with that situation at first. I wanted to hear all the sides, but then his podcast, his Patreon is what did it for me. His own words. It wasn't what anyone else said. I don't pay for Tasha K's stuff I haven't even watched it on YouTube, to necessarily, see that. I watched Levante when he was on All About, Streets, but other than that, I haven't just pay for anything to subscribe to Tasha K's, platform outside YouTube. But it was him saying, well, to Levantre's points, well, you're wrong about this, or it's just a lot of things that are questionable. And then to just watch him, because I used to watch him, but he was just too promiscuous for him to my thing. I don't judge anybody, do whatever you want to do, but you are quote unquote a pastor, you playing with God. I don't condone it, and you leading his people astray. You telling people to get on OnlyFans and this is that and the third, and you talking about bread baskets and stuff, and you just admitted that you like men. You just did that. You were lying for years.
I mean, Creed, go out and then come right back up because it's like it's lagging and then it's going. Just jump down and then come right back up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Larry.
I had
Larry
to turn
finished it.
everything off, honey. I was trying to listen to what she was saying, but I'm like, oh man, I got to turn everything off just to hear. But yeah, I mean, she's
I
right.
thought I was tripping. Yeah,
Yeah,
she
Larry.
was
Yeah, I
on
think he
point.
forgot all about God. Ain't no God in that, honey. I'm gonna tell you that
No,
right now.
Larry convinced me that he did it when I watched his Patreon, and then I listened to Levante, and that's what convinced me. Now I already believed somewhat because the information that King Payne was putting out. I mean, he was dissecting it, and so I did. I was like, okay, I'm more apt to believe Levante than Larry. But when I saw Larry on his Patreon, that convinced me hands down.
It just made you look at him like, and then it's like anytime something important happens, just so it won't be for the record, on the record, he'll say, well, I didn't remember that. Now you remember everything else, but when it's time for you to say something in regards to your situation, you don't remember. Like he'll always say, or remind me of it, or oh yeah, you just reminded me. Like he always says that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Tasha should have really got in trouble for that R. Kelly situation with them emails and because I mean it violated a civil rights.
Yeah.
But here's my point on that. Sometimes they say, look here, we won't lock you up if you give us somebody else. So or we won't charge you, or you will get this if you give us somebody else.
Wait
So
a minute, but didn't they say that R. Kelly, they dropped all those other
They did.
cases against R. Kelly?
That's just in Chicago. That's not New York.
But what if? But what if? To me, I don't think they shouldn't have dropped him, because what if something happens in New York or whatever? You know, like if they really wanted him in there, to be honest, you know, because my thing is, even like it's about kids, like, you know, it's about the people that they've done things to. You know, it's just I don't understand how people can not say something's wrong with it, or like you, like even with Larry, you were a grown man and you were messing with minors, like, and you didn't see anything wrong with it because they were 17. What?
But you know what? I think the reason they dropped the other cases because he's already in jail for how many years? Did he get 35 years?
Yeah, 30. I think it was 35.
So
it was something 5 more years than what he was supposed to get. I don't know if it was 30 or 35.
So they were gonna go forward with another case against him, and then because of the the circumstances with they dropped him. So he will be 95. They said when he get out of jail. So I mean, it's really kind of pointless at this point.
Something tells me that I think we're gonna. So I don't know. I could be wrong.
Your
Completely.
intuition is really strong. Go ahead and say it.
I feel like he's gonna get out of jail, and
He
people are gonna
absolutely is.
Because he was so adamant about that. He was so adamant about that. Like, you know, if he was still gonna be in, jail for, whatever amount of years, it's like somebody told him something that gave him a little bit of something that's saying, okay, well, she did this and that, and she affected my case. And it's like when he was talking on the phone, he was so adamant about that. Like, I don't know. I really do think that 2023 or maybe next year is gonna be an interesting year. Me personally, I do feel that way.
Well, let me remind y'all of this. Do y'all remember that's how Bill Cosby got out of jail?
On a technicality.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's what I'm saying. His civil rights was violated in that other case where they published the the transcript where he took this deal where if he told the truth, they would not use that evidence against him, and that's how he got out of jail.
And he's got that same lawyer. I believe she worked on So
and they said his civil rights was violated.
The problem with R. Kelly's case, that really muddies the waters, is everybody's corrupted that case.
They did.
I mean, you got a police chief who was a police chief for one day, who is a part of R. Kelly's defense team now, and like this dude, I mean, he didn't stole all kind of money And I'm what's her name? Bon Jean, his attorney, she just put in a motion, and I mean the pages on that bad boy, like I mean, in every single thing that I haven't read all of it, but most of it, it's like people wanting 20 million here, and they done stole 45,000 there, and like violated this and violated, it's a the technicalities.
Well, let me bring this up too. Also, I heard behind the scenes that the feds had been talking to R. Kelly in jail, and they had been telling him, like I heard you say, that if you give up somebody, we can see about what we can do with your sentence.
And remember when he said he feel like he fighting for his life, like he just like, I think he gonna give up anybody. And he'll say anybody because he feels like the world turned on him. So I ain't got no friends.
Exactly. And so this gives
Go
you
ahead.
a way for them to do this where it looks legitimate to people if they overturn his case. This will be a way for it to look legitimately. So these other people that he's given up will not be prosecuted, because I do believe they are trying to protect some people, just like in the Jeffrey Epstein. Somebody's being protected. If R. Kelly gets out of jail, it's because he was going to give up somebody that they did not want to go down.
Well, the feds got caught because they put a lot of informants on his defense team, and also as witnesses. And then it's just a lot, man. I mean, I've been kind of like, go ahead.
Corrupt. Like when it comes to like those type of people, I think they, in a way, they all work together in a way.
Yeah.
I
they
feel like
do.
we get surprised by stuff, but I feel like they already know that they probably not gonna he gonna get out. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I just
Well, Kim came out and she was very humble, and she looked like she had gotten lynched before she got in front of that microphone. Um, and it was a different posture than it was when she was soliciting victims. And so she didn't really say exactly, why they dropped those charges per se. She alluded to some things, but I mean, it just kind of let me know that there was some wrongdoing. And I mean, if we talk about Chicago, I mean, that is as corrupt as you can get.
Thank you. And let's not forget about the parents. To me, those parents should have been prosecuted as well, because some of those parents were, to me, they were selling their kids. And we just have to they were fully aware as to what was going on. And when they didn't get money anymore, then all of a sudden everybody came out and was like, oh, he's kidnapped my child. Oh, he's doing this. But these parents were well aware that these young ladies were going over to R. Kelly's house, hanging out with R. Kelly. That's what I don't like. Some of these facilitate.
Yeah, I mean, you got the mother sending text message on behalf of her daughter. Like, what?
Thank you.
So
that's what really made me upset too. Their own parents was, to me, prostituting them out. There was a whole lot wrong with this whole R. Kelly thing. And let's not forget, Jay-Z and R. Kelly were on tour together, and supposedly there were people in the audience that pulled a gun out on R. Kelly, and R. Kelly left the tour. R. Kelly sued Jay-Z, and Jay-Z settled with R. Kelly. And supposedly R. Kelly is aware of some of Jay-Z's antics too.
R. Kelly got Jay-Z's best friend locked up, Tata.
And let's not forget about Foxy herself, that said Jay-Z was with her at 15.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jay-Z's best friend, who like is basically his right eye. I mean, that little short midget that he's always around. I mean, that's enough for retaliation right there. I don't care what nobody say. I mean, because you don't see him without Jay-Z and vice versa. So the mere fact that that situation happened and dude got locked up. I don't know for how long, but I mean, the Star Report, he said, and I hate to say this because Jag says this a lot, but he was like, Jay-Z is the reason he's locked up.
I believe that. I believe that 100%. I believe it. But some stuff went down between Jay-Z and R. Kelly. Jay-Z was trying to intimidate R. Kelly. And wait a minute. He settled the case with R. Kelly. No information got out. We don't know how much money he got. It never even went to court.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I learned all this stuff from the Star Report when he was talking about it, about Jay-Z's best friend being locked up and stuff like that.
They were on tour together.
Mm-hmm.
And word on the street is they were in those parties together. I mean, we have to remember at one point in time, R. Kelly was huge. He was huge. Everybody was hanging around R. Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, I researched him a while back. I mean, the man has written over 600 number ones.
Right.
That's absolutely insane.
Insane. When he got in trouble with I think it was the IRS, and he owed so much money, or he got in trouble with something where he needed.
No, you're right.
A basketball player paid to get him out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
and all the money.
I mean, and it's kind of hard to talk about him knowing, the heinous acts that he did. But putting that aside, if we can, the man. I mean, I don't know, man. I've never seen anybody their approach to music the way that he has his approach. Like he was singing. I was listening to some songs, and I mean, this man was singing Frank Sinatra. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just like, what the hell? And I'm gonna tell you another person, Jaguar. Now, again, I just figured out that she could sing not too long ago. Okay, so I just did some research, and she, somebody recorded when she was in Chicago recently, and I guess she was at some pub or something like that. But she sang Shirley Murdoch. And I'm telling you, I said, you have got to be freaking kidding me. Like, I mean, you all got to hear this. Like, I think, when she was in Chicago, recently,
the airport, and there was somebody on the panel was saying that she was lying about that.
No. I mean, it's on the channel right now. They posted it when she was in Chicago at that lounge or whatever the heck it was. Yeah. But
somebody on the panel that was saying that was not true. They were saying that nobody's ever seen that video. There's not a video out about that. And then somebody else on the panel said, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's on Chess and Checkers video channel. Chess, not Checkers, or whatever you call it. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have very many views, but yeah, I mean that I mean, when you hear that and you think about her antics, you would be pissed off at her.
Well, you know what? It's just like this. I can separate, just getting back to what you were saying about R. Kelly's talent. Like, and I know a lot of people, they get mad when people say, you still listen to his music or whatever. I'm like this. I can separate the art from the person.
because like I don't hear people saying, well, why are y'all still watching those Harvey Weinstein movies? I never hear anybody saying things like that, but they always want to use that about R. Kelly, and they don't want people, or people get mad if you say you listen to his music. But I think people ought to be able to separate the art from the person, because whatever he did in his personal life, that has nothing to do with the art that comes out of him or his talent. Those are
Well,
separate things.
well, I'm gonna just say that God is still working on me, but I have been talking to God because we can see if He can do a verses while He's locked up. Because I just need one more song.
Girl, stop it. Stop it, girl.
I'll go to the altar after that. If we could just get,
Well,
if we could just get a couple more songs, you see what I'm saying?
listen,
It's like,
I got into
damn.
an argument with somebody because they was mad saying you listen to R. Kelly, and I told them, look, if you don't want to listen to R. Kelly, don't you listen to him. I said, but I don't care what anyone says. I'm gonna listen to R. Kelly till I die, because that talent, the art that came out of his mouth, that has nothing to do with what he did. And I just get mad because people don't do that for everybody. People don't have the same energy for everybody. I notice that they only have this type of energy when it comes down to black people, but they don't have the same energy when it comes down to white people and things that they have done.
He is the only one on earth that I make exception for. Because I was listening to his song, one of his concerts today, man, and I'm like, what the hell?
Girl, I've been to 2 of his concerts. That man is a genius. He is a musical genius.
Yeah. But when you get a chance, you gotta go to Chestnut Checkers YouTube channel,
I'm gonna go
man.
there. But I know Jaguar. I know she can sing. I've seen her, since she's been out of the spotlight at different spots singing. But I am gonna check that out. She is very, very talented.
I never did think she could sing. Even with that Jay-Z thing, I was just like, because somebody had mentioned this is before she even came back on the internet or whatever. And I'm like, shit, I don't like all that yodeling sound or whatever. But when I actually sat back and I listened, I'm like, wait a minute.
Yes, baby. Miss Jaguar have some pipes.
I actually got mad for her because she had said something about now I may sound like her. I'm not crazy or nothing like that. I'm just saying, but like Jill Scott taking her place and stuff like that.
Mary
I'm
J.
like, wait a
Blige,
minute.
he said that's why she didn't get the chance, because the real chance, because they said we don't need another Mary J. Blige or Jill Scott. And I saw an interview where Mary J. was talking about Jaguar.
Yeah, I'm like, I think they might. Now I'm gonna tell you, I think Jill Scott did take something because they did I was like I said, I was researching and I saw a video where they did a versus. They put Jag up against Jill Scott, and Jill Scott went first, and it was like, and then went second, and just the emotion itself. You see the passion,
right?
I was just like, I was literally blown away.
The delivery,
and I'm like, oh my God, she was right.
The delivery of her song, when she sings, she sounds like she's feeling everything, and it's emoting out of her.
It's actually similar to the way she goes in and out of her personalities. So when I say that, the key changes that she has in her voice, right? Yeah. Like you can't, like a regular person can't do that. You see what I'm saying? Like even Jill Scott can't go in and out of her voice, and have that much control over her breathing and her octaves. And it, like, I mean, you gotta be somewhat, to me, I was just blown away. But I'm gonna tell you one thing she said when she was performing, and this was years ago, right? She said they're gonna put me back in the box. No, they're gonna put me back in the closet after this. That's what she said.
I remember hearing her say that too.
She was it was a little concert. I don't know what concert it was or whatever, but
did she have blue jeans on, like a blue jean dress or something?
Shit, I didn't forget. You know, Jag ain't never been able to dress, so I don't never pay attention
Right.
to that. But she was on stage, but it was a dark situation. She had a band behind her.
Yeah.
Looked like people paid for the event or whatever. But she literally said that. She said, they're gonna put me back in the closet after this, or something like that.
Same one I'm talking about. That just might be the same one that I'm talking about, because I do remember hearing her say that before. But you know what? That's how they work in Hollywood. That's what they do. If they have one act that's already out, you're a singer, and then somebody comes along and say they're in that same genre as you, they do basically the same thing you do. These labels, they will pay to suppress you because they don't want competition. They've invested this into this artist, and that's the only one that they want to thrive. And that still goes on right now to this day.
And the interesting thing is, she also said that she had been writing songs with Scott Storch. And I mean, this is like 10, 13 years ago. You see what I'm saying? But she's never mentioned Scott Storch. But at the same time, it just kind of let me know that she was probably in the places that she has talked about. You see what I'm saying? Maybe not all of them. I mean, nobody's 100%. But the mere fact that, you know, she's on stage at a paid performance with a full band, and, you know, she was just talking about her life. She was a little long-winded, but, you know, that's her. But at the same time, she mentioned that, you know, she's going to go back into the studio, you know, to write with Scott Storch, you know. And so, you know, it was a lot of little different nuggets that I felt like Jag has not changed since that performance, in terms of, you know, just her expressing herself and how people possibly treated her. Like, I got a glimpse of how people treated her when she was in the industry.
Listen, do I believe everything she says is accurate? No. Do I believe a lot of the things that she says is true? Absolutely, yes. And then a lot of people say they don't believe her because she don't have proof. Well, in situations like that, those type of people, they don't allow you to have proof. But just because there is no proof that this happened, it doesn't mean that it did not happen. Because I can recall Drake in one of his songs, and this is what he said. He said that we're not going to conversate over the telephone or via text messages or in the DM. We're going to talk face to face, because that way I know that what we said to each other or what went on, if we were doing something, you don't have the proof to go show anyone. And these type of people, they're not going to be put in situations where you can get the kind of proof that I think people would require to believe her. Aside from the fact these things happened years ago, but I do believe the things that she said. I do believe a lot of the things that she said. Some of the things, it may be embellished or whatever, but I believe a lot of things she said.
So some people, you know, when the industry doesn't feel like they have that look to be able to sell albums, or but they're talented, you know, it's like with Jag, she's a writer too. You see what I'm saying? And
Right.
a lot of the way that she speaks is similar to the way Kanye speaks. And when Kanye speaks, he raps. He puts, you know what I mean? It's like he adds. It's kind of like he's rapping. And with her, she has little catchphrases that a normal person wouldn't even speak. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I can't remember. She even did it when she went in the airport. What was that thing? She did a phrase. Oh my God. I can't remember what phrase it was, but it was from a song.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. She does that a lot.
Yeah.
When she says things, sometimes she'll tell you something. It's actually a lyric from a song.
Yeah, like when she calls Sherelle, what is that, a hag? She put haggises on it, and I know she probably, her choice of words still lets me know, like, it's kind of like part of her spirit wanting to get back by, singing or writing or whatever. But she, in my opinion, I don't know about that, but I think part of her spirit wants to do that though.
But she's writing, because she said how many songs that she wrote or whatever. So she is writing now. But for someone, we you know what? We just have to be realistic and just have an open mind when we thinking about this. This woman, let's think about it from this respect. This woman, how long has this woman been saying these different things about the industry? For years now, and she's never deviated. She continuously does this. If this doesn't sound like something that a person is lying would say, for this many years they on this same thing and keep saying the same things or whatever. She is very consistent. So either these things really did happen, or she believes these things really happened. But I by no means think she's a liar.
I'm gonna tell you another thing, and this is probably gonna be very unpopular. She's probably not going to see success until she's gone.
Right. I agree.
Nobody is going to understand how talented she really is. And all these unreleased songs that she probably has somewhere stored, whatever. I just really believe that respect that they need to put on her voice, and that she needs to put on her voice too, is not going to really be on display until God forbid, that occurs. And I hate to say that, but what Jag is doing right now is textbook. It's really, the end result is always the same.
I agree with you 100%. And that's the sad part about it.
Yeah, Ariane. Other people have said those things. And again, girl, Ariane, are you a Scorpio? Because I literally was about to say that. So that's why I listen to Jag, but I'm already on it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I already understand it. So and by what you just said, Ariane, that's pretty much what I follow. So
girl, you be killing me with this thing, because you are talking about stuff and she's writing stuff and shit, we don't know what she said.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at it like that. I'm laying down, my back is turned.
Okay, yeah. No, she was just talking about basically the things that Jag has said. If you've had a third eye, oh, you're a Pisces, okay. Y'all still have intuition and stuff though. My mother's a Pisces. But what was I saying? Oh, if you have a third eye, you pretty much have heard a lot of the things that Jaguar has said. Now, I didn't hear about that Big L thing though, and that Raphael Sadiq. Those two pieces I kind of missed, But she went back far with that Big L thing. I mean, like I don't even think I was alive at that point.
But the
But
thing that I'm saying, other people have said this before, Jaguar.
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. But I guess I just that's just that wasn't my lane, I guess. But when I went back to research it, is my point. And it's always telling in the comments. Like the real history is in the comments of these videos. You know, you go back 7 to 13 years or so, and you really get a better understanding. And that's what I did for Jag. I went back 13 years on her.
Yeah, for people that was in tune to that at that time.
But you know, and it's interesting how she got all the way up to Jay-Z, because all the rest of her performances have been primarily by herself, with the exception of the Roots. You know,
but she has a couple of songs with Jay-Z. Yeah, she has songs with Jay-Z as well. But you know
yeah, I'm
what?
just not a big fan of it. Damn, I wish I was.
But listen, let me tell you something. I don't understand either how it's so hard for people to believe this, because do people not believe the whole conspiracy behind Tupac's death and Biggie's death? Do we think that was as cut in as dry as them just getting shot by a gang member? No. It goes
Oh
deep.
Lord, Tupac's alive.
Girl, stop it.
Okay,
It
I'm
goes
done.
deep.
Okay.
It goes deeper than that. So I don't know why people be acting like, this woman is just out here just spouting words or whatever, even though she doesn't have tangible proof.
REN, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna read it to you. She said, "Yep, even Tupac and Machiavelli. He said that Jay-Z and Puffy set Big up."
Facts. And let's not forget this. Wait a minute, what was I about to say? It's something else that went on back then. There was, y'all, this music industry, it's really toxic. It's really toxic, and people be thinking that there's not murder for hire and all that kind of stuff, but this stuff really goes on. It really does. And
Oh, I know.
when you have money, you can pay that. You can pay people to keep quiet. You can pay for cases not to be brought.
And I'm just gonna say, people don't believe this whole Jay-Z and Jaguar, but see, she keep calling his spirit, and it's like he gonna come give you your issue. You keep calling his damn name now. I mean, I just.
But listen, Jay-Z has to be careful, because the moment Jay-Z responds to Jaguar, that's why he hasn't. He knows that people are gonna say, okay, there's some validity to this. But let's look at it like this too, which is how I look at it. Jay-Z and Beyonce are notorious for shutting people down when you running your mouth about them. Why haven't they shut Jaguar down?
I'm gonna listen to it. See, the thing too is sometimes in this situation or situations like this, they'll slow walk that death. They will make you look crazy as shit, and then all the.
But this has been going on for years, girl. This has been going on for so many years now. Because Jay-Z has been accused of killing. Remember that lady that was supposedly Jay-Z's best friend? I can't think of what her name is. I don't know if y'all know about that case, that this woman was supposedly, she had contacted I think the New York Times, and they were set to do an interview with her the following day. That night, that woman died. She was, and they said it was a suspicious death. Her and Jay-Z supposedly was in a long-term relationship or whatever, and people know that this woman, that her and Jay-Z they say were friends, but I think it was more than friends. But they were in a long-term relationship. I cannot think of this woman's name, but this woman was murdered. She was coming out with a book. She was set to do this book and do this big interview, and she died the day before she was supposed to do the interview. I can't remember what her name is. Y'all can Google it, it'll come up. There's a lot of stuff out there about Jay-Z, a lot. And let's not forget, Jay-Z is from the streets. He has told us how he was slinging dope and all that kind of stuff. What happened?
Oh, I think she dropped down or her phone had went dead.
Oh, it might have went out. You sound like you sleepy, Queen Tulsa.
I am.
Okay, but we can get off because I'm getting sleepy too, girl.
Okay. No, it was a nice chat and engagement.
I know. I love you, Queen Tulsa.
I love you too. Get you
Girl,
some
and I
rest.
was going to be there for you if I hadn't been up there that day because I didn't like how they was coming for you back.
I know you would have had my back.
I would have, girl. Well, I'll see you next time.
Okay. See you next time.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Something. Girls need love. Girls need love. Girls need love. So what's a good